So a big welcome to Killarney International Raceway. As you can see, it's a little chilly, a little overcast, possibilities of a bit of wet weather this afternoon as well coming here. The wind is absolutely pumping down here at the Killarney International Raceway for round 5 of the Extreme Festival's Regional Championships. We kick things off with the DOE Formula V's powered by Lubrifuel. And before we get into race action, let's go and catch up with a couple of the contenders and see what their plans are.
It's awesome to be back. I surprised myself this morning with this slippery, snotty track. First practice session came out first on the list, so yeah, I was very surprised. We did the second session, the sun came out a bit, so we got a dry racing line, and halfway through the session started having a bit of rain, and yeah, also surprised myself second, top on the log. So it's going to be a good weekend. I love this track. This track suits my, with a bit of a longer wheelbase on the Forzas. We are a lot more stable, so it's going to be a good weekend.
It's going very well. It's nice to be here. I haven't been back for 5 years, but obviously it's very wet. We don't get a lot of rain driving up in Swartkop, so having to adapt to the wet. But it's it's a nice track, flowing track. I just hope we get some dry track time. I'd love to have a real good go on the dry track, but let's wait and hope for it.
Couple of cars making their way now to the grid, and of course as they make their way to the grid, getting a little bit of a chance to get a practice start in, try and get themselves. Problem for Carl Watt. Carl Watt's pulled to the sideline, so it looks like one of the Mangaza Racing cars there. He would have started in 5th place, gesticulating down the main straight there. There was some kind of an issue. Remember, they've got 3 heats of racing today here in Formula V, so slightly different to what they normally have in their 2 heats. It's an 8-lapper, then a 10-lapper, and then an 8-lapper later on this afternoon. So looking forward to seeing big action, as I said, between the current Formula V Championship contenders. Big morning to you, Luke Selby, joining us first up and early in this morning. Must have been watching the rugby. I believe it was a bit of a whitewash. We're not going to get into that though. So if we look at the way things stand, Lionel Janssen on pole position and Peter Hills in second are also the first and second drivers in the championship for the national class. Brandon Hills, who starts a bit further down in 9th, is in 3rd place. And Carl Watt, who's just pulled to the sideline there with some big issues, he's in 4th place. Marcel Blichnotes, of course, he'll be looking forward to joining these guys again when we get back up north. He didn't make it down to Cape Town, so he's going to lose a little bit of ground and possibly see Sean van der Linde and Theo Vermaak move up slightly in the overall standings for this championship. In the Association Championship, Marcel Blichnote will definitely be losing out some points, but of course, fortunately, only Trevor Hills has made it down here in that championship, and it doesn't look like any of the other category contenders other than Vaughan Hills, who's down on 39 points. He's got a lot of ground to work up. So I don't think Marcel will lose out in terms of his championship in the association side of this Formula V 2024 championship. If we look at the rookie drivers, Jaden Tromp is not here, Chloe Stewart's not here, Reynard van der Linden, Casper de Beer, and Yannick Gerber not here, so no worries at all for those changes. The big thing we'll be watching out for is there going to be any changes in the national side of it. We're now under starters orders. We're going to see that 5-second board flick up and our lollipop man move off the circuit. The lights will go on and we're about to kick off the first part of the day's racing as they head down towards turn 1. It's Formula V's on track. DOE Formula V's powered by Lubrifuel. Great to have those Dunlops on those cars as well, and you can see they're going to try and get those Dunlops working almost instantaneously. Great start coming out of Theo Vermaak. Theo Vermaak is the first man who heads into turn 1 and into second place as he just gets outgunned there by Lionel Janssen. So Lionel Janssen leads out at this point in time as he heads towards turn 2. You can see new colours on Janssen's car. If you remember him coming here the last time, he was in the all-red car. And, of course, now running in almost Formula 1 style colours of the Aston Martin team. Out front, looking for a chance to get away. He needs to try and make a little bit of ground up on Peter Hills, who's now already attacking Theo Vermaak into Damstip. As they go into Damstip, you can see he had a big look on the inside, but didn't quite make it stick. And we'll keep an eye on and see if he's able to get maybe onto that back straightaway and use the slipstream. That slipstream effect is always a big concern here down in Cape Town, particularly in single-seaters. And we're going to see it in full effect now as they go down the back straightaway for the first time. These cars get to just over 200 k's an hour before they have to go down the gearbox and climb on the brakes for Cape Town corner. And as they come down onto that braking point now, you can see a couple of guys closing that gap down slightly. They're watching for Richard Carr as well, coming through there too. He'll be looking for a chance to now possibly run away and get into that top 5 hunt. Now that he's lost some contention and some competition from Kyle Watt, who had to be pushed back into the new pit building. Some kind of an issue there on Kyle Watt's car on the warm-up lap, and he hasn't made it out. You can see it just parked inside. It's actually just over my right shoulder in our commentary booth. That's where we're commentating from today, in the 2 wheels and up to 60 seconds studio. Motormouth's just joined us as well. How you doing there, Brent? Thanks so much, buddy. Now, it is not so lack of the weather here, Brent, I can tell you. The weather is overcast and very good possibilities of some wetness coming through the day. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But as they complete lap number 1 of 8, it is Lionel Janssen, Theo Vermaak, Peter Hills, and Richard Carr who are the top 4. Kelly Fletcher, good start, up into 5th place ahead of Sean van der Linde. And then van der Linde being pushed there by Brandon Hills and Josh Smith. Marcel Bluchnoot and Vaughan Hills, and then Chloe Stewart at the back of the pack. So we'll watch out for the Victron car, see how she goes through this pack and see what happens in terms of that rookie championship. As I said, I wasn't too concerned about the rookie championship, but I forgot about Chloe. She is here, so there's a very good chance that Chloe will take the lead of the rookie championship over Jaden Tromp, who hasn't made it down here for the round of regionals at the Killarney International Raceway. Change up for the lead. Theo Vermaak on the inside, and that DOE quality parts machine moves up into the lead of the race as they're going to Cape Town corner. Perfectly timed there from his point of view. Doesn't quite get the drive though. He compromised it slightly coming out of Cape Town corner, and he's going to try and hang on to that inside line using the slipstream behind him. Those Peter Hills. Peter Hills could change things up here dramatically down into turn 1. Vermaak leads across the line, but Hills comes out in the slipstream and gets through on the inside. Oh, the wily old fox is at it. Peter Hills leads into turn 1. Theo Vermaak into 2nd now, and initial race leader Lionel Janssen has dropped down to 3rd. Janssen putting the pressure on though, big time. And Richard Carr's about to join the party. Fletcher and Carr not too far behind those top 3. Almost a 5-way fight here for the lead. There's about 2 car lengths there between 3rd and 4th place, but that gap's about to be closed down now under braking into Damps. Watching in the background as well for Brandon Hills. He's made his way up into 7th place there in the number 33, all yellow, and a brand new helmet in that cockpit as well. So looking to try and close things down there and use that bit of luck maybe with the new helmet to move himself up a little bit higher. Vermaak hangs on to the inside line. He's not going to give that up without a fight. And retakes the lead into Cape Town corner. So Theo is on a charge here, big time. Theo Vermaak is having a fantastic run here. He certainly loves Killarney, that is for sure. A man who's normally running sort of 5th to 6th place now in that top 3 hunt and found something special. Remember, he also participated in a V and a slightly changed engine, slightly different engine configuration, I should say, at the Samola Hill climb earlier on this year. So definitely a man to watch out for in terms of improvements in his car. And that DOE quality performance machine is doing a superb job at this stage. CIM, of course, Lubrifuel are our associate sponsors with this category, and it's great to see that all the associate sponsors are getting exactly what they need out of this category. The type of race action that's provided by Formula V's is pretty much right up there in single-seaters worldwide. It's one of the longest-standing single-seater championships in the world, and it's certainly the longest here in South Africa. So Formula V back down in the mother city for the first time in a long time, and great to have them here. If you didn't see that car, we understand that's Josh Schmidt. He just snuck through there. All you saw was wheels. There's no bodywork on that car because the camouflage just doesn't let you see anything there. So great job there from the sign writers. All you can see is Josh Schmidt's helmet and the set of wheels on that Formula V as he comes through Sorrel Sweep. Down the back straight away. This time more slipstream happening, and this time it's Lionel Janssen trying to use that slipstream to get through on Peter Hills. Peter Hills holds the inside line. He knows exactly where to place his car here. You can see the experience that Hills has had possibly coming down here to Cape Town on a few more occasions than the drivers that are on his tail. And he knows exactly where he needs to be and when he needs to be there as well. And it's going to prove to be vital by the time we get to the end of this race. So we're at the halfway stage. 4 done, 4 to go. Peter Hills holds onto that inside line. Wow, Richard Carr on the inside. Diving through there. Trying to find a way through onto the inside, possibly, of Theo Vermaak. And move himself up into 3rd place. Has he done it? No, he tucks in behind Vermaak. So Vermaak hangs on to 3rd place for now. but it's pretty tight here between these 4 cars. And Fletcher's there, and so is Brandon Hills joining the party. Sean van der Linde, and that 4 sets of Dunlops driven by Josh Schmidt just in the background. The SNS Racing man has now joined the party, and it could literally be here an 8-car fight for the lead. That's how close it is. If you look at the split, Peter Hills down to Josh Schmidt is half a second. Half a second between 8 cars, and we finished 4 laps of an 8-lap race. Shows you that this is the kind of race action that a lot of these guys join Formula V for. This Formula V Championship has been pretty spectacular all season long. Now looking for a chance to sneak back up to the lead. Lennell Janssen does that. Lennell Janssen is going to try and hang on to the lead now for the next 3 laps if he can. They're about to complete lap number 5. Janssen pushing hard and staying ahead of Peter Hills. Peter Hills comes out of the slipstream though, down the main straightaway. He comes across onto the side wall there, so showing that he's got the knowledge that that wall is actually probably the better line to be on. Lennell Janssen has lost out there due to that. Janssen was on the more windy side of the main straightaway, and he didn't quite get the same amount of drive. The wind factor and the blocking that wall gives you helps you out a huge amount, and Peter Hills has used that to great advantage. Big dive on the inside there coming from Theo Vermaak as well, possibly for second. No, he has to slot in again behind Lennell Janssen for second. Doesn't quite get there. Now trying to find a way through there is Richard Carr. And Brandon Hills has got through on Fletcher. Smith now onto Fletcher's tail, and behind Smith comes Sean van der Linde. Van der Linde dropped back slightly as well now. 3 cars at the back of that 8 have got about 2 car lengths to make up under braking. Fletcher's got to try and do that. Kelly Fletcher there looking for a chance to close down on Brandon Hills, who's now up into that 5-way fight for the lead. Peter Hills comes across and looks to hang on to that lead, but with the slipstream effect, he knows he's got to be able to use the slipstream on the last lap. So that's possibly why he's dropping back slightly, allowing Theo Vermaak through, allowing Lennell Janssen through. Well, he's not allowing Theo Vermaak through. He's fighting for that second place. He comes backing him out of Cape Town corner. The bank turn. Richard Carr now goes into slipstream mode, trying to find a bit of slip there from Theo Vermaak, and so does Brandon Hills. Brandon Hills has now got through on Richard Carr. Richard Carr comes backing him under braking, though, down into turn 1. Wow, that's amazing. Hole's Hook was a special corner in any form of racing in the world, but here in Cape Town, Hole's Hook, of course, is a very treacherous left-hander, almost a double left-hander that they go through at turn 1 there. Car's in the mix, but up to 4th place now is Brandon Hills. He has a move from Smith on the inside as well, just in the background there. Watch for Smith in those in that camouflage car, trying to find a way through on Fletcher. Fletcher hangs on for now. But Smith's got the inside line for Damstip. Can he find a way through? Might just be able to squeeze past. And has done. No, he hasn't. Tucks in behind. But what has happened is the gap has closed down. So once again, it's now all 8 cars. Or 7.5, I'd say. Because Sean just lost out a little bit of drive coming out of Damps there. And up the back straightaway towards Sorrel Sweep. Right, so it's 3x3 down towards turn 5. This time, Lennell Janssen's got the inside line. Can Peter Hills hang on to the outside? No, he can't. They got 1 lap and 1 corner to go. So, someone with a big moment there. Touching the inside curb was Theo Vermaak. Took out his nose cone by the looks of it. He's hit his nose cone. And yeah, Vermaak has got a problem. That nose cone has come off the car. He keeps it buried though. He's not even worried about the nose cone coming off. He's staying in the hunt. Even though that nose cone has come completely off the car, it's going to affect his aerodynamics for sure down the main straightaway here. And that was allowing Richard Carr and Brandon Hills to tuck through. I think what he might have done is just touch the inside curb there. So as he touched that inside curb, you could see Theo Vermaak lost the front end and possibly lost that nose cone. We got 1 lap to go here. And as they get down to Damstip, it's half a lap. And Peter Hills is in the right place. But is he? Because the slipstream effect is so big here in Cape Town. Lennell Janssen might have placed his car perfectly. If he can just stay up close and personal, he might be able to outbrake under slipstreaming down towards turn 5. Vermaak going to try to do the same thing there on Carr. He might not have the aerodynamics of that nose cone on the front end, but he's now going to try and stay as close to Richard Carr as possible and still give him a chance of maybe squeezing through and getting up into that top 5 and maybe even onto the podium. They're coming up on some back markers at the back of the field, so we'll keep an eye on that one. I think one of them might be the Victron car there of Chloe Stewart. But it's Peter Hills who hangs on incredibly. That inside line does not allow Lionel Jansen through. He comes wide out of turn 5 though, and it might compromise his drive. There is a back marker in the way here. As they come to the line, the back marker gets completely out the way. They're side by side. It's Peter Hills who just sneaks through. Hills sneaking through, and how's that for Mark around the outside? Using the slipstream, does he get through? Yes, he does. Theo for Mark just beating Brandon Hills to the line. It's, it can only be a couple of hundreds. Yeah, 200ths of a second there between for Mark and Brandon Hills, using the slipstream despite not having a nose cone on the front of that car, and hangs on to third place. So Peter Hills goes one better than what he qualified. He goes to the top step of the podium and wins race 1. Lionel Jansen in second place. What a drive there from him. Tried to use the slipstream down the back straight. Didn't quite work out. He finishes in second place. Ahead of Theo for Mark, who certainly used the slipstream to perfection to get through there on Brandon Hills and Richard Carr. And that was after a lap and a half ago, losing the nose cone in Cape Town. Sure, what a way to start the day. Hope we're going to get more of the same throughout the day with this kind of racing. That is certainly what we expect to see from Formula V's, and they never let us down, as I said. But great to see that. And, of course, the crowds here, despite it being chilly, despite it being wet, still the Cape Town Massive are starting to make their way into the Killarney International Raceway for round number 5 of the Extreme Festival of Regional Championships. Peter Hills, Theo for Mark, Brandon Hills, Richard Carr, and Josh Smith. A fantastic effort there from them. And we look forward to, of course, 2 more races of Formula V here today. A 10-lapper later on this afternoon, and then an 8-lapper a bit further on in the RV as well. But let's get into how things are going to go from here on out. We have got the Lauda Car Classics. There you go, official results, or unofficial results, I should say. It's Peter Hills, Lionel Jansen, Theo for Mark, Brandon Hills, and Richard Carr, your top 5. Josh Smith beat out Kelly Fletcher, and a good run there from Sean van der Linde as well. But up next, we're heading into the Lauda Car Classics. They're up next. We've got BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D and E. They will be together. Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. We've got a second race, as I said, of DOE Formula V. The Rookie Cup will be out as well from Volkswagen. We've got Ferro Energia, 111 GT Sports and Saloons, and Super Hatch. And we've got Mobile 1 V8 Supercars, and then classes A, B, and C of the BMW M Performance Racing Series to take us through the first half of the day. And then we've got a big fan walk and circuit cleanup. And that's possibly going to be around about 2 o'clock, because we're about half an hour behind. So expect to see that as well later on. But we wrap things up here with Formula V. We'll be back shortly with the Lauda Classics. So if you just joined us, a big welcome to the Extreme Festival celebrating Women's Day yesterday here in South Africa, of course. So a big welcome to all our ladies watching. Hope you're enjoying all the action that we've seen so far. We saw Chloe Stewart having a fantastic run in the DOE Formula Vs. Looks like there's a problem there for Malcolm. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem there. Aiton Bogard, unfortunately, out at turn 2. He's had to put that forward fair lane of his and park it on the sideline at Cashel Corner, which is not what he wanted. And, of course, if you have joined us for Regional Extreme Festival, you're definitely not going to be disappointed with this additional class thrown into the mix. It's a Cape Town-based class, and, of course, it is all Lauda cars sponsored. But if you look at the cars that come to do the lineup and come and have a look and see what they're capable of doing, everybody's sort of coming to do a stop on the grid, and I'm not quite sure if everybody realizes that it's probably a rolling start. So guys having to take up their positions. Franco Donadio leads out. He's in the little Chevy out front there, of course. He's going to be looking to try and push that Chevy to the top step of the podium. He'll be pushed hard by Lindenberg Racing's James Temple in the Daytona Coupe. We've got Wynand Nel out there. He'll be looking forward to a big battle, of course. And there you can see the array of cars. These are all classic and sort of, I wouldn't say old cars, but there's a couple of vintage and classic cars in the mix here. But it is known as the Lauda Cars Classics. As I said, Franco Donadio there in the little Chevy out front alongside James Temple. Then you can see Wynand Nel, Donadio Plant Hire, Ford Escort. Pierre Violo is out there as well, looking for a chance to come through there. Look at the amount of 325 IS shadow lines in this pack as well. Great to see a whole bunch of those. A Toyota Corolla in there as well. It's a former, I think a former Group N car there, if I'm not mistaken. That'll be piloted there by, I think, Bruce Avon Taplin. You've got David Ardorf out there, Arlendorf. He'll be looking forward to a big battle. Unfortunately, as I said, we've lost Malcolm. Aiton Bogard is parked on the left-hand side of this camera position that we're in right now. There's the Porsche out there as well. Great to have that. In fact, there's two Porsches. You've got the 910 and the 936, or the 912 and the 936 there, Speedster. There's a 240 Datsun involved as well. Great to have that in the class. And a Volkswagen Jetta 1. No, it's not a Fox. It's the Jetta 1 that man is piloting at the back of the pack as well as they come around now for their second warm-up. Remember, they'll do 2 warm-up laps under the safety car. And then I think it's a rolling start for these guys, if I'm not mistaken. So Franco Donadio will set the pace initially in the little Chev. But keep an eye out on some big pressure being applied onto him almost instantaneously by James Temple from Lindenberg Racing in that Daytona Coupe. Okay, safety car moves off the circuit now. You can see those lights going out. And now handing the duties to Franco Donadio to sort things out here in terms of the start. Everybody just slotting into their positions just behind. They don't want to be too far back. The back cars will probably be in full third gear by now, in full flight. These guys in the front, either first or second. As the lights go out, we'll drop the hammer and we go down towards turn 1 with an epic battle expected here between the Chevy and Ford-powered machines out front. Donadio hangs on to the lead of the whole shot. Around the outside, Pierre Low in that RX-7 Mazda. Good start from him. Wynand Low coming through. Wynand Nel, I should say, just tucking in to what is now third place, but under a bit of pressure there from the RX-7. Temple looking for a way to go through early. Doesn't quite get there. Is that Bogard back? No, it's not Bogard back on again. That does, I think, David Ardorf that comes through there as well. Another big Ford. Paige Lindenberg at the back end, fighting with the Group N cars there. 325 IS Shadowline and the Toyota Corolla. And Lindenberg in the mix there with the Ford Fairlane. So looking for a chance now to squeeze through and possibly give them a run for his money. Oh! Sideways action coming out there from the 356 there of Freddie Finnick Jr. So, no, that was, I think that was actually the 36 car there who got a bit out of shape. Yeah, Mark Aiton Bogard getting a bit out of shape there. So, not quite how he wanted to come out of Damstip. The back end stepping out in that big Ford of his. And he had to just come off the loud pedal slightly, which lost him the drive there to the Mazda. So, some big fights here and great battles expected in this little category. And, of course, when I say little category, it's quite a big field of cars that are on track here at the moment and being piloted around here by some of Cape Town's finest drivers and some of the international drivers that we've got here coming down, of course, for this weekend. So Donadio leads out over Temple. Temple over... I don't think that's Paige Lindenberg. I think they might have got that car slightly wrong there in third place. It's probably another car with number 23 on it that they might have been picking up on. If I'm not mistaken, the third place car at this stage is going to be Mark Bogard. Yes, it is. Mark, and there we go. Timing has just set itself straight there. The second car they're getting mixed up with, of course, is the second of the number 23 cars there. I'm just going to try and pick it up on my WhatsApp group messages that came through about this class. So wait and see exactly how that all goes and whether or not they've got that sorted out. But I think the second car there is Vaynard Nell. And Vaynard Nell should be number 23 usually, but today he's running number 2. So I think they put an X through that car, and that's probably why the timing monitor might be picking up on it just slightly incorrectly. Just trying to find where they qualify. There we go, they're qualifying for the classics. There it is, that's what I need. And if I look at that, yeah, there were definitely two number 23s there, and we've got to change up in terms of that. So as they come through there, the 356 Porsche is Ferdy Finnick Jr. Right on his tail is the number 70 Porsche 912 of Charlie Arton. Charlie Arton normally piloting something slightly bigger than that. He's normally either in a big Mustang or in one of the V8 Masters cars. I'm sure we'll see him in the V8 Masters a bit later on. He's a seasoned campaigner in that category. So it's a big move on here. Piavia being attacked. Yeah, the 81 Mazda RX-7 just being outgunned there into turn number 1. And a change up there between the two cars fighting for what is 4th place on track at the moment. And then further back here, the change up in the Porsches as well. We're seeing Charles Arton getting through there on Ferdy Finnick Jr. So Jr. now drops behind in the 356. Then the BMW 325 IS is just on their tail. Dirk Venter just up the road from them. There you can see him. There he goes through Damstip at the moment. This is a fantastic little battle here between the two Porsches. Watching those two go at it. Classic Porsches out there, of course, the Porsche 912. And fighting hard there with the 356A. Always good to have an RX-7 out on track, especially when you got overcast conditions like we got today. Because under braking and then underneath that down change, you're just going to see a massive flame come out of that rotary-powered RX-7 as it goes down the main straightaway. We might get to see it now. This is, of course, the 23 car that's running number 2 today. It says Paige Lindenberg, but it's actually Kopka in that car. So Dave Kopka, of course, in the 23 R100 Mazda. They are picking up on the timing monitor that it's Paige, but Paige, of course, is in the 23 Ford Fairlane a bit further back. And I think she might just be behind that battle. Yeah, there she comes now. The fight there between the 7.7 of Bruce Avon Taplin in the Toyota Corolla, and right on his tail is that 95 325 IS of Ardendorf. So it's RDF and Avon Taplin fighting hard, with Paige Lindenberg tucked in behind there, just circulating, looking for a chance to take honours in the 8-cylinder class. Remember, they split the classes in terms of the engine configuration here. We've got 8-litre or 8-cylinder machines, 6-cylinder machines, 4-cylinder 2-litre machines, and I think there's 4-cylinder straight up, but no, all 4-cylinder 2-litres. So if you've got a V4 2-cylinder, a 2-litre, that's what you can race here. If you've got a V6 or a V8, that's where they want you to come and play. And it's always good to have the lighter cars, classics, as part of a race day here at Killarney International Raceway. Lots of support for this category. So Paigey hangs on for now. She's got Dirk Venter closing her down slowly but surely in the number 24 machine, the second of the Daytona Coupes coming out of Lindenberg Racing. In those famous Lindenberg white and blue colours. Her brother-in-law up the road, of course, is fighting for second place, trying to keep Mark Bogard out of the top step and the hunt for those second places. But it's V8s 1, 2, and 3 on track at the moment, with Franco Donadio leading out in the little Chevy. Toyota Corolla versus IS Shadowline in towards turn 2, and then we got Fairlane versus the Daytona Coupe. But further back, joining that party with the Porsches now, is the 240Z. A nice run there from that 240Z. Pick up who that's Arnie Neveling, of course. So Arnie Neveling getting into the 240Z. He was supposed to be in Ford Mustang, if I'm not mistaken, but I think that engine blew yesterday in one of the practice sessions. So he lost out a bit of ground there and had to go and find a change of car. They found him a car to pilot. That's really cool. Somebody had a 240Z down here for him to climb into, and arguably one of SA's most underrated drivers, in my opinion, is Arnie Neveling. If you look at the current crop of Formula One drivers and the likes of Magnussen and a couple of other drivers, Arnie Neveling at one stage in his career was leading a single-seater championship in Europe, and actually was ahead of all those drivers that are now in Formula One seats. So, you know, what would have happened had he not run out of money? What were the possibilities of him joining an F1 team and being another driver for South Africa? Lots of possibilities. But right now, he's in a 240Z, closing down on a big battle between an IS Shadowline, two Porsches. And on his tail, he's being closed down as well there pretty rapidly by a couple of seasoned campaigners in this Lauda Car Classics field. It's the Volkswagen Jetta 1, who's actually just in the background there as well. Great to see that. I think that's Marius Ferry who pilots that Jetta 1 as he comes across the line. So we've got Charles Arton, Rob Rowe, Ferdy Finnick Jr., Arnie Neveling and Marius Ferry all fighting for honours here. That's just outside the top 10. Rowe at this point hangs on to that top 10 place, or does he? Yes, he does. He does, only just ahead there of Charlie Arton. A couple of these cars, of course, have come up to the northern part of South Africa, up towards Johannesburg and Pretoria, to participate in some classic and vintage style car events there. Leaders catching this pack now as well. You see Franco Donadio starting to make his way into this pack of Porsches, BMWs, Datsuns and Jettas. Gets held up slightly there by the 356 of Finnick Jr. If I'm not mistaken, Ferdy Finnick Jr. also has a big Ford Galaxy in his racing stable, so I'm sure he brings that out on a few occasions to participate in the Lauda Car Classics category here. 11 runs slightly wide, that's Rob Rowe. And in that Martini Racing colours scheme in the 325 IS, looking good. Change up here between Venter and Lindenberg. So we've got a change for the fight there for 8th and 9th place. Up into 8th place now is Dirk Venter and Paige Lindenberg down to 9th. It's a big gap there between Donadio and James Temple. So the Donadio plant hire Chevy Can-Am is doing a superb job around here. It really hasn't got anybody to answer to here. The additional power that car brings, and of course its handling has been synonymous in motorsport in its day. But take nothing away from James Temple. He's in a very, very capable car out of Lindenberg Racing in that Ford Shelby Daytona Coupe, but just doesn't seem to have the legs on what the Chevy's got. There's the gap as he heads up into Sorrel Sweep. We still don't even see the first of the Shelby Daytona Coupes. He has the second one and still stays ahead of the Ford Fairlane. In fact, looks like possibility. No, I think they might just hang on. So Franco Donadio coming down onto the braking point here for Cape Town Corner. Is he going to make Dirk Venter and Paige Lindenberg's day a little bit? Give them one less lap to do here? Or are they going to hang on and get across the line before the checkered flag comes out and have to continue on? No, they're going to make it. Only just. So they'll get through and have to do another lap in anger. But checkered flag is out and Donadio takes the victory. Pretty easily done as he wraps up race 1 of the Lauda Cars Classics. You'll see him roll out going through turn number 1, Holzhoek. The two ahead of them are still in full flight. They've still got to finish up this race. It doesn't look like it's done just yet there. Cross the line, Rob Rowe hang on for the top 10, beating Charlie Arton. And Ferdy Finnick Jr. Mark Aiton Bogard will still hang on for 3rd place there. Good run from him. Feyenoord Nel in the R100 will hang on for his 4th place. And nicely done there from Bruce Aventaplin and David Oladef for the battle between the Toyota Corolla and the BMW 325 IS Shadowline. So there they come, wrapping things up there. It is a great start to the day so far from the Regional Extreme Festival here in Cape Town. We're at the Killarney International Raceway, and a big welcome to everybody who's joined us from all around the world on our live stream. If you are watching on our live stream, of course, as always, please go ahead and like and share it onto all your platforms so we can grow what we're doing here. Yeah, definitely. You just see a couple of comments coming in from our page, and of course there'll be a whole bunch on the Extreme Festivals page. If I don't get to you guys, I know that Paulie will be watching out for any pertinent comments that come up on the Extreme Festival page or on YouTube. But Pops is in the house. Thanks, Brett. Yeah, the weather looks challenging, Pops. I can tell you it's not lacquer at all. It's a little overcast. The wind is pumping here. But if the wind's pumping, hopefully it'll keep the rain away. We did have a little bit of a drizzle this morning, but it seems to have cleared up, and hopefully it just stays dry. According to the weather app that we've been using here, which has been pretty accurate so far this weekend, we're expecting a bit of wetness, and it'll be pretty heavy wetness coming down here at about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Brendan Kelly, I hope you enjoyed that one. I know you were looking forward to that battle, but great to have you here as well, Motormouth. And we're going to be back on track shortly with action in the next part of the day's proceedings, coming from the BMW M Performance Racing Series, classes D and E.
In the world to have a clubhouse and an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club, and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The best car club in Cape Town.
Cars on track now for our first heat of BMW M Performance Racing Series. It's classes D and E that are going to make their way out to the circuit. Apologies there for the little break in proceedings. Yeah, we are running slightly behind on the normal program that was published, of course, as well earlier on. And that's due to the fact that we've got some cool and pretty tricky conditions out there. Fortunately, no rain yet. That's a good thing. If the rain can just stay away, a lot of the categories will be pretty happy. But we did manage to catch up with a couple of the contenders in the M Performance Racing Series yesterday to find out what their plans are as they head out onto circuit.
Yeah, it's been an eventful 2 days with the rain. We haven't had a dry session yet with the Ds, so let's hope it stays dry now and we can get our last practice and our qualifying at 4 o'clock. Hopefully we can get some dry times and some dry running, put it that way. So yeah.
Yes, so we arrived and weather hasn't been too great, but it's been awesome. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Nice to be amongst all the locals. Hoping for a dry session soon. Out in about an hour, so a dry session would really be nice to see what kind of times we can do around here. But awesome weekend. Loving the locals, loving the town, and loving the track.
So with those cars out on track, and quick chat there to the man on pole position, Claudio Jardim. Nice to see him pushing hard to get to the front end there, but hasn't had it all his own way, as Bernard de Gouveia joins me in the commentary booth and tells me that it looks like Claudio had to buy his wife an anniversary present yesterday.
Morning, Greg. Yeah, and welcome to everyone. Shame, Claudio had his anniversary yesterday, so congrats to him and Debbie. But he went off and broke his radiator, so he bought her a radiator for the anniversary.
That is exactly what Debbie wanted, I'm telling you right now, if I know her.
But, before we get started, I'd just like to...
We'll do that again, shall we? Because Bernard didn't have his mic on. So good morning to you, Bernard de Gouveia.
Morning, Greg. Let's try take two.
Yeah, take two was to say that Claudio Jardim had some issues yesterday, and on his anniversary, looks like he bought his wife a new present.
Yeah, so Claudio went off yesterday and he broke his radiator, and so decided to buy his wife a radiator for the anniversary. So congrats to Claudio and Debbie on your anniversary yesterday. All the best. And yeah, I just want to, before we get started, I'd like to thank all the Cape Town race drivers for the warm welcome we've received coming up.
Hello.
Well,
have you looked outside our door?
They tried. But yeah, just a big thank you, because they've, whatever we want, they just come and take. What do you need? We have like Shane, for example. He broke his gearbox yesterday. Neon organised him a gearbox in his workshop. We've had, like Mansour Parker, I had issues with my car, missing all day yesterday. Organised us plugs, Ubers it to the track, everything. Claudio, his radiator came from Mansour's shop as well. So yeah, they've been really nice to us, very good to us. So big thank you to all the Cape Town race drivers, and it's a pleasure being here and an honour being here in Cape Town. It's our first time.
It's great to see you as well. Some BMW supporters on the sideline there. You saw that little X3 parked on the sideline. But look at the car out front. Looks like you got somebody special organising a little safety car there, hey?
Yeah, and a big thank you to Niaz Modek. He also assisted us with getting some of the cars down here on his carriers. And he organised us a nice blue M4 CS. It's a very limited car in South Africa, so thank you to Niaz.
Terrible, eh? Terrible. He, of course, will be piloting his BMW later on in classes A, B and C with you. And I believe the man who's sitting, where is he, in 7th place overall today, Ernest Page, is going to come join me for commentary with you guys.
Yeah, so the Herbst father and son team, they didn't make it down to Cape Town. So obviously Nicholas is not yet to commentate with you. So I asked Ernest and he said yes. So hopefully you can do a good job a bit later.
He's never been on a mic before, so he's probably going to battle a little bit.
I think he's shy.
We'll see what happens. So let's have a look at it. Claudio Jardim and Trevor Long, the two guys we chatted to initially there in the pre-race interviews. They're on the front row, but Dewald Smith and Shane Grobler. You said gearbox issues there for Shane, so he could have possibly flown some in if Mayfair could have sorted him out. Eh?
Yeah, unfortunately, obviously it's a bit far, but Neon's got a workshop on the track and he had one lying around there, so yeah, they've sorted it out. He spent this morning fitting the gearbox and he's on track, so hopefully it'll be all good.
I can tell you right now, having raced in production cars here and a couple of times on motorcycles as well, the Cape Town Massive in terms of the guys behind the scenes are always incredible. You need something, as you said, you go down the pit lane and somebody will have a spare part for you, somebody will make a plan so that you're not seated in the grandstands watching or alongside me as a commentator. you're on track in your race car and about to go to battle. And I think that just shows what this Killarney International Raceway and the team. And when I say the team, I'm talking about everybody that's involved in the raceway, because this is it's a community. It's a huge amount of people that have a massive amount of love for the sport that you and I both enjoy the most.
Yeah, look, even at home with our race series, we have that same camaraderie. But it was awesome. Like yesterday, I said, I had a miss on my car all day. I only did one session. It was qualifying, and Ahmed came into the car, fiddled around with it, and it's sorted. So hopefully it's still sorted. We'll see how it goes. I had local knowledge on a S54. So,
knows exactly what to do. Now, let's just have a look at that. Hold on a second. If you just take that spark plug out and replace it with an NGK, boom, it works.
So, but big thank you to Ahmed as well for helping us out. And now we're going to start now with the formation lap. And as we know, it's a rolling start. And soon we'll be going again.
See my good mates in the taxi this weekend. Matty Wadley jumping into the taxi this weekend. Looking forward to a big battle with him. He's going to have Johan Miller and Reinhard Potgieter on his tail, looking to hunt him down as quickly as possible. I think a danger man, though, here between those top two is going to be the car in third place there. And we're going to have to keep an eye out on whether or not Dierwald, possibly even Shane, sneak through and give them a run for their money.
Yeah, I know Dierwald's done a bit of upgrades to the car, so hopefully he can get it right. And I think that car should come and join us in Class C. That's the right place for that car. We need to spur on Dierwald to come and join us. And you mentioned there Reinhard Potgieter. Also a big thank you to the guys who came from PE. There was about 3 or 4 entries from PE. So thanks to those guys that came and joined us our series.
Well, I got a guy that's watching all the way from Zimbabwe there. His name's Darren Prodigy. I know he might have a BMW at some point that he's got in his race stable. Darren, if you ever want to join this category, buddy, and on a race day, it's certainly one of the biggest growing classes in South Africa. In fact, I think it is the biggest growing class in South Africa in terms of motorsport at the moment. The M Performance Racing Series. If you've got a little 325 somewhere that you've parked in Bulawayo, bring it down. Come and join us.
I'm sure you can ask old Darren Winterboer to come and join. He's raced with us many a time in the past.
Has indeed. Yeah, they're both good mates there down in
Actually,
Zimbabwe.
his old car is racing. Ryan Nike has his old car, Boris.
That's right.
So it will be racing it today. So I'm sure Darren's watching from back home in Zim.
So they come around Cape Town corner and get into their allotted positions. You'll see that M4 move off the track. The hazard lights will go off for them. Put proper pace car lights onto it. Understandably, don't want to go and ruin a car like that. But the hazard lights
it's got a carbon roof as well. That I think was the issue. They couldn't get it
right. You can't stick the magnetic lights on there. But here we go. It is going to be Claudio Jardim to set the pace. As the lights go out for 10 laps of racing, we go racing. Here we go. Down towards turn 1. It's a good start off the front end there for Jardim, but Trevor Long comes alongside him as they head down in towards Holshoek for the first time. Already some chopping and changing there for what is going to be 5th and 6th place. Matty Wadley on the inside trying to find a way through there on Miller. Miller hangs on for just one corner, but the two of them going through there pretty wide from Miller. Loses out ever so slightly, and Matty Wadley makes up one place off the grid.
So we've got that start line rule for the start of the race, and it seems like it's worked well. The Cape Townians were a bit confused about it, but that's the whole point, is try and get all the cars through the first corner, because you don't win the race in the first corner.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's worked on a couple of categories in the past as well, Ben. You know, the V8s initiated it when they were still running the classes in V8s, when they said the two big classes.
Double wave yellows
into turn 1. Just keeps everybody calm, get through turn 1, the heat of the moment is then out of the way, and then you can go racing properly.
The red mist.
Yeah.
I see Dierwald, he's fallen back a bit there with his M3, so I don't know if he had a bit of issues on the start line there.
Quite work out for him. I also picked up on that as he came through. I was going to mention it to you.
Claudio's at least still in front, but here comes the Cape Town knowledge now. And that's a turbo 325, if I'm not mistaken, an E30, and you can see the turbo power down the straights.
Yeah, and also
both of them are turbos,
just
actually.
Keep an eye out. There's a man behind the wheel of that car there in terms of Ibrahim Levy, who knows exactly what to do around this track. The Chive Bunny Machine has always been a good car, and with that turbo, of course, it's going to help him out a little bit down that back straightaway.
I must say the local knowledge here with these guys obviously live at the track, because I saw Neon overtake me in places I wouldn't have thought of.
No, 100%. That's exactly right. And I was chatting to a couple of guys yesterday when I was walking through the pits, and they're saying, what do we do to try and learn this track? Particularly the newer guys who've never been to Cape Town before. I said, problems there. Problems on the inside.
That was Dierwald Smith, so he's obviously got a brake issue or something's
gone wrong there, hey?
It's gone a bit sideways. But you can see the local guys have now hit the front. They know the track inside out. Our guys obviously going to battle a bit with these conditions. We're not used to dreary conditions.
The other thing is, as I was about to say, is when you want to learn Killarney, the best way to find the ideal line around Killarney, because I always mention it in race commentary, particularly when we're doing the national series down here, there's a Cape Town line, and that Cape Town line is the fastest way around the track. So if you can find a Cape Town driver and follow him around on a few occasions, you'll find that Cape Town line. A lot of the guys from Cape Town were saying, they were watching your guys, particularly, and I'm saying your guys, I'm talking about the guys that race in the series full time. They were trying to avoid bumps and try and go down the back straight away and don't go into the big bumpy sections, because that's what you would normally do in a race car. However, it's not the fastest line. So the Cape Town guys, you'll see, will hit those bumps. They'll know exactly where they are. They'll know where to lift off. If they've got a big bump coming, they'll know where to get on the power once they've gone over the big bump. And it makes a huge difference to your ability when you're at the track. Matty, a little high up on the banking, but it is a bank corner, so you should still be able to get through turn 5 relatively easily.
Looks like Shane is battling a bit with his car. I don't know if that gearbox is 100%, but at least he's on track and having a bit of fun. That's the aim of the game for us this weekend, is come here, experience Killarney and have fun.
Well, I mentioned Ibrahim Levy. He is the man out front at the moment in that Jive and Armin machine. They're having a fantastic run in that little car, but on his tail, closing down rapidly, comes the MYH Motorsport car of Dexter Bruce. Now, these two are season campaigners, not only in York Series today, but of course down here they have a big clubman's class, and if you mention Ibrahim Levy and Dexter Bruce to the commentators upstairs, they will wax on lyrical about those two and their ability around this track.
And I believe they also have those 4x4 type of 3 series.
They do, yeah, no, they've got Rallycross as 3 series that they run. Yeah, they've got, I think they run the 318s or 325s.
328, I saw, I was looking at,
and there's
Ernest, he's got one as well.
There's probably about 30 or 40 of them, but they run in a full Rallycross style championship down here.
Wherever you go in this world, everyone loves BMW. It's the best brand around, you see.
I have to. You keep telling me this, and I keep waxing on about it, but I'm yet just. Other than when I go to PE, I get an awesome opportunity, of course, there courtesy of the Nelson Mandela Bay team, and get a chance to see exactly what they're all about. They give me a nice car when I get down to PE, but I haven't got one down here in Cape Town, I managed to pick up a nice Suzuki Franks, though. Okay?
We'll have to speak to the Axia as well.
No, we'll get a plan. Don't you worry. So as they come across the line, there you go. The local boys are happy. They got 2 local men out front, and make that 3 because I think Ernest has just joined the party.
I was telling Ernest he should go to Class D, and look, he should have, but he's sitting in Class D. He was I think he's sandbagging. I need to speak to that a bit later. I'm
going to chat to him in the car when he gets here for your Class A, B, and C race. I'm going to say to him, listen, stop sandbagging. Let's get you into a Class D now. I'm actually going to tell him he's been automatically bumped to Class D. We made a decision. Executive decision here in the commentary booth.
I see Matthew's doing quite well, although I don't think he's leading Class E, because Ernest is leading Class E, although he's up front now. Yep. Obviously, the local knowledge, Faisal is in second. So not bad, Matthew Wadley. He's first of the
usual
the
contenders.
Joburg,
the usual contenders.
The Joburg contenders.
So he'll probably make up some ground in that class though. If the other guys from Class C haven't made it down here, so there's a possibility that maybe he'll move up. He's not really involved in the championship.
At the end of the year, we'll drop the guys that do less than 3 rounds in the year. They get dropped, so they will end up pushing up or getting the points for coming first.
I mentioned it earlier on when we were watching the Lauda Cars Classics, and we've got that RX-7 out there with the rotary engine. Having these conditions, overcast, slightly dreary conditions to what we normally race in, particularly when you've got some big BMWs that tend to throw some flames out. It's pretty spectacular. So I hope your cameramen are out there catching them.
Especially Johan Muller. I know the bottom of his car. I don't know how these guys stick their hands out, because we were standing there. Those cars are almost kissing that sidewall there.
No, exactly.
So yeah, hopefully they'll catch. I know Johan Muller, his car spits out flames at the bottom.
Yeah, it's great to see that as well. And of course, later on in the race, maybe not so much in this one, because we've still got about 6 to go. But if it was a slightly longer race, a 15 to 20 lapper, you'd probably start to see the disc brakes starting to heat up as well, and you'll get that red effect under braking.
Yeah, especially with these conditions.
Under the 144 car there of Faisal Jacobs.
I think he's been doing that the whole weekend. I was behind him doing practice, and something's loose there the whole weekend. So.
Okay. So just not too much to worry about.
Not too serious, I think. Yeah, this was a replacement car. It was their Lemon's car, because he had an issue with. I think he had an E36 he originally entered. This is Riza Levy, and they went and fetched their Lemon's car. So luckily, when you're the Levy family, you got BMWs all over the show.
There's a couple in that stable, I've got to tell you. I've raced against them as well when we were doing production cars. I still had my Mini, so it was always great to have them in the pack of Class T. and they would come and join us as part and parcel of that.
They
But,
actually
the
did join
Levy
us.
family have got a really nice collection.
Anwar joined us last year, most of the year,
Yes, yeah.
and Mansoor Parker from Cape Town. They haven't been there this year. They say they'll be back next year, and we've got someone slowing down. Who is that?
Ooh, that's down the back straight away.
I think that's
the leader.
No, that's the. Is it? It is.
That's Ibrahim.
It is. It is.
Ibrahim pulling into pit lane. So that's the leader. That's Ibrahim Levy pulling into pit lane there. That's a big loss to the front end of that field, which is going to give. Hello. No. There's an executive decision now being made. I am stamping my authority on this. Ernest Page will be in Class D for the next race. Okay.
Well, what's his lap times there? 1:26. No, he's not fast enough yet. But I think maybe as the chairman, I'm going to have to go there and twist his little
I think
arm.
as I said, I'm putting my stamp of approval on it. I'm going to rag him when he gets into the commentary booth here with me as
He's
well.
such a sandbagger.
Alrighty, so it isn't Ibrahim Levy, unfortunately, not leading at this stage. I think Ernest is going to move up into the lead because we did see Ibrahim pull into the Park Fermé area at the bottom end of the straightaway. So a bit of changing there that'll be happening.
And it's surprising because normally our regular Class D and E cars are very reliable cars.
Yeah.
So it's surprising to see one of the cars go off in one of these races. It's awesome to see them always finish.
And let me tell you something, what I've seen so far, Hardy Dar, you're taking your life into your hands there, pal.
This is Rory Moore. He's he's from Cape Town. He's new to the racing scene. I was speaking to him briefly. So he just built this car apparently. So I think it's his second race out with the car. So it looks like he's having a bit of issues there.
Yeah, mate.
But hopefully he'll sort it out and he'll be back racing in Cape Town.
A little bit of smoke coming out of the engine as well, which is a bit of concern there. So probably not firing on all the cylinders that it's used to be or should be firing on. But it is always good to see new guys joining race series. You've got M-Fest coming up. You mentioned it earlier on. What's the plans for the racing on that weekend? Is it a full race day, or are you doing Gymkhana stuff as well?
No. So that's BMW Germany AG and BMW South Africa. They host the M-Fest at Killarney, and we've been invited to attend again. So it's just racing. We should have.
Oh, that's huge.
Dewald.
Now, we saw that earlier on. Dewald had a problem under braking into turn one, and he's had it again. There's a bit of, I think, maybe too much brake bias on the left-hand side of that car because he just locks it up into turn one.
I think he's used to drag racing, so I don't know if he knows how to take the corners.
In my ear as well, Paul's saying he did it yesterday into turn two as well. So I don't know if they've got some kind of brake issue on that car.
Must have an issue.
So you can see with M-Fest how things are changing up there.
Yeah, so M-Fest looks like we'll have a split race with ABC and then D&E. We capped at 70 cars.
That's a horrible position to be in, but I got to tell you.
So we have to split it. So
terrible.
Thank you to BMW. So it's end of October. They've been marketing it out there already, 25th, 26th, 27th October at Killarney. Tickets already available. So you're welcome to come and watch us race. We will be racing on the Saturday, each class one race per day, Saturday and Sunday, and then the qualifying will be on the Friday.
Some stuff. I'm sure a couple of the Cape Town guys will come and join you. Maybe we get some of the Eastern Cape guys that have joined you already. We've got change of surface flag being shown there.
Maybe that's why he locked up there.
I don't think so, though. I think that was under
maybe
his own braking. He might have pulled something
soil
onto the circuit, something onto the track as he locked it up there, or maybe there was some fluid drop. But there's a whole bunch of cars that have gone through turn one, holes hooked now with no issues whatsoever. So I don't think it's a change of surface that's required there. I think there's a possibility of a brake issue there on Dewald's car.
Are you sure this guy's a commentator and a TV presenter in front?
Yeah, that's what I got told, eh?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he needs to change his occupation.
Yeah, I know. Listen, he has got a slight ability behind the wheel of a race car. I have seen it on a few occasions. He has participated in that Lemon Series. He's been involved with the South African Endurance Series. Coming up now on Moore.
Some back markers now in the way, so hopefully they'll get through them quite easily. How many laps have we got left?
We're down to 2 and 2 corners. So Cape Town corner and 2 laps after this. So pretty much on his way and plain sailing if nothing goes wrong. That's not his car, though. That's the borrowed car as well, by the way.
That's Dexter Bruce's car, which I think is still behind him. So I think Dexter might be a bit disappointed that his original car is faster than his new car.
Exactly. That
Dexter, I think you should get your car back.
Yeah, I think maybe swap out for race 2 there, Dexter. Yeah. Put Ernest into the other car and you jump into that one. Yeah, but MIH, of course, are the motorsport team that look after both those cars, and as he comes across the line, he'll start his penultimate lap now. I think
MIH, they put some YouTube videos out. They built like, I think, two cars just for this event.
That's incredible.
Same with Neon. I think he ended up building a car just for this event. So well done to those guys.
And it just shows you that the guys are keen to get involved with a series that's become so popular. First of all, from our inland championship side of things, and of course our usual contenders as we spoke about earlier on, but also the fact that when you go to a circuit and the guy has a BMW, you will make a plan to get him into A class.
Yeah, I don't just chase people away. I rather than come and join us, see what it's like, and then hopefully they'll come back one day later. Like we had the Levies and Mansur Parker coming from Cape Town, Nick Naidu and Anand, they come all the way from Durban.
Exactly.
So it's nice to have the guys. Look, it's expensive to get around, the country. That's why we're still a regional category, and that's why we don't have our full contingency. Yeah, but hopefully one day we can have more of these events. It's just the cost is the issue. So luckily we got sponsors. Like for this event, all the Joburg guys, their entry was fully paid by us.
That's fantastic.
So we will then work the guys who couldn't make it. We will work it into the M-Fest for them.
Oh, it's fantastic.
So we try to look after our drivers the best we can.
And that's why they stay, bud.
Even with our Dunlop sponsors, we assist the drivers. Every single race, we assist the drivers with their entry. So thank you also to Dunlop and ATS for their sponsorship.
So our pole man now starting to come back into the mix there with Claudio Jardim, closing on the back end there of Faisal Jacobs. So those two are going to be fighting hard here for the final positions, 44 and 144.
I think that's that radiator that he bought for the anniversary. That's working very well.
Exactly. It works well in the cool conditions. His wife might have been a little bit hot-headed about that radiator yesterday, but she'll be pretty happy with the performance so far. But can he get to the front is what we need to see. Because if he can, it means that we're going to have a Class D competitor into second place. And that'll be the first of Class D, because currently it's Class E 1 and 2.
Yeah, so look, I would have preferred those guys to have been in Class D, or even that E46 M3 to be in Class C, similar car to mine. So I would have said probably Class C, but we weren't sure of our breakout times for this event.
Yeah.
And I gave it a bit of extra meat, so I just don't break out, they come all the way down.
No, for
here.
sure.
So,
and that's the learning curve
and
about
there's a
coming
move
down
there on
here.
Claudio. What a move there.
Claudio on the inside of Sorrel Sweep is not an easy move to make, and he makes it stick.
I wonder if he's not actually a local. Because good
He
job
knew that
did
inside line, that inside line. That's not an easy move to make through that very fast double right.
Well, I had Nian go around me on the outside there.
So, but then you know that he knows the Cape Town line. You see, you weren't on the Cape Town line. All right, coming to the line now is going to be Ernest Page. He'll be joining me in commentary later on for classes A, B, and C. But he's going to take the first victory of the day. We are definitely going to give him hell. There you can see Mr. Levy on the sideline as well. Happy with the performance there. But I wonder what happened with that car. Something must have gone wrong. He came back out again, but we'll keep an eye on that.
There's our winner, Ernest. Well done, Ernest. And our first Joburg guy in second place, Claudio Jardim.
Pole position man gets second place, gets the win in Class D as well. That's important. Nice one from Faisal Jacobs. He'll finish up in third place overall, but second in Class E. Class D, second place is Trevor Long. There he goes, the roof surgeon. And Matty Wadley! Come on, boy! Top 5!
We need to fix that one headlight there, looks like.
Look at that, Top 5 for Matty Wadley. What a way to go.
And Obas leading Class E, comes out there in fifth overall. And Dewald managed to finish even with his braking issues.
Well, we'll try and find out what happens, and I'm sure you'll let us know about that when you get back here later on. Good luck for race 1 later on in classes A, B, and C. There's the unofficial results, of course. Page ahead of Jardim, Jacobs, Long, Wadley, Miller, Dewald Smith ahead of Shane Grobler, and Reinhard Potgieter and Reza Levy into the top 10. Ibrahim got back on track. He eventually finished up in 11th place, so a nice run there from him, but something certainly didn't go quite according to plan there for the Jive machine of Ibrahim Levy, who was, of course, at the front end early on. We'll expect to see him back there in race 2 later on this afternoon with BMW M Performance Racing Series. On track right now is the first heat of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge, classes A, B, and C all combined. It's going to be, no, in fact, the classes A and C, I beg your pardon, I think are racing today. I'm not sure if they're combining them all into one category. I think it's just classes A and C that are going to start things out here for us. Let's just double check that on what I've got. No, Paybar Volkswagen Challenge, I've got everybody together, Paul, according to the program. So I think it's all classes combined. They've only split BMW into A, B, and C, and D and E. So, well, we'll wait and see if there is going to be any change there. But what I see on track is A and C on the circuit. So I think, yeah, maybe classes A and C are ahead of class B. B will be out later on all by themselves. Let's have a look and see if I pick that up. According to me, though, it's, yeah, well, that was the, I don't know if there's been a revised program, but on the original program, challenge was all together. So I don't know if that's the case. But if I look, no, it must be. Because I've got class A, I've got class X, and I've got class C that are on track at the moment. So, oh well. It's the race program I'm going to run on the group, so I'll check that as they come around. But while we're waiting, let's go and catch up with one of our competitors that's looking forward to having some fun out on the Killarney International Raceway.
Everything is going well so far. I think the car is well prepared for the event. It's just that the conditions are a bit tricky. You are just not sure whether the next session is going to rain or not. So it just needs you to adjust a little bit of your driving. But I think everything so far is going well. I think we're having fun. It's a beautiful track. I enjoy it. It's nice and fast. Yeah, thank you.
So just confirming, as we chatted to Mariam Fana there in my ear with my producer Paul Bedford, saying that looks like they're going to run classes A, X and C together, and then class B will be on their own with the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. So Rookie Cup and class B will be combined. I think Rookie Cup will probably be in behind class B because that's kind of how they would be in terms of the lap times that those cars are able and capable of doing. As you can see, if you've just joined us here for the first time, we're at a very overcast, windy, but fortunately not wet as yet, Killarney International Raceway. It has stayed dry. The wind has kept the rain away for now, and we're hoping that's going to be more of the same throughout the day, and we can get through pretty much all the racing before we get any wetness coming down. I did see Gordon Barth joined us a bit earlier on. I didn't get your comment, but thanks for that, buddy. Yeah, I'm enjoying the commentary there. The weather is challenging, that is for sure. Daryl Holmes has joined us as well. And looks like Nathan Victor will be leading things out here in Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Skal Gelderhuis, Yuri Swart, Clinton Mercedes, all Cape Town drivers on the first 4 positions of the grid. Usual contenders in Paybar Volkswagen Challenge Class A, Wayne Masters, Bevan Masters, they're in 5th and 6th, ahead of Oliver Hintenas, and then Dean Ross with Bjorn Berthold and Luigi Ferro down in 10th place. Miguel Diaz is 11th. And of course there's a big mix up there between classes A and X in those top 10 cars. In fact, 9th and 10th place there in class X for Volkswagen Challenge. So we're under starters orders now as the lights are about to go on and off. We go racing. Class A will start first. They get a little bit of a breathing room there between themselves. Class X will go with them. And then it's a second start for class C just in the background. You can see them heading down towards Holshoek as A and X make their way there initially. So the first pack into Holshoek for the first time in Paybar Volkswagen Challenge, led out by Nathan Victor in the Summit Racing Machine. Looks like Yuri Swart might have made his way up ever so slightly there. Yeah, he's moved up into second place, tucks in behind Victor. And then Wayne and Bevan Masters under attack there from the 111 car. It looks like, oh, somebody running wide. One of the Masters boys, was it Performance Masters? Yes, it was. That is Wayne Masters running wide out of turn 2. So just going into turn 2 a little bit hot. And that just lost him some ground there. So it's Bevan Masters who leads out the usual contenders in terms of how this category would work on a usual day up in the north of South Africa, or the northern side of South Africa, of course up in Gauteng. Most of the guys spend the majority of their race days. And everybody now squeezing through and getting up into Sorrel Sweep as well. Nice little change up there on the camera. We picked up on that camera now. Good to have that camera with us. And onto the brakes in the Cape Town corner. Pressure being applied there from Yuri diving on the inside of Nathan Victor. Nathan Victor, of course, only a couple of weekends ago, taking a little bit of strain in the National Championships down at East London Grand Prix circuit for the Astron Energy Polo Cup. But yeah, on his home track with the usual contenders he plays with, Skulk Caldenace, Yuri Swart and Clinton Besaidenote. They're all in a massive fight for the front end of Class A. So it's Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Classes A, X and C. Caldenace in third, Besaidenote there in fourth, looking for a way through. Bevan Masters starting to slide now as they go down into turn one. He got a bit out of shape out of turn one there, but manages to still hang on to fifth place ahead of Hinternas. Berthold tucked in behind that. Berthold starting to make his way up into the battle for Class A. Great to see that car getting into the mix there, and certainly a man to watch out for in the future of this class, and possibly in the future of Polo Cup as well, as he might step up, I think, in 2025 into the full national category. His brother, of course, will be involved in the fight for Rookie Cup later on. But superb job so far. That's Chris Tate as well. So Christopher Tate now also into the mix and having a good run. Quite up into the top 10 overall just yet, but of course he will be leading out Class C at this stage ahead of Andy Gossman and Carl Peterson. So Christopher Tate hanging on for the lead of Class C right now, as Class A make their way down to Cape Town again. As I said, the usual contenders, there you go. Masters up on the inside, finds a way past, diving through, and demoting Berthold down one place. So he'll move into third place in our usual championship contenders battle. But remember, Nathan Victor, Yuri Swart, Scott Caldenace and Clinton Besaidenote are still considered Class A for today, even though they are here in their possibly to be GTI Challenge cars that they're piloting there. But what they've tried to do, I think if I remember correctly, they were trying to bring GTI Challenge and Class A from Volkswagen Challenge into very similar trim, so that when guys come up north and come and race up in Gauteng, or guys come down like we've done this weekend with the Regional Extreme Festival, there is a platform for cars to participate in, and makes it pretty even Stevens there. But as you can see, Cape Town boys certainly showing the rest of this pack the way around their home circuit, particularly these top three. Caldenace trying to find a way through there on and he goes a little wide out of Sorrel Sweep, putting wheels in the dirt there. That's cost the opportunity, but he was fastest on the last lap. So Caldenace, the man on the move there for GNA Motorsport, closing things down there on the Alpine Auto House and Umpi Motors machine of Yuri Umpi Swart. But it's the Summit Racing and Floorstone Trend car out front of Nathan Victor, where he likes to be at his home track. It'll bode well for a couple of weeks' time, because remember, we're back here on the 21st of September with the National Championship Extreme Festival, and that brings Astron Energy Polo Cup to the fore. And Astron Energy Polo Cup, of course, the battle for the championship there is Nathan Victor versus Jason Loosemore. Loosemore this weekend, of course, is piloting his oval track car at the Rock Raceway for the big international and national oval track event happening up in Gauteng, in Benoni. And the Team Renegade and Team Red Racing man will probably be watching in between to see the progress of Nathan Victor, knowing that he's on track at the moment in his spare car, not his Astron Energy Polo Cup car. But he's been given a huge run for his money here by two seasoned campaigners in Yuri Swart and Skulk Caldenace. Besaidenote's dropped back slightly there into fourth. Remember, he's a former champion in the National Polo Cup Championship. Bevan Masters looking for a championship in this round, or this year's season of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. He's had an epic fight between himself and his brother Wayne for the honours in Class A. And they've been joined by a youngster in Bjorn Berthold. Luigi Ferro just off the back of that pack. He's in the Alpha ESS and Ferro Energia car. the sponsor of our 111 GD Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch category. That'll be on track shortly as well. So a nice mix-up on how these guys all get together and tend to fight it out in their relative classes. So that GNA Motorsport machine of Skull Culminates once again looking to try and be the fastest on track, and of the two cars ahead of him was. So he's putting pressure onto Umpi and he's putting pressure onto Victor. If you hadn't had a chance to watch it just yet, and you get a chance to get onto Ignition and catch the National Championship coverage that Two Wheels and Up to 60 Seconds brought us on the live stream, and then put a post-production show together. Nathan Victor's save through Potter's Pass is arguably one of the best you ever see through that very, very dangerous corner. He had to avoid a spinning car in front of him of Carl Visser, who got a bit out of shape in the Volkswagen Motorsport car. And Victor went off track on the left-hand side of Potter's Pass and drove down the grass incredibly without crashing, without rolling, to get back on track and still finish up the second heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup. Paybar Volkswagen Challenge, of course. Mike Baglia, the man behind the sponsorship here, is loving the association that he has with this class, and of course he's now stepped up into the Masters category in the National Championship category. So Astron Energy has a Masters class now, which is slowly but surely becoming a big threat in as well, because he fights usually with Wayne Masters, John Kruger and Derek Smallberger in that class, and all four of those drivers of course are ex Paybar Volkswagen Challenge competitors as well. You can see how fast Nathan Victor is going around the circuit, or is that just the possibility that his team didn't quite get the decal work done correctly on that Paybar sticker on his front windscreen, because it's starting to lift. And it's also showing you just how strong the wind is here. If you're peeling a sticker off a car's front windscreen, that's how gusty and windy it is here at Killarney International Raceway today. Look at that, on that front windscreen, the sticker starting to peel off on the front windscreen there of Nathan Victor, our leader. They've got 2.5 laps to go. Ooh, the coastal car is sideways into Sorrel Sweep. Hinternos just hanging on there with the pressure being applied by Wayne Masters. Wayne Masters would have seen that. Going to try and get the slipstream now, because he certainly got better drive out of Sorrel Sweep. Coming in amongst some back markers now from Class C. They come flying up into Cape Town Corner, or down into Cape Town Corner, and close onto the back end there of Dimitri Zafirio. Nice to see Dimi getting back into the race car. Here we go. Across the line they come. Besaidno had to make a choice there on which line he was going to take. A couple of back markers being negotiated there by our leaders as they came down into the main straightaway again. Onto the brakes into turn 1, Holes Hook. Besaidno, as I said, losing a little bit of ground there in the background to these top three. Top three currently lapping in the 24.9s or 25s. 25 dead to be exact when it comes to Nathan Victor's time. Ferro and Miguel Diaz having some fun and games as they come out of holes for the penultimate time. Alpha ESS and Ferro Energia machine feeling the pressure there from that PMD car of Miguel Diaz. Diaz on the inside, could possibly squeeze past. Yeah, he's got ahead. And that PMD Transport Polo, oh, he has got ahead, but they stay side by side, and Ferro comes back at him. Oh, Luigi's loving life down here in Cape Town. Enjoying it there. He could make lots of money, but not today if he was running a Cape Town branch of his company. This solar power, of course, is where he makes his money. And even in cloudy and overcast conditions like today, solar power still works. So he'll be looking to try and get that solar powered car of his to stay ahead of the PMD machine of Miguel Diaz. They're fighting for 10th and 11th place on track, so it's for top 10 honours that. Peterson fighting with it was a big fight there for Class C, in fact. Peterson involved in that one with Mitch Kutsia, Andy Gossman and Christopher Tate, all looking for honours in Class C. At this stage though, it's still Tate who leads out the C battle ahead of Gossman, and Philip Cruz is there in third. The ATE brakes car. Lead cars are onto their final lap, and we're watching them coming out of Castile Corner now. Coming up onto the back end of, I think that might be Mitch Kutsia that they're catching. So Mitch Kutsia and Carl Peterson about to be caught now by the lead cars. Just going to double check on that. 43 is Carl Peterson, yes. I think it's actually Philip Cruiser, just up ahead of him. So, yeah. Peterson, Kutsia and Cruiser about to be caught by the lead car, and using the dirt, Nathan Victor finds a way past. And gets on the brakes for Cape Town corner. Stays in the middle of the lane for the bank corner down in Cape Town. And as he comes out of Fostron corner, the Fostron sponsorship there on that Cape Town corner, he's got good drive and he's managed to hang on, and he's going to take it to the line. So nicely done in the end there from Nathan Victor. He gets past Philip Cruiser as he crosses the line. Philip will have one less lap to do as he's passed by 1, 2, 3 on the road. Nathan Victor, Yuri Swart and Skalk Geldenays. That's how they'll wrap things up there. Tinder Mercedes note, Bevan Masters, Wayne Masters behind that. That's the usual contender. So Wayne not beating his brother today. We're continuing to watch the Class C battle. It's not done yet here between these two. Gossman still looking for a chance there on Tate. Tate going to take it to the line. They've got half a lap to go still in Class C. So we'll take those two cars to the line, watching in the background for the Class C, but also looking at the way they've crossed the line so far. Berthold would have taken Class X. He wins out over Luigi Ferro. And looks like he has managed to hang on to that little fight with the Class X competitors, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's how it'll finish up for Class X. We're now watching Tate and Gossman come onto that back straightaway for the last time. Will Gossman have a go here, possibly under slipstream effect? Is he close enough to have a go at Christopher Tate? No, I think Chris has got a little bit of an advantage on him there, so he wasn't able to get into the slipstream as such to make that overtaking opportunity happen. He has a go down into Cape Town though, so he's not going to give it up without a fight. Nicely done there. Car dock machine fighting hard with Tate out front, and Christopher Tate's going to hang on in the Sportex car. Coming to the line, it is Christopher Tate beating Andy Gossman. Philip Cruiser will get third. He's already crossed the line earlier on, of course, just behind the leaders. And then Mitch Kutsia beats out Carl Peterson for 4 and 5 in Class C. So there's unofficial results. Nathan Victor, Yuri Swart, Skalk Geldenays, Clinton Mercedes note, top of the Class A Cape Town contingent. Usual contenders, Bevan Masters wins out the battle with Wayne Masters. And a nice run from the two of them. They beat out Oliver Hintenas. And then further back in the pack, Class X went to Bjorn Berthold. One out over Luigi Ferro. Fethon's coming to join me here. Open the other door there, Feth, quickly, buddy. Just open the other door there and grab a mic. Here's my good friend Michael as well. I just saw Dimmy out there. Michael, grab the mic there, boy, and just have a quick chat. Don't have to come in. Unless you want to. Get out of the cold. I see you brought me some slippers as well, you bugger.
I have indeed. You passed the comment the last time.
I did. Listen, it's fantastic to see you guys here, I've got to tell you. Just jump onto the seat here for 2 seconds. I know it's quite tight here in our commentary booth, but this is how we work, bud.
All good.
After that big crash at Kyle Army, I mean, everybody watched it. It went kind of viral on social media, and of course we've watched everything in terms of your recovery. How are things going?
So things are going great. I'm out of all braces. Well on recovery with the knee, as you can see.
Yeah.
I'm off crutches. We're blessed, eh? We're blessed.
No doubt about it, buddy. I got to tell you, I mean, I've commentated on a few occasions, particularly in that corner that you're involved in, and if things go wrong there, it ends up being pretty serious, and it was exceptionally serious. 100%. I know a lot of people don't realize this, but you were actually completely out cold in the car. No one knew what was happening. I know we don't show that kind of coverage on our live stream, but as soon as I saw the accident, I thought, that's a big one, and I hope Mike's okay. And then of course your dad was sending me messages all the time, updating. 100%. We were trying to sort of keep up to date, but to have you next to me, but I've got goozies. I can't even tell you. It's proper cool.
So when the guy pulled me out the car, I was actually blue in the face. Obviously no oxygen due to where my neck broke, but we're here by the grace of God again once. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him, and my angels that day worked overtime. And
they always say in motorsport, and if you're racing a bike or a car, and you've done both, never go faster than your guardian angel.
100%.
So I think that's what you had on that day, and of course there's always big thanks to the big man upstairs for keeping you safe and sound.
100%.
What's the recovery now? Are we going to be back in a car soon?
We're going to be back in a car next year. We're looking to be back in the car. I've got January. I'll be kind of fully recovered on the knee.
Yep.
Where my neck's healed, but where it's attached, there's still gap where bone needs to grow.
Okay.
That's going to take about 6 months. So, I mean, I've got 80% of my neck movement back.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got 80% of my leg movement back. So it's just about time. But I said to my parents, listen, I'm here, I'm alive. And that's all that matters to me. I'm here to support, and I'm grateful.
Did we had a good run there? Not too shabby at all?
No, not too bad.
Looking forward to it. I know a lot of guys are battling with the conditions here in Cape Town.
100%.
It's a really awesome track to learn. It's not difficult to learn, but there is, as I spoke earlier on with Bernard de Gavay in the BMW class, there is a Cape Town line. So if I can give you any information to pass on to Demi from me, go and find a Cape Town car and follow him.
100%. I'll definitely do that, because I mean the Cape Townian showed the boys from
top 4.
They showed us how to drive a car today.
No doubt about it.
Very proud of them. Everyone's safe, and that's all that matters.
Well, I'm proud of you for coming back in, and I hope to get you back in the car as soon as possible. Thanks for joining me for a quick little chat. It's great to see the recovery has worked, and we wish you all the very best to get back in the car as soon as possible.
Thank you so much.
Okay, dude, all the best, man. There you go. Fev, as always, and I'll get a quick word with you as well. Dad's in the scene. He thought he wasn't going to get off the microphone. You can stay there, jump in. But from a dad's point of view, I mean, I've got 3 of my own, so it's been a tough one. I mean, I know you and I have both been pretty emotional having the relationship that we've had for the time that I've been on the microphone and watch your two kids have fun on racetracks all around the world. What's it been like from the family's point of view seeing this incredible recovery?
Do you know, first of all, I want to say thanks to every single person at Killarney on that day, including you. The support, the love that was shown, and that team was just phenomenal, number 1. 2, I don't wish it on my worst enemy to ever go through something like this. And like Mikey said, by the grace of God. And, you know, the support of this community is what makes us come back time and time again. Killarney is a special place for us. Racing's equally as special. Guys like you commentating. We're so blessed to have people like you out there keeping people informed. And, you know, the emotions that you go through, I don't want to experience it again in my life.
Sure.
And yet, Michael's here. The rehab's going exceptionally well. Couple more months, and he'll be back to full recovery. And when you look at the videos, and I've documented everything from start to end, it's just a miracle upon miracle upon miracle.
For sure.
So,
no about it. Listen, lots of love from our side to the family.
Thank you.
Go and enjoy the rest of the day's racing, and thanks for popping in. I really appreciate it.
And enjoy your slippers.
And these are super duper. These are official Zafiro boots with the fur slippers, and I'm going to wear with pride, I can tell you. It's
also,
really cool.
guys, just to inform you, they are made in Cape Town, so we're supporting the
There
Cape
you see,
Townians here
Cape
as well.
Union, made in Cape Town. Love it, bro. Love it. Fair Marks, all the best, buddy. Thank you so much for joining us. We got Formula V's making their way to the line. Yeah, so incredibly, we had Formula V's out on track only a couple of minutes ago. If you think about it, really, there hasn't been a massive break between the races to get cars sorted out if they did have any issues. But I don't think we had too many cars with too many issues that had to be sorted out. So hopefully everybody is back on track here for race 2 of 3. This is a 10-lapper, slightly longer than the first one, which was an 8-lapper. And then, of course, we've got a third 8-lapper coming later on this afternoon. So that's how things are going to go here for race 2 of the Formula V's. Well, we saw an epic battle in the first one. It was 8 cars fighting for the lead. We're looking forward to more of the same now, with 2 extra laps thrown into the mix. Should give the guys a chance to maybe have a go. Somebody on the line did not get the start they wanted. Theo Vermaak, by the looks of things, getting off the line there much better than Peter Hills did. And it's going to be Vermaak for the whole shot. Theo Vermaak hole shotting. Brandon Hills up in the second place as he dives through there for Holes Hook for the first time. So great start from the second and third row, but not such a good start from the top two. They're down in third and fourth at the moment, with Lionel Janssen dropping behind Brandon Hills and following him through into turn two, Castral Corner. Now start there coming from the 1-1-2 as well of Marcel Bluchnoot. Saw him just out of that top 8 in the first heat. And now, of course, he's back into it and looking for a chance to stay in at least the top 8 hunt, which is where the battle was in race number 1. Richard Carr behind Sean van der Linde. That's not where he wants to be. And I'm watching for Kelly Fletcher. Kelly Fletcher is up there. He's tucked right onto the gearbox of the hard-charging Peter Hills, who, as I said, both Lionel Janssen and Peter Hills on the front row did not quite get the starts they wanted. And they've dropped down now into what is now second place for Lendl and fourth place for Peter. Lendl's found a way through on Brandon Hills as they came around. And here comes Peter to dive on the inside. Can he find a way through? Yes, he can. Finds a way past and ducks up the inside. So Peter Hills hangs on for second place at this stage in the battle between himself and Lionel Janssen, but it's third place on the road because Theo Vermaak has had a phenomenal first lap. He got the whole shot, he got the hammer down, he's got the nose cone back on the car, and he's now trying to disappear from the pack behind him. So it's Vermaak who crosses the line first of 10. 9 more to go, but under the slipstream into turn 1, gets outgunned there by Lionel Janssen and has to drop back into second place. So a little bit of change up there between the two of them. And then as they sneak through, oh, nicely done from Brandon Hills to follow Peter Hills through there. Kelly Fletcher's up to 5. Van der Linde in 6th place trying to get on there. And I think actually Van der Linde's got through on Kelly. Yes, he has. So Kelly Fletcher drops back 1 place behind Sean van der Linde. Richard Carr's about to join that party. He wants a way through too. And is giving Fletcher a bit of a run down towards Damstip. So into Damstip. Do we see a change up? No, Fletcher hangs on. And Van der Linde tucks in behind. That's how it stands at the moment. Carl behind that. Then you've got Bluchnoot, Vaughan Hills. And did we get Carl Watt back on track? Yes, we did. So the only car that we really saw have an issue in race 1 was Carl Watt. That was on the warm-up lap. He had to be rolled back into the new pit building. And they managed to sort out that car. And he's back in. And he's back on track and he's flying as well. Flying down the back and getting through there on Vaughan Hills by the looks of things. So a bit of chopping and changing amongst those competitors. Inside line once again from Theo Vermaak, and he's got to be very careful because he lost his nose cone on that inside line going a little bit too close to the curb on the second last lap of race 1. He still managed to get into third place with the slipstream ability that these cars generate around this track on the straights. Hill's going to try and show you an example of how that works as he goes into turn 1. No, can't quite get up the inside of Lionel Janssen. Round the outside comes Brandon Hills. Van der Linde about to tuck on the inside again as well. So those 5 cars now all fighting for the lead. 5 cars in it. 6 car about to join the party with Richard Carr at the wheel of that one. And then Kelly Fletcher going to be following suit. Good run so far from these top 6. But it's Theo Vermaak, arguably driver of the day so far. Lost the nose cone, still got a third place overall in race 1, hole shot at race 2 and leads, and has not been bedded for the lead just yet, if my memory serves me correctly. And he's certainly got a pack of cars behind him that are going to give him a run for his money, led out by the championship leader Lionel Janssen. I didn't get an update from Theo in between, but of course he probably didn't have the time to give me that update of the championship standings, but as they came into race number 1 earlier on today, Lionel Janssen was ahead of Peter Hills. It was 135 plays 119. So Peter would have closed the gap down slightly there. Brandon would have lost out a bit of ground. Carl Watt as well and Marcel Bluchnoot. So we would have seen maybe Sean van der Linde and Theo Vermaak moving slightly higher up in the overall standings for the championship overall for 2024 in terms of the national class. And then as I said, they also run an association class which was led up by Marcel Bluchnoot. But your top contender in race 1 would have been Trevor Hills and Chloe Stewart in the association category. So there might have been a little bit of movement there from the championship standings point of view after race number 1. I'll try and get that information as soon as Theo can send it to me. I'm sure he will get to it as soon as he can. But busy schedule there with 2 races very closely behind each other. 17 down the back down into turn 2. That's Chloe Stewart. Dave Austin behind that, then Ricky Anderson, Cyril Somerville, Donovan Ramsey, and Reynard van der Linde. That's how the rest of the pack stand. We watch the leaders heading down the back straight away with a new leader. So a new leader, new second place. Theo Vermaak's dropped down to third. It's Lionel Janssen, Peter Hills. Peter Hills going for the lead into turn 5. Has he got the inside line? He has. Hills hits the front. Wow, incredible drive. An incredible drive coming out of Peter Hills. Slams it up the inside of Lionel Janssen and gets the lead and will lead across the line. Still got 6 to go. That's only 4 laps completed, so there's still lots of race action coming away now in the Formula V's. Lionel Janssen this time uses the slipstream. So does Theo Vermaak to try and close that gap down. Top 3 now, top 2 side by side out of holes. Brandon Hill's about to join the party there. Almost went side by side with the third car of Theo Vermaak. Just wasn't able to get onto the back end of him in time to go side by side with him into turn 1. Castrol they come now. Turn 2 here at Killarney International Raceway. 4 cars fighting for the lead. The gap's opened up slightly there for Richard Carr in 5th. So he's got still some work to do if he wants to close that gap down. But if they continue fighting the way they are, they might slow each other down. As I say that though, Peter Hills has just put in the fastest lap of the race so far with a 24.5. So they're not slowing down, which means Carr, Fletcher and van der Linde are not going to find it easy to close that or bridge that gap between the first 4 and the 3 of them. A bit further back there for 5, 6 and 7th place. On the brakes, Hills versus Janssen. Oh, and Janssen runs wide and he's off. Lionel Janssen's run completely off track at Vostron Cape Town corner, and that is going to drop him down the pack behind Marcel Bluchnout. That is not what Lionel Janssen wanted. Something went wrong there down into turn 5, and he's about now to be caught by a couple of other contenders there by the looks of things. Bluchnout has passed him, so it will be Vaughan Hills who will be pressurising him down towards turn number 1. That's going to give Peter Hills a little bit of breathing room and give Theo Vermaak a chance to have a go. Mangaza Racing come to the party though, almost instantaneously. Brandon Hills moves up into second place with that mistake coming from Lionel Janssen, realising that he can now make up some ground as well. Josh Schmidt and Marcel Bluchnout behind that, and we're watching that little pack coming out of turn 2. Now heading down towards Damstip. Watt has got Smith on his tail. Carl Watt making up for lost ground, not getting those first 8 laps in at all. Broke down on the warm-up lap. So he's got Josh Smith on his tail looking for a way past. So the guys are racing boys have all got their own little battles that they're involved in. Someone slowing down the back straight. Is that Fletcher? It's Kelly Fletcher slowing down the back straight. So Kelly Fletcher slows up down that back straight away. That's a pity to lose that car. I think it's Fletcher. Just want to double check though. Into turn 5, Hills. No, I think it's Fletcher that's going to drop by down the sheets now as they cross the line. We'll get confirmation, of course, as they cross the line, so that'll give us an indication as to who's who there. See a couple of guys doing some TikTok videos there on the sideline as well, showing what's happening here at Killarney International Raceway. And Fletcher still comes through. I think it's Chloe who's slowed down the back straight here as well. Chloe Stewart has slowed up. It's a Victron car for sure. And just trying to pick up, it's the 50 car. 5-0. Jaden. Yeah, it's Jaden Tromp. It's Jaden Tromp who's slowed up there. So let's double check now as they go through Damstip again. Top 3 haven't changed. Hills and Vermaak. It's Carr, van der Linde, and it still says Kelly Fletcher in 6th place, so maybe I picked up on the wrong car there. Apologies there, Kelly. From the back end of the car, picked up the same colours as yours. So Fletcher's still in this one according to the timing monitor. And I can see him in the back, we'll see the car in the background as well. So let's see whether or not Fletcher and van der Linde can keep it all together. Here we go. Brandon Hills attacking, trying to find a way through there on Peter Hills. Mangaza Racing 1 and 2. No team orders there other than possibly to take each other out. I think that would be the only team orders that would be in place for that team. And now Brandon trying to go around the outside, find a way through on Dad. Father and son fight of note. Carl Watt joins the pack in the background there. It's a four-way fight there, led out by Van der Linde. He's got Fletcher, Smith and Watt on his tail. 7 laps completed and still 3 to go in this one. Here is Fletcher. Here's Kyle Watt. Watt's joined the party now. Here's onto the back end of Josh Smith. So Fletcher hits the front of that pack ahead of Van der Linde, Smith, and then Kyle Watt. Great battle between these 4 cars, that is for sure. And it's just as good as the one we're seeing out the front end. Those 4, though, were in the battle, or 3 of the 4 were in the battle for the lead of this race, race 1 earlier on. A couple of guys that have changed up their thinking, and maybe a bit of tinkering on the cars has changed their setup slightly, giving them the same kind of drive as what they got in race 1. Peter Hill certainly has got the same drive. There's much better drive coming out of Brandon's car in race 2, that is for sure. The whole shot coming out of Theo van Mark was a big surprise, but a great effort there nonetheless from him. He still hangs on to 3rd place with the car, looking to try and close him down. Coming up on some back markers now. Will need to be negotiated. The 10 lapper, there'll be a couple more back markers that'll probably be caught in these last 2 laps. Coming through there on that back marker, Reynard van der Linde getting shown the way around here now by the fast cars. Not a bad thing to happen if you're a back marker to be caught by some faster cars in the closing stages. You get to see just how different the lines are that they're using, where they're braking. You learn a few little things from them. Looks like there might be clear track though for the last lap of this race for the first 4. Allowing them to fight it out unhindered by any traffic that they may need to negotiate. Brandon Hills has got to try and use that slipstream in the next lap if he can to get through on Peter. And I'm sure Theo will be looking to do the same thing. Richard Carr will definitely looking to do it now on Theo van Mark as they come down the main straightaway. Start the final lap, and it's Richard Carr right in the slipstream, and it's engaged big time for a possible overtake for 3rd. He goes late on the brakes down into turn 1 and he gets through. But Theo van Mark keeps it buried on the outside and hangs on. That's incredible. Good bit of driving there from Theo, realizing that car was going to attack and went slightly later on the brakes, carried the corner speed and maintained 3rd place. Now we'll wait and see whether or not they can get this all sorted out for the slipstream to be engaged down that back straight away. You've got to set it up coming out of Damstip and up towards Sorrel Sweep, and then be close enough to use that slipstream down the back straight for an outbreak or just a slipstream maneuver on the back straight, or into at least an outbraking maneuver into turn 5. Is Brandon close enough? I'm not sure if he is. I don't think he's close enough there, but Theo van Mark certainly is. Theo van Mark is close enough to Brandon to have a go here under slipstream and find a way past. He goes left hand side. That might not be the right way to go around into Cape Town corner, but it is a bank turn at Fostron. Theo carries lots of corner speed, way too much, and runs high and wide, but he's going to keep it high and wide on Brandon as they come out. Brandon Hill squeezes him slightly coming out of Cape Town corner, and now they head towards the line. It's going to be Brandon Hills or Theo van Mark to the line. Peter Hills is going to win out, but 2nd place is on the cards and it's up for grabs, and I think Brandon Hills just got through. Brandon Hills got through by 0.4 of a second there over Theo van Mark for 2nd and 3rd place. Richard Carr in 4th, Josh Smith in 5, Kelly Fletcher finishes up in 6th place. Good recovery from Lionel Janssen after going off and falling out of the top 10. He gets up to 8th place in the Bull Securities car. Blicknote will finish up in 9th ahead of Sean van der Linde. In fact, no, Vaughan Hills. Van der Linde having problems on, look at that. I wonder if Sean's run out of fuel. There's some kind of issue there on that car. He dropped right out of the top 10. Vaughan Hills getting him on the last lap, and you can see him just literally freewheeling across the line there for Van der Linde. So something didn't go according to plan there in the latter part of those last couple of races. Jason Nillerfeld's just joined us from East London. Good to have you here, buddy. Peter Hills has just taken the second victory for the DOE Formula V, powered by Lubrifuel, CIM Lubrifuel. And he wins out over Brandon Hills, his son, Theo Vermaak in third. And fourth place went to Richard Carr. 5 was Josh Schmidt. Sixth place, Kelly Fletcher. Carl Watt ahead of Lendl Janssen. Blichnote and Vaughan Hills make up the top 10. There you can see those unofficial results there up on the screen now. Having a look at how things are going for the rest of the day. We go from DOE Formula V Race 2 into the Volkswagen Rookie Cup and Class B of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. They'll be out shortly. So as they make their way onto the circuit now for Paybar Volkswagen Challenge Classes B, and included in Class B will be the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. We managed to catch up with a couple of the drivers yesterday and see what their plans are for today's racing.
Just making a bit of a return to the track. Tell us about that. Yeah, nice to be back. First time this year. Work's allowing it, and what lovely conditions to come back to for the first time. So yeah, really nice getting to grips with the car again. Really nice to be in it and get the adrenaline flowing again.
Yeah, so first time back in Challenge in 2 years. The first 2 sessions were wet, and I just love the wet. So I was quicker than most of the Class A's in the first session, and then in the second session I was about 1.2 seconds quicker than the guy in second for Class B. So I don't know what else to say.
It's going really, really good. Obviously seen a lot of improvement to obviously the second time that we're in Cape Town for the season. So it's nice to see them come back to a track that they do know now already. However, conditions aren't obviously the greatest at the moment, with it having been a bit of rain and that overnight and a little bit this morning. But the guys are doing really, really well. And we're seeing obviously with the tricky conditions, they're having to smoothen out their driving a lot more. So I think it's going to help them in the long run to improve a lot.
Yeah, so don't be too alarmed by the sunshine that we had there with Matty Merton's interview that was done yesterday. It was still cold yesterday and there was still a bit of rain around. You can see just from the inside of turn 3 there how much rain has fallen over the last couple of days. It's literally just a swamp on the inside of Damstip. You don't want to go off there. It'll be pretty expensive and probably horrible to try and come back on after seeing all of the very treacherous conditions there at turn 3. Nervous is the man on pole, and it's Zachy Hendricks, Carl Wiltshire and Dylan van Heerden making it Cape Town massive at the front end of the usual contenders of Class B. But when we get to those usual contenders, it's Rasley Harris and Stuart Mack who are down in 5th and 6th place. Ethan Kutsia, after an incredible outing a couple of weekends ago at the East London Grand Prix circuit, taking a double victory in the Astron Energy Polo Cup. He is in 3rd place in the usual contenders. Srinraj Paul there as well. Tanayan Kube and Walker the Stalker, Ian Walker in 10th. Anthony Lessing just behind him. So the Melavella man's got a bit of work to do there from 10th place in the Melavella Cycles car on Ian Walker. Let's see what his capabilities are as we get into the mix here for Class B and Volkswagen Rookie Cup combined. In the Rookie Cup, of course, we look further down the grid. Rookie Cup was all about Divian Naidu, who put it on pole position ahead of Judd Berthold, Jaden Husson, Uzia Khan, Daniel Rowe and Jonathan Mahotsi this time in the car. Probably heard that from Matt Burton's interview. Coach Matt will be on the sideline, giving both Daniel Sun and Jonathan Mahotsi, ex-teammates in the Volkswagen Motorsport touring car team a couple of seasons ago, a chance to go and mix it up with the rookies and possibly even mix it up with some of the Class B contenders in Volkswagen Challenge. Payball Volkswagen Challenge and Volkswagen Rookie Cup combined. Somebody's got a problem. They are pushing... Is that one of the Alpha ESS machines? I think it might be. Is that Tanayan Kube, I think, who might be parked on the sideline? Yeah, I think Tanayan Kube has just been pulled to the side of the circuit, so problems there for him. Here come the Rookie Cup cars to the line. I'll probably give them a little gap in the grid. I'll start them at the same time. I don't think there's going to be separate starts here for the two of them, because these Rookie Cup cars are probably not as fast as the Class B competitors are in these Polo Vivo GTs. Mike Rowe there, boss man of Volkswagen Motorsport, just making his way to, I think that's Tanayan, hey, Paul, if I'm not mistaken. Tanayan Kube pushed to the sideline. Yeah, I think that's Tanayan Kube that's pushed to the sideline. So he won't start the first heat by the looks of it, but we're almost good to go for race number 1 of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge and Volkswagen Rookie Cup combined. You can see some very brave spectators here joining us today. A couple scattered around the circuits all around, all with jackets on, rain jackets on the standby. Hopefully we don't have to pull those out at any stage today. We're hoping for dry racing all the way through to get us at least to the end of the day's racing before the rain starts. It's due here at about 4:30 this afternoon if we look at the weather apps we've been looking at over the last couple of days. So if those go according to plan like they have over Thursday and Friday's practice sessions, we're expecting big rain here in the late afternoon, but hopefully we'll get through all the racing before that happens. Right, so our Lollipop man makes his way to the front of the grid. The man with the red flag will move out the way. Here comes our COC to get things started, and yes, it is Tanayan Kube making his way here towards Mike Rowe and out of race number 1. That's not what he wanted, that is for sure. Big pity to lose that car. We're under starter's orders. We had a green flag at the back of the pack, and now let's see if they can keep it all together to give these guys a chance for a fair and even start down towards turn number 1. 1 minute board goes up. COC is on standby for the start. 30 seconds. That'll change to 5 in less than 30 seconds. I can tell you that much if they get it all according to plan. The 5 second board, of course, is the man in the front with the Lollipop. There we go. 5 seconds to go. He gets off and out of harm's way, and we are about to go racing. Down towards turn 1. Good start there coming from Zachy Hendricks. Looks like he might have got just a slight advantage. Yes, he has. Coming from the cleaner line and heads down towards turn 1 in the lead. So it's Zachy Hendricks who leads out, and the rest of the pack form into positions. Oh, we got a spinner down into turn 1. Big moment into turn 1 there. As the Rookie Cup make their way down towards turn 1, we're going to have yellow flags. There are 2 cars involved. One is Volkswagen, and the other one I think was Reynard. So big touch there between the couple of competitors. So you can see there it was Waylon Volchek and I think Dioval Tehran who got involved in that. But definitely some issues there. Hurley could possibly have been involved too as they went into turn 1, but a big spin down into turn 1 on the first start. Chris Davison could have possibly been there as well. So the Hermoinsa car possibly involved in that one as we watch Rookie Cup into turn 2. As we're watching that Rookie Cup battle, we'll keep an eye on them further back, but we're keeping an eye on 2 classes, so try and bring you all the action we can. Good to see the Polo Cup Classic back into the mix as well of Mokarodia. He hasn't quite found the pace on that car that he had before the big crash at the previous round of this championship, but Mokarodia in the Lee Thompson Racing and Fast 5 Motorsport Polo Classic is in the mix. Front end, looks like Divya Naidu hung on to the lead. Yes, he has. So in the Rookie Cup, it's Naidu who leads out down towards turn 5, Fostron corner. And a big gap there between the lead cars of the Rookie Cup. And you can see it's opened up there. Just want to double check as they come through there. Change up. No, it's Naidu who's actually into second. So is that Jaden Hurson possibly who's got the drop then? Jaden Hurson possibly has got the drop there for the lead of Rookie Cup, but we're watching the back end of Class B. Someone running wide out of, I think that might be Ian Walker, running wide out of turn 2, or out of turn 1 I should say, as the leaders head towards turn 2. Cape Town contingent lead out at this point in time. They're hanging on for at least the top 4 or 5 positions there. Abbas, Harris, Hendricks, Wiltshire, Van Heerden. Usually involved in the GTI Challenge down here. These cars, as I said, have come onto a similar spec to what we've got running at the front end of Class B and earlier on in Class A. Stuart Mack looks like he might be the lead car, the usual contenders there in 6th place. You'll see the red lipstick on the front of his car, the Motul sponsorship that he runs on that car. And he's got Ethan Kutsia behind him. So as I said, those are the guys that would usually be at the front end of the Class B battle if we take out the Cape Town contingent, but they seem to be enjoying life here as part of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge in their GTI Challenge cars this weekend. Great to have them here and to get a couple more cars into the mix. It brings a field of, if we add them all together, of maybe 30 cars involved in Class B and Rookie Cup combined. Another lap completed of the 8 allocated for this first race. Just trying to pick up on the lead car here in Rookie Cup. I think it's Judd Berthold, and he's about to be shown the way. Oh, where is he? Divya Naidu went up the inside, tried to fight away past, and the back end stepped down on him. So Naidu had to back out of that one, which is now giving him a chance to Josh Moore and Jaden Hurson. So Jaden Hurson now moves up into 2nd place there. Berthold leads out, Hurson 2nd, Naidu 3rd, after that big moment coming out of Cape Town corner. The Rookie Cup's starting to get a little bit more hotter in terms of action being provided there as well. So nice bit of driving there. Inside line coming from Uzia Khan, trying to find a way through. Battle Scarred 69 makes its way down in towards turn 2 there, and Jacques Hayes won't be happy about that. You can see that car's not handling, and that must have been part and parcel of the incident at turn 1 earlier on, where a whole bunch of cars, I can see Chris Davison just behind there in the Hermoinsa car, just behind them too. So a couple of cars that were involved in that battle are now feeling the effects of that battle, and a couple of battle scars coming through there on some cars. 177 going through there. Just flat out as well through that particular part of the circuit. Great to see Nicole Lombard, one of our lady drivers, enjoying life out there too, as we celebrate Women's Day yesterday and a Women's Day racing weekend. Nicole Lombard is one of our lady competitors in this class. There you can see on the sideline there. I think that's Rasley Harris's support showing there, and of course Levy on the sideline. We just saw Reza involved in the battle for the BMWs earlier on in that first heat of Class D and E in the battle for Class B BMW M Performance Racing Series. New Abbas setting the pace, 129.5 in Class B. Zachy Hendricks is in a battle of note there between himself, Rasley Harris on the outside, and inside for Carl Wiltshire. Fantastic stuff. Look at this. It's brilliant. Wiltshire fighting hard there. Harris and Zachy Hendricks joining the party now. Just in the background as well is Srin Rajpal. Rajpal's got through there on Stuart Mack. So he now leads out in the usual Class B competitors ahead of Stuart Mack and Ethan Kutsia. Well, Karodia just in the background there, starting to bridge that gap. But of course that Fast 5 Motorsport and Lee Thompson Racing Polo Classic might not have the legs here to run with these cars, particularly when they're in such a big fight, unless they start slowing each other down ever so slightly. And that might be the case here with the second place battle, because it's giving Nur Abbas a chance to get away, and he's got a nice margin now as they get into the second half of this race. First half completed, 4 down and 4 to go. On the sideline there, I think, is Jacques Hayes. He's had some problems on that car as the Rookie Cup come down to Cape Town corner. Jaden Goosen going to close the gap down. Initial leader in the Rookie Cup, of course, is Judd Berthold. And he's trying to hang on to that lead and try and hang on for the win. Berthold, Goosen, Josh Moore in third place. Good run there from Josh. It'll be his first podium, if I'm not mistaken, if Josh Moore gets up into this third place. Wazir Khan has got Divya Naidu trying to make up ground. Behind that, it's Coach Daniel, and then Jonathan Mahotsi tucked in behind that in Matty Merton's car. That's the second pack of cars on track. Hayes has pulled to the sideline there. You can see the Platinum Wheels car off the circuit. Wiltshire now under huge pressure. That 40 car of Dylan van Heerden has now made his way up into third place. Trying to hang on, top two get away. Abbas and Hendricks setting the pace around here. In fact, the pace being set by the lead car. 129.5 was the fastest lap so far from those leading cars. And it's a 5.24 as opposed to the 5.99 we saw to Stuart Mack. So Mack has got the pace. Ooh, Ethan Kutsia runs wide. Kutsia running wide there, ever so slightly out of Holzhoek. Manages to stay ahead of the hard-charging Srin Rajpal, who's now dropped back in that dub core machine. Dub core service centre Polo. It's dropped behind that JRT Racing Experience and Lee Thompson prep car of Ethan Kutsia. Kulfi now comes through as the fastest car on track, a 129.031 for Mohammed Kulfi. And if I'm not mistaken, he's just in the mix there with Ethan Kutsia and Srin Rajpal. So mid-pack battles also starting to heat up there. Divya Naidu closing the gap down. Look at this, Dan and Jono fighting hard amongst the coaches at the back of the pack. But Uzir Khan has closed up on Josh Moore. Josh Moore for third place in the Rookie Cup class here. Heading towards turn 2 with Uzir on his tail. Divya Naidu about to close them down. Coach Dan and Coach Jonathan on the back end of them. 5-way fight for third place as 1 and 2 are getting away nicely. Belinda Grunewald has just joined us. No, not yet. We're still waiting for Mobile 1 V8 Supercars. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think they might be next on the program. Just want to double check for you there. It's Triple Ones first. So we got Ferra Energia, Triple One, GT Sports and Saloons, then the Mobile 1 V8 Supercars, and then classes A, B, and C of our Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Of BMW, sorry, of BMWs. That will be up next. So that answers your question there. Fighting continuing here in Paybar Volkswagen Challenge and Volkswagen Rookie Cup combined. Great battles. Yeah, Stuart Mack getting in amongst the usual contenders and now starting to mix it up amongst the Cape Town massive. So Mack now starting to put the pressure onto a couple of the Cape Town boys. possibly showing them that you need to be smooth, you need to be as cool, calm and collected as you can as well to stay in the hunt. As he gets through there on Kalfi. Kalfi was the fastest car only 2 laps ago, sitting at 1:29 dead as the time to beat. And you can see now they've started to get into the 28s with Dylan van Heerden. Dylan van Heerden now going into the 28.9s. First car into the 1 minute 28s from van Heerden. Van Heerden wants to try and catch both Zaki, and he's not too far behind Zaki. You can see there he's closed that gap down rapidly on Zaki Hendricks. Zaki Hendricks in second place as they cross the line with 1 to go. Could possibly lose that to second place to Dylan van Heerden, who comes around his outside. Looking for a chance now to squeeze through. Van Heerden quickest again, 28.4. Goes even faster on that last lap. So Dylan van Heerden now has found the man in second place, now got to try and find a way around him. Zaki Hendricks runs wide into turn 2. Castro corner opens up the door. Here comes Hendricks. He's going to be under pressure. Yes, he's under pressure from van Heerden. Van Heerden diving on his inside. He's going to hold that inside line down towards Damps and possibly make it stick here into Damps' corner. Can he make it? Yes, he can. Dylan van Heerden up in the second place. Zaki Hendricks demoted down to third with a half a lap to go. Van Heerden now goes on the defensive, cuts across, not allowing that machine in second place. The Wheelworks Polo of Zaki Hendricks to find a way through. Century Karting and DVE Motorsport in second place now, trying to find just some kind of way to defend that second spot now that he's got through on Zaki Hendricks in the closing stages. They're not going to catch Nuur. Nuur Boss in the Spice Maker car is going to be the man to win. Oh! A touch between Zaki Hendricks and Dylan van Heerden coming out of Cape Town corner has dropped the car back. I think he might have missed a gear though. I think Dylan van Heerden missed a gear there because he's not got the drive out of Cape Town corner. The flag's out and the win goes to Nuur Boss. He wins out over Zaki Hendricks, who comes through for second after tagging Dylan van Heerden on the way out. Mohammed Kalfi comes through for third place incredibly. Great drive from him. We've still got Rookie Cup to sort out now, and it's not done yet between the top two, as Berthold hangs on only just ahead of Jaden Goosen. Goosen and Naidu shared the honours in PE at the last round of this championship, and it's going to be another man at the front end of a Rookie Cup in the closing stages. So as they head down towards turn 5 for the last time, Nicole Lombard just out in front of them. Frances Aldrich would have finished up just ahead of her, and of course Walker the Stalker in lucky number 13 in the Mello Velo Cycles car. This is the third place battle. Divian Naidu going to go for third on Josh. Josh shuts the door. Naidu goes onto the dirty stuff and gets through. Puts a wheel on the inside curb to find a way through on Josh Moore. Here comes the dust for the line though for Rookie Cup. And Berthold hangs on. Jared Berthold just hangs on to beat Jaden Goosen to the line. Josh Moore is going to try and do the same thing here to Divian Naidu. Can he get through? Yes, he can. Josh Moore comes through for his first podium. Moore takes his first podium ahead of Divian Naidu. Third place there for the man down in the Volkswagen Rookie Cup for Fleet Dynamics and Puma. Great bit of driving there from that young man. First time to get him up on the podium and wrap up what has been a fantastic battle for Volkswagen Rookie Cup and Class B of Payball Volkswagen Challenge. Nuur Boss taking the victory in Class B ahead of Zaki Hendricks, Mo Kalfi, Dylan van Heerden, and those are the Cape Town contingent, of course. But if we look at the usual contenders, Stuart Mack wins out over Ethan Kutsia and Shrin Rajpal. So those are the championship points we'll be looking at for the overall championship. Whether or not Nuur Boss, Hendricks, Kalfi and van Heerden join us for some more rounds, we'll have to wait and see. We hope that's the case. That's definitely what they want to try and do in terms of a resurgence of what is Payball Volkswagen Challenge and GTI Challenge's relationship here in Cape Town and up north in Gauteng. Up next, we're going into the Ferro Energia 111 GT Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch. We've got Mobile 1 V8 Supercars coming after that. And then finally, to wrap up our first heats of the day, classes A, B and C of BMW M Performance Racing Series. We'll be back shortly with some action. So as Ferro Energia, Triple One Sports, GTs and a Super Hatch make their way out onto the circuit, we managed to catch up with a couple of the top contenders in this class yesterday. And let's go and find out what their plans are here for today's race action.
Well, in the car today, it's not that easy either because of the wet conditions. The grip is not so terribly good. However, I'm still enjoying myself, and I'm posting not such badly times. Thanks.
Tell us about the rest of the line, Rocky. What's that all about?
Oh, that's you'll see there on the side of the car it says ding ding ding. My previous race cars were in physical crash altercations on the racetrack constantly. You know, every second, third race the car had to go to the panel beaters because it was typically door handle to door handle racing. And then my son, he does the design for my race cars, and then he decided, okay, the new theme will be Rocky, and the ding 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 is of course the bell that rings, but it also implicates the crash incidents which I have on the racetrack. Yes.
It's a perfect Women's Day. You're spending it at Killarney. The weather is not too great. Today is beautiful. We really all hope tomorrow stays dry with no rain. Rain brings accidents that you don't want. So yeah, crossing fingers.
Yeah, I'm learning lots here. I've moved up to Class C since the last race. So now I'm competing with other people, which is a good challenge for me, I think. So I'm learning lots.
So cars making their way around the circuit now, of course, come from the Ferro Energia, Triple One GD Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch combined. And Paul, I don't know if you got the message there coming through on the WhatsApp group, a change in program for the second half of the day's racing. The grid walk has been, of course, removed, and they're going to combine classes A, B, C, D, and E in BMW M Performance Racing Series. Yo! Can you imagine that carnage? And that means I'm going to be on my own for that as well. Thanks for that, guys. Anyway, no worries. We can handle what's going to happen out on track right now. Well, we hope we can. Philip Meyer is the man on pole. He's in the People Group Porsche. He has gone better than Davy Olivier, I beg your pardon, in the International Race Supplies BMW 325 IS. It's George Economides who will make his way through this pack of cars up into third place, if he's all good, in the Wealth Avenue and Martini Racing colours, ahead of Lindsay Kleur in the Nathan's Motorsport machine there in the front of Class A. So I don't see George Economides on the grid. Or hasn't he got there? He might not have got there just yet, but there is a small break in that grid, of course, for Class GT and Class A. Miguel Diaz, Luigi Ferro, top of Class B. Second in Class A was Mal Spur down in the Nathan's Motorsport and Car Care Clinic car. Pete Portita behind her. And then there'll be Mariam Fana, who is in Class B ahead of Michael Grobler, and Louis Skoltz is the top Class X competitor. Then you got Alka van Vletter leading out Class C, ahead of Wouter Roos, and Robert Clark is down at the top end of Class D. Keegan Nathan, good debut there for Graham's youngest, of course, in the Nathan's Motorsport Polo, ahead of Marius Malherbe, and then Roland Hopkins, George Aldrich, Wayne Robb, and Jonathan Fisser. If we look at that in terms of the Super Hatches, looks like it's only George Aldrich who's down here from Super Hatch. Everybody else either in the GTs or the Triple One Sports and Saloons. There is Economides, he's made his way to third place. So the Wealth Avenue Martini Racing coloured Golf 1 in third place, making its way towards turn 1 now. Those top three are from GT. And then behind that, it's classes A and B mixed up with Lindsay Kleur, Miguel Diaz, Luigi Ferro, Mal Spur, Pete Portita, Mariam Fana, Michael Grobler, and then Louis Skoltz will be first of Class X. A bit further back in that pack. Nice field of cars here, nice array of cars as well. To keep out on Rob at the back there in the Ford Focus. That car should be slightly higher up than what it is right now. So we'll have to watch for the progress there as he comes through the pack. And tries to make his way to the front end of this very packed field of cars. Ferro Energia, of course, is Luigi Ferro himself. He's there in 6th place in his Alpha ESS and Eco Simply Solar sponsored car. His business, as I mentioned earlier on, is solar power. And he not only supports this entire category as the overall naming rights sponsor in Ferro Energia, but he also supports his car, Wayne Masters' car, Tanayan Kube's car, and of course both Wayne Masters and himself in the Astron Energy Polo Cup with Alpha ESS on the side of those cars too. Malspur, birthday girl this month. She'll be looking to try and give herself an early birthday present. Her birthday is only on the 21st of this month, but definitely wants to be higher up than what she qualified yesterday. She was battling a little bit yesterday, having a chat to her. And a massive thanks to her and Voti for the awesome little on-air light box they gave me for my 50th. I took a photo of it and put it up onto social, so if you want to check that out, it's quite a lekker little thing. It lights up and tells you that you're on air. Can't really show you because we don't have a camera in the studio this time out, but we'll definitely have it for Swartkops and possibly for the next round in Cape Town. You can see the on-air button coming on, so say that the studio is now live, and we're live here on Facebook, on YouTube, and on all our social media platforms around the world. A big welcome to everybody who has joined us from all around the world. I see a couple of guys and girls who've jumped in from all around the country. A couple of guys watching us from overseas as well. It's always a welcome sight to see some people from international pastures watching South African motorsport. And this is the regional side of the Extreme Festival down at the Killarney International Raceway. Some very brave souls out there braving the very tricky conditions and not nice weather we've got here in Cape Town. The Mother City hasn't come out to play here this weekend, but hopefully by the 21st of September she'll be having a great one as we go into race start. Philip Mayer getting the drop by the looks of things. Yes, he's got the whole shot down into turn one, but on his tail comes Economides. Economides followed there by Darby Olivier on his inside. Olivier going to try and hang on for second place. The rest of the pack coming through there. Rob Clark in the Honda. You can see in that mid-pack about 10 or 12 cars back overall. PMD Transport Machine looking for a way through early on is Miguel Diaz. Looks like he's trying to find a way through, and looks like he may have just done that to get ahead of Lindsay Kleur as well. Oh, problems. Michael Krobler spinning out. And is that Vota who spun with him? Yes, Vota and Michael Krobler have spun out at turn two. Oh, and Darby spun out as well. Darby Olivier having a big moment coming out of the kink. I wonder if there might be some water or something down there on the circuit. Certainly not what you expect to see from Darby Olivier that early on in the International Race Supplies BMW. It means out front is that Kleur leading. It looks like Lindsay Kleur might be leading. I don't think he picked up on Philip Mayer though. Philip Mayer will probably be leading overall. He wasn't involved in the incident, I don't think. But, no, that's the People Group Porsche. No, there we go. Let's get everything sorted out. There goes Philip Mayer, there goes George Economides. They stayed out of harm's way. Lindsay Kleur just avoided the action. And Malspur is now up into what is second place in Class A and fourth place on the road. Nice start there as well, coming out of a couple of the contenders. And oh, the Bat Lady spins out down in turn 5. Is there some rain? Because I'm looking on my windscreen. I don't see any wetness on the windscreen of our commentary booth here, so I don't think it's rain. I think maybe just cold tyres. They're going to just battle to get some heat into the rubber when there's not any heat in the tarmac. And maybe a couple of these front-wheel drive cars not quite up to pace just yet. Eco Simply Solar Polo going up the inside of the Nathan's Motorsport Polo of a hard charger. Oh, well, I stand to be corrected. Maybe there's some kind of liquid on the circuit because that's the leader who's gone off. George Economides now takes the lead of the race. And Philip Mayer drops to second place. So we got Wealth Avenue Golf and Martini Racing Colours leading things out. There's some rain. There's definitely some rain on track. Yeah, camera lens, you can see the wetness coming down here. So this is going to catch a couple of these cars out there on semi-slick Dunlops out there, which means they're going to have to just putter around. They're not going to be able to come in to change tyres. That's not going to be a case here when you've only got an 8-lap race to do. And, already some serious race action happening out there with changeable conditions as the cars went out. So People Group Porsche, who's leading comfortably, spins out at turn 2 and gives the lead to George Economides. Lindsay Kleur hangs on for third. Fourth is Malspur. Fifth is Pete Potgieter by the looks of things, the second of the Nathan's Motorsport Polos. Yes, they're into what is, second of the Nathan's Motorsport Volkswagens, because the first one is Malspur in the Car Care Clinic Golf. Then it's Polo coming across the line. Ford ST Focus slowly but surely making its way to the front end. I said Wayne Robb will be a man to watch out for coming from the back of that pack. In that ST Focus will have the straight line speed over a couple of these cars, including Louis Scholz in the Class X Honda. Mighty Mfana on the inside of him. Davy Olivier making up some ground now as well after spinning out earlier on, trying to close that gap down on Mfana and on Scholz. Scholz, not sure what he's running on top of his car there. Paulie, I don't know if you've got any information on that. Oh, the air vents just popped open, so it's probably popped open bigger than what he wanted, so it'll be a small hindrance. It'll probably be a bit of noise in the background, which may concern the driver, but I don't think he'll be too worried about it right now. So we kind of got Polos, Golfs, and BMWs fighting in this front end pack with a Ford Focus ST chucked in for good measure as well. The Porsche in second hasn't quite been able to bridge that gap now on the lead car, but there's definitely a bridge being captured by Mel. Mel Spur, birthday girl for the month, looking for a way through there on Lindsay Kleur. Can't find it just yet. So it's Golf 7 versus the Polo GTI in front. Both of them GTI powered machines. This, of course, is a spectacular Golf 1 that Mr. Economides owns, and pilots on various occasions in different circuits around the country. Economides leads out with the fastest lap time of a 23.7. One thing I do need to do is go to my notes now quickly that Voti sent me yesterday and have a quick squiz at some of the notes that he did send me. Most important one, of course, is what I want to see is what the breakout times are. There we go. Breakout times for Class GT are 1 minute 20.2. In the conditions today, they're not going to even get close to that 1 minute 20 bracket. So not to worry there, I don't think, for any of these classes in terms of breaking out of their allotted lap times. Class A is a 23.8. They're doing 27s at the moment. Class B are doing 28.2s, and they're able to do 26.1s. Class C, if I look at things a bit further back there, I don't think anybody's going to be in the breakout time, so we don't have to worry too much about anybody going into the breakout times for the allotted classes here today. It's a big field of cars that are fighting on track at the moment for the Ferro Energia 111 Sports and Saloons, which is always good to see. In terms of the classes, Economides is the champion in the GT category at the moment. He leads this championship battle. In Class A, Mel Spur is the lady to catch. Michael Krobler, the man we're watching right now, fighting for honours on track and trying to come back after that spin at turn 2, is the leader of Class B. Class C is Vota. He's comfortable at the moment, although he's also had a spin, so maybe not as comfortable as what he'd like to be. And then in the Class D, Rob Clark leads out that battle. So those are the championship conditions that are out there at the moment. Lindsay Kleur, if I look at the way things go at the moment, is down in 7th place overall in Class B's championship, and leading Class A's championship, and leading Class A's champion Mal Spur at this point on track. But as I can see, other than Darby, everybody, and maybe Wayne Roberts, probably another man to watch out for in terms of pace right now, everybody seems to be sort of settling down now. The rain has stopped, but that little bit of drizzle caught a couple of cars out big time. And Dunlops probably didn't like the fact that there was changeable road surface. And with that, a couple of cars have spun. One of them very badly damaged. That's Michael Krobler with another big one. Has that happened down that back straightaway, Paulie? I think it is. Down the back straight, Michael Krobler's had a big crash. And that Golf is pretty second-hand by the looks of things. Down towards turn 5. Wayne Robb dives up the inside, gets through on Luigi. But that's Class A versus Class B at that point. So not too worried. Luigi won't be too worried about Wayne Robb getting through on him. Might use him to try and close the gap down on the front end here. Mel has got to the front of this battle and leads out over Lindsay Kleur now, who also loses out to... Oh, Economides is spinning! The leader spun as well, so George Economides has spun too. Cars being caught out now with some very tricky conditions out on track. Philip Matt retakes the lead. So the People Group Porsche now retakes the lead, and Philip will know just what the conditions are like, where he can push, where he can't push, and he's going to try and stay within those limits if he can. Mel looks like she's up to second overall. Yes, she is. Mel is up to second place overall, with Davy Olivier going around the outside to go to second place and just squeeze her out onto the Jabez Straight up towards Sorrel Sweep and past the Car Care Clinic Boma. So Mel is now third overall, Lindsay Kleur fourth overall. We've got GT cars 1 and 2. We've got Class A cars 3 and 4. Michael Krobler must have had some massive moment down that back straightaway, Paulie, if you look at that car stuck on the sideline. Now, if you see just behind his car there's a whole bunch of dirt. So did he spin out going down the straight with a possible puncture that threw him into the inside wall where that marshal's standing? I'll kind of gesticulate when we go down that back straightaway on the next shot where that car's parked. It's double wave yellows down into turn 5, so no overtaking into turn 5 because of Michael Krobler's car stuck on the inside line. So here they come down towards turn 1. Lindsay Kleur putting the pressure onto Mal. Mal soaks it up. It's Polo GTI versus Golf GTI there into turn 1. Behind that, it's another GTI in the form of Pete Potgieter. This car's having a fantastic battle here, that is for sure. And it's Nathan's Motorsports, basically 1, 2, and 3 in the class there at the moment for Class A. So Graham will be pretty happy with that, I can tell you. That's pretty impressive stuff. I did see one shot of Keegan Nathan earlier on. It was a little bit earlier on in the race, but he was at the front end of Class C at this point in time and actually closing on the back end of a couple of Class B competitors as we saw him. So I'll try and keep an eye on, maybe we can pick up on him a bit later on. But as they go down that back straightaway again, hopefully the long shot we got down that back straightaway, just behind Michael's car there, Paul, look at the rubble on the track there. There's a bit of dirt. Yeah, I think he hit that inside barrier where those yellow flags are being waved. I think he might have had a puncture of some nature or something went wrong and he literally hit that inside barrier and destroyed that car. I mean, it's pretty second-hand, that Golf 1. Speaking of second-hand, second place now for Mal as they start the final lap. And Mal Spur into second behind Lindsay Kleur. Potgieter, Wayne Robb, Luigi Ferro. Ferro at this stage I think is leading Class B. Yes, he is. Miguel Diaz behind that. So Lindsay Kleur's got through there on Mal and looks like got a little bit of a loose window. Front driver's side windows come loose there on Lindsay's car, unless he rolled it down himself to get a bit of air into the car to stop the windscreen from misting up when it did start to rain. And Wayne Robb now closing onto the back end of Potgieter. Mal's got a problem. Mal Spur's got a problem. She pulls to the inside of turn 2, Castral Corner. Mal Spur's out. The birthday girl is not going to have birthday luck go her way. She goes onto the rallycross track. It's not this weekend, Mal. It's a couple of weekends' time. If they ever come back here to Cape Town. Hopefully they do. So a little bit of bad luck there for Mal Spur on the last lap. So Lindsay Kleur has now been promoted up into what is going to be 4th overall and lead of Class A. There goes Aldrich. That's the class coming here. People Group Porsche is what we're watching for. There it comes to the line and just hangs on. Philip Mayer just hangs on to win the GT class and beat out George Economides by 0.2 of a second across the line there. That's how close it was. The Bat Lady we saw spin out earlier on. Batman unfortunately had some problems with his gearbox, so he wasn't able to get back at you. So well done to Elke van Vledder. There is 3rd place in the GT class there, Davy Olivier. And Lindsay Kleur hangs on for the winning Class A over Potgieter and Wayne Robb. So it's Polo, Volkswagen, Ford, ST Focus, and then Luigi Ferro beating out Miguel Diaz for Class B. Mal's going to be kicking herself that she couldn't get round and something's gone wrong in that car. Economides putting in the fastest lap of the race in that last lap, a 1:22.3. Not breakout time there from him, but very lucky not to break out. Louis Scholz wins out Class X. And I think 3rd place in Class B went to Mighty just ahead. Yes, Mighty and Fana just ahead there of Louis Scholz for Class B honours. Rob Clark is going to hang on for Class D. We wait for the Honda to come over the crest there. Possibly just ahead, no, just behind Vota Rus. So Voti's going to come through there for 11th place overall, and that'll put him into is that still the win for Class C for Vota? It is. Vota still gets the win for Class C. So he gets the win for Class C, even though he spun out, and I think he spun out twice, to be honest. Rob Clark takes Class D. Nathan's Motorsport. Keegan Nathan, what a debut. 2nd place in Class C there for Keegan Nathan. And that's a nice start there for his racing career. Hopefully he goes on to bigger and better things like his dad has done and flies that Nathan's Motorsport flag high. The Bat Lady has pulled to the sideline. And it looks like just, is that on the exit of the new pits? So it's a tight shot, so I can't tell you where it is. It looks like it might be. No, it's going into a right-hander, so it's down at it's down towards turn 2, just opposite the kart circuit there. So problems there for the Bat Lady, and looks like she can't get that car fired up. So we'll have to get that car cleared out of harm's way before we move into Mobil 1 V8 supercars, which are up next. And the big bangers will be joined by the V8 Masters from Cape Town as a combined category down here at the Killarney International Raceway at round 5 of the Extreme Festival. We'll be back shortly with action on track. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars and the V8 Masters make their way out onto the circuit for their first heat of the day. Tricky conditions out here. Let's go and catch up with a couple of contenders and see if they've planned for these tricky conditions or not.
Look, it's a big handful, but it's also a lot of fun. These cars, it's always a handful actually to drive, but I enjoy the rain. So if you have a bit of rain, not too unhappy. I think I'll be quick in the rain. So let's hope and see. At the moment it's raining, it's sunshine, it's windy, it's everything all in one day.
I just had the first session out, trying to find where the car is. My head is still not in the game, so I've got some work to do. Quite intimidating. They've got a lot of horsepower behind them, and you've really got to keep yourself alert. So I think that's very important, but it's an honour to drive with great cars like that.
I do love the fact that we got V8 Supercars back in Cape Town. And let me tell you something. We got a chance to literally jump out the studio, run to the toilet and relieve myself for 2 seconds. But in that space of time, as soon as these things fired up, you literally saw the crowds running from wherever they are to get to a vantage point to come and watch the V8 Supercars and V8 Masters category combined here today from any vantage point they can get to. The Rolling Thunder, as they were dubbed by my mentor Roger McCleary, certainly have a massive crowd appeal, and they certainly get guys to the sideline as quickly as they can to ensure that they've got the best vantage points to watch from. There is definitely still a big thrill when these big bangers make their way out onto the circuit, and we're expecting to see a big battle as well amongst the V8 Supercars and V8 Masters combined. They'll get 2 warm-up laps to try and get some kind of heat into that rubber. I'm not quite sure if those Pirelli rubbers are going to work so well in these conditions. It's tricky conditions that they've got to play in. Familiaris and Terry Wolford are on the front row. They're going to be fighting hard between the two of them. It's, of course, the LubeNet and Dimitar Racing Corvette, and also a bit of assistance being given there, or a bit of support being given by Tiny's pit box on Julian's car. And then it's Fuchs Lubricants and the chic Ford Mustang of Terry Wolford. He's not in the Falcon. The Falcon, of course, was piloted by his dad, Larry, who had a big moment yesterday and crashed out down at turn 5 after he ran out of brakes at arguably one of the fastest cars you've ever seen. One of the fastest crashes you'll ever see is at the end of the straight in a V8, because they get to just over the 270 km/h mark before they're going to climb on the anchors and hopefully get into turn 5 where they're headed right now. There is rain, no doubt about it, on my windscreen in my commentary booth right now. The rain is falling, which means it's falling onto those Perspex windscreens in these V8 Supercars. They have got open cockpits, so you can see the windows are open on both sides, so the airflow goes through the car, but it still doesn't stop the windscreen from misting up sometimes. Depending on how the airflow goes through those cars, those windscreens can mist up, and it's not easy for the driver to try and get a glove or something there to wipe the windscreen to make it clear. The safety car moves off the circuit. It hands the duties now to Julian Familiaris to start this race of a combination of V8 Supercars sponsored by Mobil 1 and the V8 Masters from Cape Town. Dropping down the field, we've got Familiaris, Wolford, front row Reeb and Dimitar, the second row Lombard and Sean Moore, who will lead out in the Ziegler car and locking up the brakes. Oh, Wolford locks up. He goes off track. Ziegler goes off track. There you see Sean Ziegler just getting it all locked up and out of shape. The 250 supercar did not make it through turn 1. Warren Lombard's off the circuit as well. He's gone completely right and off track at turn number 1. Look at the rain starting to fall here. Tricky and treacherous conditions. Is that Wolford? It is. Wolford and Dimitar have come off as well. Down into turn 1 is chaos into Holes Hook here in race 1 of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars and the Masters combined. Thomas Reeb is in second place at the moment by the looks of things, because I think Terry Wolford is off track, as I said. So the lead car is Familiaris. He's the only one who really hasn't put a wheel wrong. And by the looks of it, is that possibly Jason Ibbotson and Roy Campos fighting for second overall? It is Jason Ibbotson and Wolford's off again. Terry Wolford is off again. These tyres are not liking these conditions whatsoever. Treacherous conditions as the V8 Supercars and Masters went out on track. It's Campos out front. The 14 car there is Jason Ibbotson right on his tail. So it's the Campos transport car of Roy Campos in second overall in the V8 Masters as they cross the line and complete lap number 1. There's 7 more laps to go. Double yellows down into turn 1 because there's cars all over the circuit. There's a bit of damage on Campos's car. You can see that front left has taken a bit of strain, maybe tapping the back of one of the cars as it went off. Maybe it was the car of Ziegler, who's now tucked in behind the 98 machine of Sam Dahl. Stricken in turn 1. Oh, Campos is drifting down into turn 2 and slammed into by Jason Ibbotson. Oh, there's chaos. There's going to have to be some kind of intervention here from the COC because Roy Campos went into turn 2. He was going Jason Webb style into turn 2. He had the thing lit and drifting through turn 2. Eventually, as he came to a stop, Ibbotson went flying and slammed into the side of him, and the Autohouse Angel car is destroyed on the front end. The bodywork is completely destroyed there on Ibbotson's car. Campos has got going again. I don't see any safety car boards. I don't see any sign of a red flag right now, although the chaos continues here in Mobile 1 V8 Supercars. There's a hand up there coming from, I think that was coming out of, was that the green and black car? Yes, it was. So, oh man, got to try and catch our breath here. Red flag is out, but as we go to red flag situation, let's have a look and see at some of the chaos that Paul's been able to catch for us. This is Campos. Look at that. This is not a drifting event, Roy Campos. This is a V8 Masters event. You have to keep that thing. And as he tries to get out of harm's way, Ibbotson comes on the inside line and just slams into the side of him. Oh, that is going to be absolute nightmare. Ken Finneran has possibly taken the lead. Oh, well, he would have taken the lead at that stage of the V8 Masters. Sam Dahl was still circulating. He would have been second in the V8 Supercars. They've got the Italian Stallions car going again. So they're going to come to the line in the positions they finished in after lap number 1 had been completed. They were about to complete lap number 2. So there's a good possibility if the cars make it back to the grid that they will reshuffle that grid and do a full restart because they've only completed 1 lap. That's usually the case in V8 Supercars. And if you're a V8 Supercar fan and you haven't joined in just yet, where have you been? Because there's been utter chaos, including from that car right there, Frank and Mateo, who's just had a nightmare start. Got together, I think, with Terry Wolford. Ibbotson's day is basically over. So, yeah, a little bit of chopping and changing that's happened there, that is for sure. And certainly a bit of chaos in the Mobile 1 V8 Supercars and V8 Masters combined. There's a big action expected here, and they're going to roll them round and possibly bring them back to the start line for a restart. But V8 Supercars has turned into absolute chaos here with the treacherous and tricky conditions here in Cape Town. So yeah, let's see if we can get it all sorted out here. This is not going according to plan, particularly for Jason Ibbotson in the Autohouse Angel V8 Master. Yeah, they're going to definitely need some dries and environmental solution on that circuit to get whatever was dumped out of the front end of that V8. The Italian Stallion under slightly different power there, being pushed up towards, I think that's up towards Sorrel Sweep. Might need a couple more guys there to push that car. It's quite a heavy V8. And unless he gets it fired up, they may need to help him get back there. Julian Familiaris has been sent around, and I think they've sent them around to restart the race. Terry Wolford's car is being reeled back in the pit lane to see if they can get that car sorted out. He had some issues big time after 3 spins. One was down into turn 1 with the initial chaos into turn 1. And remember, with the V8 Supercars, it's double yellows into turn 1, so there shouldn't have been that much action. Maybe the V8 Masters weren't aware of that because the start was just chaotic. We saw initially Sean Moore come flying down under braking, locking up in the Ziegler logistics machine and getting it sideways. That's the reason why we've had so much chaos. You can see there on your screen, there's drizzle all around the circuit. And the red flag situation is going to bring all the V8s back to the line and put them back into their starting positions. They're going to have to shuffle the grid slightly. Good possibility that they may be sent back to the pits as well. So maybe they're going to bring them all back in and then send them out. But if that's the case, I'm hoping that the next class is good to go, because it should be BMW M Performance Racing Series is up next, if I'm not mistaken, Paulie, for their first heat of classes A, B and C. So yeah, V8s and V8 Masters, V8 Supercars and V8 Masters are being sent back to pit lane. So just a heads up. Let's do it. We got time, Paulie. We're going to have a look at that first lap once again. Here they come from the start line. It's the drop coming from Julian Familiaris. Watch for them both lock up. Familiaris and Wolford lock up. Familiaris comes off the brakes, and then you see Warren Lombard just tagging the back end of Franco de Matteo. He sends the Matteo into a spin. Ziegler car is Sean Moore. He's off. He locked up all on his own. Warren Lombard then goes off on the right-hand side of the exit point of turn number 1, Holes Hook. This is Campos fighting hard to try and get through there on Ibbotson. It looks like once de Matteo spun, Wolford had nowhere to go, and he spun out as well. And then down into turn 2, that was the prior instrumentation car of Steve Herbst that ran wide. Then we saw Campos fighting hard with Ibbotson. He tried to find a way through. You can see he had a little bit of damage there. I think he might have tagged the back end of the sliding and locking up car of Sean Moore, the Ziegler car. But he eventually got through as they came through Sorrel Sweep and led the V8 Masters. There was a bit of locking up of brakes off all cars. Terry Wolford then went for his second spin in the Jet Aurora and Fuchs and Schick sponsored Ford Mustang. Down the back straight away, the Ziegler car was trying to come back. It was all about the battle between Ibbotson and Campos as the rain started to get heavier and heavier from this position. So literally out of turn 5, the rain started to fall even heavier. It was a light drizzle as Familiaris came through to complete the first lap and lead out overall over Campos and Ibbotson. Behind that was Ken Finneran. They had yellow flags down into turn 1 because of the stricken Italian Stallions Deltec Batteries Jaguar. And as they came down there, Sam Dahl was under a bit of pressure. He felt it coming from one of the Masters cars, sliding up his inside and making his way through there. That was, I think, Gary Thompson. Gary Thompson trying to come back and get back into the front end. And then this was the big moments. Campos sliding through turn 2. Ibbotson with nowhere to go. T-Bone City. I think it was slightly rare T-Bone there down in turn 2 Cashel Corner. But Campos got the big end of that. Ibbotson basically destroyed the front end of that car. I don't think that Autohouse Angel machine will be back on track again. They then took a while to get the Italian Stallions de Matteo Racing machine out of the kiddie litter and back on track. Ibbotson car was stricken at turn 2, so red flags then were the case. And basically, once the red flags came out, this was not red flagged at this point though. This was still race action as Aki Kampan went down into Damstip with Campos on his tail. The hand came out from the Ziegler car of Sean Moore. That's when we knew there was a possibility of a red flag. Steve Herbst in the prior instrumentation machine came through as well. And once those red flags came out, everybody came to take their positions back on track. So, bit of chopping and changing now to happen in the program. We've got already a change in the program for the second half of the day. With 7 laps still to go, the V8 Supercars and Masters category were sent back into pit lane for the COCs and race control to try and make head or tail of what the next part of the day's proceedings are going to be. Whether they send the V8s out again for a second attempt, we're not sure. If not, stand by for action, possibly from the BMW M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C. So if you've just joined us here at Killarney International Raceway, yes, the rain has arrived. It's a slight little light drizzle, but it was enough to cause absolute chaos in the start of race 1 of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars and the V8 Masters combined. We've got about 9 cars that were involved in separate incidents that unfortunately called for a red flag. And it means that the BMW M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C are now on standby. As soon as they've got all the cars cleared from the various areas where these incidents took place. There was a big moment there with Roy Campos, and of course a big moment with a whole bunch of guys that were involved in some big incidents. Right, so and then while that incident was taking place, I know Ernest Page is going to come join me for BMW M Performance Racing Series. He's jumping into the seat right now. But we managed to get some footage sent to me by Wouter Roos, who was upstairs, I think, and caught the CCTV footage of Michael Grobler's crash during the Ferro Energia 111 Sports and Saloons category. So, Paul, you want to pull that up for us and have a look? This is what the CCTV showed us. That's Michael going down the back straight away. He went literally across the circuit. But have a look at this. Just between 2 cars. One of them, I think, was Christopher Tate. The other one was Keegan Nathan. And, of course, in the booth with me right now is the man who took first place. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Bernard de Gouveia had a little chat to you about a certain bump up to Class D, bud.
Yeah,
what are you doing in Class E, you punk?
No. You guys, we need to get our facts straight, yeah? We need to get our facts straight. Class E, folks, for those folks out there, is limited to 26.0.
Yeah.
The car that I'm driving is a friend's car, Dexter Bruce. Thanks, Dex, for loaning me the car. The car does 27, 26s all day long.
Yeah.
So Class E's 26. I do think, however, they do need to restructure because there were some guys that were running 28s to 32s. We've taken the classes from Joburg and added the appropriate amount of seconds, but I do think they got it wrong. But that's a Class E car according to your guys' rules. So it does 26.
You see what happens is, and I always say this because I love coming down to this track, and every time I've come to race here, there's always been the Cape Town rule.
What do you mean?
Cape Town rule. So a Class D competitor is racing in Class E right now, sitting next to me in the commentary booth, saying that he's a Class E car. His car only does that.
But I did win Class D overall, though.
He wins Class D overall. He wins Class E overall. He won the whole race overall, actually.
But now they're punishing me.
So
now.
they have bumped you up.
No. I'm right. The categories are incorrect.
Okay. Well,
so
it's got some kind of penalty.
So they're putting us at the back for the reverse grid, and then I think we're looking at maybe a combined race.
It is a combined race. Yeah.
Is it
so you won't be here. You'll be in the car.
I'll have to be there, but it's the first time I'm working with you, as far as I know. So thank you for having me in the booth.
Pleasure.
It's an absolute pleasure. I remember the first time I waved at you at race when you ignored me.
Nice.
No, it wasn't Esther, it was Daisy. And you did wave back that one time.
Hi.
Yes. So thank you for having me here, and I look forward to a good race. We've got Nierto and Ryan Nike right up front there. It's going to be a banger.
So listen, we jumped in here completely off guard, and I haven't even had an opportunity to introduce my good friend Ernest Page. Synonymous with motorsport, of course, down here in the Cape. Page Performance, of course, is a big factor that's involved with your side of things. If you've been watching Ignition TV, you've been watching the South African Endurance Series at some point in time. Both him and I were on a microphone there at some point in our careers. So he has got an ability to talk on a microphone, which is why Bernard said, with Nicholas Herbst not able to be here, the soothing sounds of Nicholas Herbst will be replaced by Ernest Page alongside me.
Thank you. What an intro. I will take it. That's a beautiful intro. Thank you for that. How's our flipping, our lead car over there? M4CS. It's gorgeous, but we've got to mention that the rain has just now started. It's raining out there.
Now listen, that's exactly why I was hoping to get you into the studio. I would have loved to have you a couple of minutes ago when there was just absolute chaos in the V8s and V8 Masters.
I missed that.
It was mayhem. There's about 9 cars that are, one certainly very second-hand, the Autohaus Angel car there, unfortunately, of Jason Everton. He T-boned Roy coming out. Roy was literally Jason Webb through turn 2. He was so lit and drifting through turn 2. Eventually, as he came to a stop, Everton had committed to the inside line thinking Roy was going to go wide and T-boned him and destroyed the whole front end of the car. Everton, I think, might be out, which is why they pulled the V8s off the track.
Okay.
Giving them a chance to sort of recoup, recover, get you guys out and see what you can do on the rubber that's provided, of course, for the BMW M Performance.
Yeah, the BMW M Performance guys are all running on the Dunlop semi-slicks.
Yep.
And these are semi-slick conditions, if you're honest. But I tell you what, that corner that you're seeing over there, folks, turn 3 is exceptionally slippery in these kind of conditions. I'm sure even in that pace car. And then turn 4, the double right-hander, the Malmesbury or saddle sweep as it's now known, is one of my favorite corners where absolute commitment is necessary. And in these conditions, again, with these turbo cars, you Joburg guys like power, eh?
Yeah, no, listen, we don't mess around, eh? We bring the real stuff here. And if you look at what's going to come out here now, I mean, you've got arguably at one point in time the fastest BMW ever in South Africa in Boris, being driven by Ryan Naka. And then you've got Neandertoy, who's just a beast in his own
we call
NDT
Neandertoy, he's our VP. That's what we call him here. You know, when you send out and you go to school sports and then there's like the fastest runner.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we
Most
call
valuable
him.
player. There you go. MVP.
Yes,
That's
indeed. So that's our Neon. But Ryan Nike, I know he's been working with RDSA. He's done the GR Cup, which I know you work with extensively. And he's just a young talent. He's the youngest guy in the field. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can do. And he did tell me that on a good day, this car can take it to Neon.
100%. I think Nike is going to be your big factor here. And of course, the one factor that I want to bring you in here is I've been here in these kind of conditions. It's a whole change of drive. You've got to completely change your whole outlook in terms of where you put the power down, what gears you're in, particularly in rear-wheel drive, because rear-wheel drive tends to get away with you pretty rapidly in these tricky conditions.
And then there's turbo as well factored into it. And I mean, the car that I'm driving is a normally aspirated 328. It's tricky in these conditions, but it's still relatively stable. I was driving behind one of our turbo cars in our stable, and guys like Amar Kutsia that's in our stable, and these guys are telling me that it's so sketchy when they try. And you saw there now, just on your screen.
Just a too much power on the right foot will get you lit up.
Gentle tap on the power gets you lit up.
And remember, there's no electronics in these cars as well. So if
some of them do.
Some do run it. Yeah, some do, but the majority of them don't.
Yeah.
So you've got to be. It's all driver skill here.
Yes.
So what Graham Nathan, probably a front wheel drive god in terms of motorsport in South Africa.
Yes.
Knows that in a front wheel drive, you drop down at least 2 gears. So you're going to be, where you're going into a corner in second, you'll go in third. If you're going in fourth, you'll go in fifth. You're going to play around with the gears. You're going to go to slightly higher gears to play in as opposed to the lower gears, because as soon as you go to that loud pedal, if you're in the higher gear, it's going to spin you around.
Yes.
Same thing applies here when we're looking at the rear-wheel drives. Probably even more because of the amount of power that gets driven through those rear-wheel drives, particularly in the BMWs.
Yeah, these guys are going to be short shifting for sure. And just look at some of these cars, the MYH car, and that's one of the cars, as I said, in our stable over here. That's one of the Kutsia cars, and just big power, big rubber. But having said that, I have spoken to the MYH guys. They've told me they're running slightly older rubber. They didn't get new rubber for this. Some of our guys in Cape Town specifically got their cars ready for this event. Their cars were parked.
I believe there were a couple of cars built just for this race.
Dexter Bruce's car.
Oh, fantastic.
That turbo car of his cars are actually very reliable. And that's why I'm driving the other one.
I'm just going to say that Dexter, he quoted what he was driving, but I know what's under that bonnet, babe.
Oh, there was another sideways moment there.
I think there's a 2JC that's underneath.
No. It's a 325 turbo. I'm driving his normally aspirated car.
Oh, yeah, that's what you say.
Which is ultra reliable.
Normally aspirated.
I just hope he doesn't take it back though.
No, don't even give him the keys. Just drive it to your stable and put it away.
There on your left you see Renzo, and I've got to say, I've met some of you guys, but I don't know them. The only guy that I've met that I know, and I don't like him though, is the Tugabeya guy.
Yeah, no, he's a bit hectic.
He's a bit hectic.
There
he is now.
On cue.
On the left of his screen there.
Listen, but I got to take. He sat next to me and I told him I was going to give you a ragging, which
of course. I wasn't expecting anything less.
The cool thing about him is, if you look at what he's done for this class, particularly up north, and the Gauteng BMW Club that's turned into the M Performance Racing Series, it's arguably, and I always say, it's the biggest growing category in the country.
Wow.
I know you guys have got a huge contingent down here in GTI Challenge.
But we don't have a BMW even.
No, but that's what I'm about to say to you. It's time.
Yeah.
You've got enough BMs here.
We've got enough.
You've got enough BMs that run on track. You've got enough BMs that run on your Rallycross Championship. It's time. I think there's going to be some kind of synergy with what's happening here today that's going to spark a BMW M Performance Racing style series here in Cape Town.
Well, Bernie's such a lekker guy to deal with. He's in my garage on the other side at the moment. And we tried to do what the South Africans did with the New Zealanders in the 95 World Cup and have dinner with them last night and maybe food poisoning them. But it didn't work. But it's so lekker to have the gears in the pit this week. I tell you, our guys have seldom recently been this excited as we see the Hendricks car over there, the MYH Auto Hendricks car over there, very fast turbocharged cars. Our guys are very excited. We're glad to have you guys down here, and you guys bring with a professionalism as well, which we enjoy.
Well, that's the whole idea with the Extreme Festival, is that it's not only fun on track, it's fun off track, it's fun in the pits. It gives you that gears as you spoke about, and of course down here in the Western Province, the gears is always a massive factor. If you look at the people that are still sitting out there on the grandstands and braving these treacherous conditions,
in these conditions,
just shows you that the Cape, and particularly the Western Cape, are in a situation that they are still hungry for motorsport, and
yes,
they want this type of motorsport all the time.
Now we love
come
it.
down here twice with the National Championship. We've come down here in the last 3 years for the last couple of times for our national regional side of things as well, and hopefully this bodes well for potentially what could be the future of motorsport. As I said, the synergy is there. There's an opportunity where there could be a Western Province BMW club that turns into a similar series to what they run up in.
I know Bernie's trying to rope Dexter into to run the club. So Dexter, if you're hearing this,
Dex, let me tell you something. You can't go wrong here, bud. You can't go wrong. Just speak to that guy that we don't like so much, Bernard de Gavay. He'll tell you all about it.
So I've got the names in front of me here of the classes. We've spoken about Class A a lot, but there is Class B. Mansoor Parker is in there, Renier in there, Dean Ball, and of course Niaz Modak out there in the M2 as well. They've had some issues with some of these cars. I know that the guys.
Niaz Modak is an M2 like triple turbo with nitrous.
Yes.
And I think he's running on those very sticky rubber that Andre Besaidnout uses up the hill.
the rubber that's designed to last 43 seconds.
Yeah.
And then second in Class C, we've got Levy, we've got Reynard, Varish, Yusuf, Daniel, Benny Late, we've got Troy over there. Yeah. So it's all about these guys trying to beat each other. But I got to say though, and we got more cars coming out to join the back of the field. I got to say, in these conditions as Renzo makes his way out,
now, the reason they're late is because of the change in the program. So they're going to give a bit of leeway there because of the fact that they pulled the V8s in. These guys weren't ready to go. So when the announcement was made down pit lane, I think a couple of these guys weren't even near their cars. So they're given a chance for those guys to still get on track.
The V8 guys still had 7 laps left, and then the race got canned. Yeah. So you're right. The guys weren't ready, but they still got another warm-up lap now to do.
Correct.
And then it's the rolling start, and it's an interesting rolling start that you cannot cross your bumpers until you go over the start line. So just make sure that when you guys dive into the first corner, specifically something like Swartkopsa here, it's a tricky off-camber bank corner where incidents can happen quickly. Turn 1, it's generally not that bad, but I do like it in a class like this. Let's look after each other's cars. Let's play nice with each other.
It does work well for this category, I can tell you, because you don't win the race in turn 1. That's the
but
cool
you
thing
can
about
lose it in turn 1.
But
that's for sure.
Speaking about guys who can win the races, let's go and catch up with a couple of our top contenders in the interviews just before this race gets underway. We caught up with Bob and another driver yesterday in the pre-race interviews.
Yeah, not too bad. Got a few teething problems. We can't get boost, otherwise it goes to about 4,600 RPM and then we start getting a misfire. So we're working on it. Let's see if we can get it right. If we can, then we'll be in the game, but if not, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, thanks Dave. It's our first time as a BMW M Performance Sports Race Series to be done here in Cape Town. It's an honour to be here. We've been welcomed by everyone here, all the locals. They've been helping us. Whatever we need, they're ready to help us. Arrived on Tuesday. First time on track for me. It was awesome. Unfortunately, I picked up a miss today, so we're trying to sort out the miss on the car. But hopefully we'll get it right. And the weather hasn't been playing nicely with us, unfortunately. So hopefully by later today we can sort out all the classes. I've got to sit and sort the classes. There's a lot of new guys that join us from Cape Town. There's like 20 odd guys from Cape Town plus 20 odd that came down from Joburg. So well done to all those who joined the event today. Thank you.
Well, that other driver just gave us a little insight there as well. So we didn't want to mention his name because, he gets a lot of mentions throughout the race. So
he's quite famous,
quite a famous BMW racing driver there.
And in the background, that's Robin in the background. One of the... You're always cracking jokes, and he'll be cracking jokes with you later.
He's coming to join me, I believe, because you're going to go and do some piloting of your own when we do the combined second race. Now, You spoke about trying to get heat into the rubber. How?
Exactly. With these type of conditions here, these guys are spinning them up, but you also don't just want to get heat onto the surface of the tire. You want to get heat all the way down.
Yeah.
So everybody's got a different way of doing things. Interesting to see how each one does it. Some might say it's right, some might say it's a bit more right, but at the end of the day, it's the results that count, isn't it?
It does indeed. But of course, when you got wet track conditions, to try and find the heat in that tarmac is not easy. So you'll see a couple of guys trying to sort of spin up those drive wheels at the back to get the heat into at least the drive wheels, and then they'll be sort of flicking left and right on the straightaways to try and get a bit of heat into the front ones that, of course, help you to make these turns. And there are 5 very, very difficult corners on the circuit.
Yeah.
They don't look difficult when you watch it from the outside.
They really don't.
But when you drive it, I can tell you, you've got to have your wits about you, because there's a certain finesse to Killarney International Raceway, and I always mention it in commentary as the Cape Town line. So if any of the Joburg drivers can hear me in this commentary, and they might be watching the live stream on their phones in the car, you never know, find a Cape Town driver and follow him. I can tell you right now, the Cape Town line works around here.
So we've been chatting to the guys, and it's interesting that the guys have driven on many circuits, but trying to find the lines here has been a bit tricky, and trying to find the speed through the high-speed corners, because look at the exit of 4. There's no runoff there. If you lose it on the exit of 4, you're going straight into those tires, and we've all had our moments over the years, so we've kind of just shaken that off. But some of the guys are saying, they're not willing to commit quite yet. And then when you get rain like this, it's so sketchy on the surface because of the bumps, because of the streams, and because of the dry line that forms here and there, but not there. And the puddles. Oh man, this is going to be fun to watch.
Now, I say the same thing to Bernard earlier on in the Class D&E race, where you were busy in the cockpit. A lot of the Joburg guys were not hitting the bumps like the Cape Town guys do. They know where those bumps are, and they know they can hit them, and hit them by either coming off slightly or just knowing exactly when to accelerate, so that you take away and negate the bump effect on your car. Whereas the Joburg guys were all trying to avoid them.
Yes.
So that was slowing them down. Hopefully they've learned from their mistakes now and can put it into practice. Particularly Leon Lobsher and Bob Neal, who are only starting down in 7th, and I think a little bit further back than that, 5th place, 5 and 7. So some work to do in those very powerful cars that
here we
usually
go.
run at the front end as the lights go out.
Here we go, Ryan. Gets a little bit sideways there. As you can see, the power trying to go down on the inside. He covers the line. Ryan Nike around the outside. Reta there down into 3rd place as Torrente gets 4th position through the first corner.
Nice one there from Renz. He's got up into 4th place, but right on his tail is Leon Lobsher in arguably one of the fastest BMWs ever built in this country. Not too far behind that is, of course, another one. But Ryan Nike is the man to watch out for at this stage. He's in the BMW known as Boris. It was one of the best and fastest BMs in its time. It's certainly still one of the fastest BMWs out there. But look at these conditions. The camera screen shows you what the drivers are experiencing if their windscreen wipers are not working.
Yeah, exactly. I think Torrente ran a little bit deep there. Interesting to see where he is at the moment as Neon leads us off. Nike still in 2nd place. Reta in 3rd place. There is Torrente sticking it with the guys. And here comes the MYH Auto car on the outside. The 2 sister cars almost touch there. And that looks like one of the Levy cars there, I think.
Mansour Parker was on the inside line. He was on the Joker lap of the World Rallycross circuit, Pat. That's where he was going.
They're trying to go 3 abreast into turn 4. Not a good idea. Parker then gets it around the inside there. The guys are trying to get ahead, and you can see some of the drivers struggling to get the power down. This is so sketchy. Big sideways moment there for one of the cars further back in the field.
It was a huge one there. If I look at that, possibly Dean Paul or maybe Anwar Levy, who actually got out of shape there. But
Levy,
more importantly right now is look at the 2 fast cars that would usually be at the front end of Class A. They're sitting in the mid-pack right now, and they've got Class B competitors going past them, like Reinhardt. Reinhardt Miller in the Antec car has moved his way up relatively easily through there because of the ability to get the power down. Nike and Neon are doing it and they're showing the way around here.
Well done to these 2 drivers. Marco Reta hasn't got that much experience in the big power cars, and Renzo himself coming from a background where there's more donuts and sideways action, and now suddenly finds himself right up the front. 3rd position there we see Amar Kutsia there in 6th place, Mansour Parker in 5th position, Dean in 9th place, Reynard in 7th, and they are just jostling all the time as they try and find the grip on this very slippery surface.
I know, it's very slippery out there. Treacherous conditions right now. Parker getting it all right here. The 27 car coming through there of Amar Kusia, and the MYH team are in full effect there with Bob Neal fighting it in amongst the usual contenders of our usual category of BMW and Performance Racing Series guys. Troy Cochran, a little bit out of shape there for the Arrow car. And here comes the boss man. Hey, hang on a second. What's going on there now?
Let's give him some airtime,
back
guys.
Of the pack, baby.
Let's give him some airtime
there, please. Listen, he said to me, in these kind of conditions, he wants to take the car home without any damage. So he's going to just take it easy and make sure the car's ready. Because remember, they've got some big plans coming up in the very near future. End of October, they head to Killarney for BMW M Fest. It's going to be a massive event. Hopefully, some MYH cars and some certain co-commentators will be joining us at M Fest in some BMW.
Coastal car gets sideways again. There goes the coastal car sideways again through turn 4. That is so scary. I wouldn't want to do that. And notice the line that Red is taking there. They're trying to find the grip. As we see Niaz Modak coming through there with a one-eyed wonder M2. Very fast car. And the coastal car also. That is
Hinternas.
It's Hinternas. So Hinternas, they've been working on that car. They had some issues with that car yesterday, and now the car's finally back on circuit. A lot of the Cape Town guys, a lot of the Joburg guys have been spending most of the last 24 hours trying to get their cars onto the circuit, and here they are.
Bob Neal was definitely one of them. He had some issues with spark plug issues and a misfire, so it hasn't quite worked out for him just yet. He's dropped down into, well, he's actually dropped out of the top 10, just into 9th place. He actually got back into 9th place there as he crossed the line. So Bob Neal there in the Dalman mining car. A usual contender at the front end, just ahead of Anma Kutsia there in the MYH car.
Yeah.
And then I said, Ollie Hinternas, I beg your pardon. I said it was Levy who was drifting and spinning out.
That was Oliver.
It was actually Ollie Hinternas.
That was Oliver.
Yeah.
And if we look at the class categories, Neanderthal leads Class A, Mansur Parker leads Class B, and then we got Miller leading C off Bob Neal further back in Class A as well. But I tell you what, it's a mix and a match at the moment where you've got all these speed differentials between these cars. It makes it very interesting. You see Niaz Modak down the inside and he takes it. Niaz Modak gets it from the 46 car over there. Well done, turn 3, not an easy place to overtake.
No, not at all. So getting through on Parker and making his way up now into the top 5. So Modak into the top 5. Class C car making its way through there pretty rapidly. And Modak is, of course, now Class B pushing hard. Once again, it's into now sideways out of Sorrel Sweep. The back end. It's kind of indicative of the old 325 shadow lines coming out of Kyle Army at West Bank Corner, where the back end would just step out.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what's happening there.
So exciting to watch. And you got to know, the Hinternas name in Cape Town, all of them race, all of them are fast. And because a lot of them, I think, have a stock car background, I think all of them like to go sideways as well. So Hinternas really enjoying himself there as Retta crosses the line to complete another lap.
Yeah,
is that the M2? That's the M2 pulling in. Oh, I think Modak's
out. He's at the pull into pit lane there. So that's going to give that position back to Mansour Parker. Reinhard Miller behind him. Nice run there from Miller at this point in time, leading Class C. Incredibly, Class C leader is up just outside of the top 5 overall.
Beautiful. Miller doing very well to fly the flag there. Hinternas and Miller, though, are the two cars, and you can see Hinternas pushing on, are the two cars that are pushing to get that Class C win. And there goes another race car. This is, someone needs to tell these guys, this is not four-wheeler drift. This is, of course,
Daniel Kutsia, who got out of shape there.
Yeah, Daniel, a very young Cape Town driver, but also exceptionally talented, also just parking his car for the last couple of months, but back out on circuit. That green BMW of his is just absolutely stunning. As the rest of the field comes through, there's another MYH car pulling through as well. That's Joseph Hendricks in Class C.
So a little bit of a fight on here, but for overall honours, Neon's basically all on his own. Ryan Naka is not going to be touched, and of course he'll probably move himself up pretty rapidly in the championship overall, because he is a usual contender. Now, what happens for those folks that are watching from Cape Town and those folks who watch this series regularly, remember all these Cape Town wildcards, if they don't do more than 3 races in the series, will drop those points and lose them, and those points of course will then be passed on to the usual contenders, like for instance Ryan Naka, Mansour Parker, Reinhard Miller. They'll all be scoring big points later on once those drop rounds are put into effect. At this stage though, Ryan Naka, super run from him there in second place, and he's quickest at the moment, down to 26.6.
Down to 26.6, so this could be the onslaught of Ryan Naka as he comes into view on your screen right about now. Near the toy will now be going through turn 3 as Ryan Naka starts to use all that experience he's developed over the last couple of years in GR Cup. He told me that the GR Cup is actually more difficult to get onto the limit than this car, even though this one's much faster and more powerful. Let's see. Oh, someone spun out! Someone spun out. That's a big one. Joseph Hendricks avoids. That's the 21 car over there. That's Benny Late.
Yeah.
That's Benny Light, the spanner. That car's got, that's carbon fiber bits laying all over the track.
Yeah, there's a lot of carbon fiber, a lot of dirty stuff on the inside of that corner as well.
Turn 5. That's the middle of turn 5. So
the marshals are going to have to get out there pretty rapidly if they can get all that stuff out the way, because otherwise you're going to find maybe potentially some puncture-proof stuff out there.
Yeah.
Because it's definitely not what you want in the inside line of that corner.
There goes
Cochrane starting to get a bit sideways as well. Looks like a bit of a dry line starting to form because the rain has stopped. That's one good factor.
Looks like it indeed.
So the drizzle has stopped there. I wouldn't say it's rain. A little bit of drizzle here in Cape Town.
Let's see
a
if
little dry line starting to form now for these guys.
Let's see if Neander is going to head back there this time as we catch eyes now on the 49 car.
Bob Neal.
That is Bob Neal. Right behind him, he's got Dean Ball over there. Both Joburg guys, E36. Oh, down the inside goes Ball. And this is now a drag race to turn 5.
So if that car is in full flight and's got all the ability, I can tell you right now, in usual conditions, Dean Ball wouldn't even be close to that car. Bob Neal just battling a little bit with a bit of a misfire yesterday.
Oh, yes, of
Not
course.
quite sure if he got it all sorted out, but he's out there to try and score as much points as he can in Class A. And considering the fact that we also lost right at the start, I haven't mentioned it yet, but I was trying to pick up to see if he'd fallen through the sidelines.
Yeah.
But the number 1 car is not there. Lopesha has gone missing almost from, I think, from lap 2.
You were right about that misfire. Chatted him in the pits, and I got to apologize. Dean Ball, of course, from Port Elizabeth, not from Joburg. And I know that you Joburg guys don't like it when we bunch you guys all into one
it's all
group,
good.
eh?
It's all good, hey?
It's all north
you
for
know,
us.
You know the last part about that, mentioning Dean Ball, is that he's come from PE to Cape Town to race.
Thank you.
So it's showing you that the cross-pollination between the coastal events and the inland events is working, and it's working well.
Here comes.
Here's Lopesha.
Lopesha tootling around. Tootling around Bernie as well, but Bernie is about to get lap. Lopesha though looks like he's just circulating, maybe just trying to score points. He's not going to the pits by the looks of things, so he's staying on the circuit,
and
just
Nike's about to pass
circulating.
him.
Yeah, Nike's about to pass him. So Nike now catching some back markers. Neanderthal just crossed the line with a time of 25.1. Nike gets a 26.3, looks like it. So Neon now having 28 for Nike. So Neon's picked up the pace 3 seconds. The gap has now gotten bigger.
Yeah, I think they probably put a pit board out and said, listen, Ryan's on his way, you better turn the wick up again and just maintain the pace you were going at. Now that it's dried up, it's easier to maintain that pace. Bob Neal getting back again.
Oh, here we go.
The additional power that BM's got compared to Dean Ball's car.
And here comes the E36 once again. The two of them making their way to turn 5. It's the hard braking zone, the fastest part of the circuit. The flag is up there to show change of service, but by now they should know what's happening in front there. Into the braking zone they go, but the white car stays in front.
Got to watch out for that inside line with all the broken carbon fiber bits. That's what they're warning them about. If you stay inside, it's fine because there's a clear line there. Or if you go high on the banking, it's clear. But in that middle part of the track, there's still a bit of carbon fiber out there.
Old Renzo over here, I gotta say, Renzo Torrente, he's one of those guys, like I said, that's made the move to circuit racing quite late in his life. And I'm not saying he's old Renzo, if you're hearing this. He's a big guy, so I'll deal with him later.
Yeah, you can deal with him. I'm not coming there. Hey? I'm not involved in this fight.
But I gotta say, I'll get to the bit sideways there. I gotta say, he has been driving like a champ. And to be third in this level, to be third in this company, well done to Renzo, man. Well done to Renzo.
A nice run here from Torrente as he hangs in there for third place overall. We're getting to about 2.5 laps to go for the front end.
Yeah.
Neanderthal doing a super job. In fact, he's got 3 laps to go. Neanderthal's just crossed the line now. Back down into the 24.4s now.
Well done.
It's certainly drying up. You can
It's
see the
definitely
lap
drying up.
times are starting to drop here.
Yeah,
They're not going into lap record pace just yet, but certainly in these conditions, a 24.4 is a respectable time.
Yeah, we head now further back. We've got Cochrane over there in Class C. Class C looking like Oliver Hintenhuis in the lead. Reinhard Miller in second place. Daniel Kutsia, our Cape Town man, in third with Anwar Levy behind him. Cochrane on your screen at the moment in 5th position as he makes his way on into the braking zone over there. Bernie Dugavea further back, followed by Benny Late. That's the 45 car. Anwar Levy in 4th place there. So this is a battle for position on screen at the moment.
Yeah, a battle for track condition as opposed to class conditions. Yeah. The class positions there would have changed up there, and you can see just how hard he's pushing. Anwar in the Class A BMW for the Jive cool drinks machine.
I've got Anwar classified as Class C over here. Okay. Let's see.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, Anwar's classified as Class C, but
it's
you know
Anwar that I was looking at.
Yeah, you know these Cape Town guys like to shift their classes.
No,
I'm supposed to be in Class A according to you guys.
There's a Class A driver next to me here.
So, yeah, but some fantastic racing as the 46 car over there leads off into turn 2, and now a braking duel. These guys still fighting it out as Miller over there.
Yeah, but Hintenhuis is on his tail now. This is for the lead of Class C.
Yes.
And it's 5th and 6th place they're fighting for overall. So
oh my goodness
or
me.
6 and 7, I should say. 6 and 7.
So yes,
the battle for Class C certainly heating up here big time.
This is that battle. Reinhard Miller, Oliver Hintenhuis, Daniel Kutsia. Let's see. We've got
running wide.
That's
a big
Oliver
move there.
Hintenhuis in second place. That's Reinhard Miller has got first place, and Hintenhuis. This is the battle for the lead right in front for Class C. You can see it on your screen right now.
Yeah, a nice little run here from the Amtech car, doing a superb job. Reinhard Miller, he's always been a top contender in Class C, and he's certainly the man who's looking to try and take the championship overall in Class C. A lot of times, because of the sizes of the classes, when you, if you look at the way the rules work here, which you've probably had to look at coming on board here with me, is if you've got a smaller class and there's not as many cars, they tend to sort of play around with the points position. So Reinhardt's in a class that's packed. So Class C, as a packed class, he's going to get full complement of points. If he can stay ahead, though.
The hard charge around the outside. Your words, not mine. As down the outside goes Hintenhouse, and this is going to be a duel into turn 1. Hintenhouse will have the outside line, which means he could have the line for turn 2. But what will that first place man Miller do as Hintenhouse takes the lead, goes around the outside?
Slots in behind him, follows the coastal car through. Not a bad effort there. Reinhard Miller, if I was you, stay on the bumper there and check out the Cape Town lines, boy. He's going to show you the way around here and show you the reason why he was able to close down on you. So Ollie Hintenhouse hits the front end of Class C as they get into the final lap. Perfect timing from his point of view. Looking for a chance now to wrap up Class C. We'll have to keep an eye out on where Neon de Toy is, because Neon de Toy, of course, is our lead car and potentially on his way down the back straightaway, or at least into turn 5. There we go. This is Bernard de Gavea and Leon Loubser. They're on that back straightaway. Do we see a quicker car up the front end? No. Well, there comes. That's
Terente.
Renzo Terente.
That's third place.
I think Neon will be on his way to the flag.
Yeah, he should be well on his way to the flag. I think he's already taken the flag. Neon de Toy, if that was in fact the last lap, we haven't seen the checkered flag out yet. It's still green flag racing, so I think they've still got one more lap to go. It looks like they've still got one more in the bag.
Know what it is? We were catching up on the back markers, and I saw the one lap to go because they'd have started the last lap. So he's possibly halfway around the last lap right now.
Yeah, definitely, as you say, halfway around, that's for sure. The 46 car over there, Mansour Parker doing very well indeed. Mansour Parker leading off Class B. Dean Ball in second place in B, and Renier Smith. And like you say, the bigger classes get more points.
They do, 100%. So as we pick up on the MYH car there onto Charles Sweep, getting it a bit sideways there. That's Daniel Kutsia, and I think just up the road there from him, there is Ryan Nike. That's second place. So we got Neon heading towards the flag, and possibly, I think I just heard him go across the line actually.
Oh, Class C standing.
Yeah, there he is. Cross the line.
Cross the line he goes. Neon de Toy gets the flag. Neon de Toy gets the flag. Second place, Ryan Nike. Third place, Renzo Terente. He still needs to grab it, but he should be there. There comes Nike. Looks like it.
Yeah, that's Nike.
And I'm still learning the way your guys' cars look. So I apologize to the listeners out there. These cars don't look the same.
You must know. Yeah, they're all BMWs.
They're all BMWs.
And they've all got M Performance parts on them.
Indeed.
And all Dunlop tires.
But I've got to say, Class B, our man Mansour Parker gets first place in B. Dean Ball in second place. If they cross the line, it's still a ways to go for some of them. And Renier Smith in third place as they make their way around to 4. That's Marco Retta over there. Retta currently running in fourth place. So he's just got to cross the line. Here comes Cochrane now. In Class C, Oliver Hintenhouse is going to take it in Class C. Reynard Miller, if he crosses the line, gets second place. Daniel Kutsia gets a very satisfactory, I'm sure, third place for him, because he's had so many issues with that car. Varish gets fourth place. Anwar Levy in fifth. Troy Cochrane, we saw on our screen earlier on, gets sixth.
Yeah, amazing stuff there, as always, from our M Performance Racing Series as the mid-pack start to come through there to take the checkered flag and finish up the first heat of classes A, B, and C. Remember, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to be joined by my good friend here, Mr.
I was looking forward to that, to be honest. This was very nice. Thank you.
It was amazing to have you here. But
nice to finally work with you.
And the cool thing is that it's what I've always said about this class. If you have the ability to run all 5 classes together, do it. Because, it puts a race together that can't be beaten.
Well, it's going to be difficult for you because there's cars all over the place.
I'm looking forward to see what you can do in amongst the cars that you're supposed to be racing
I'm hoping it doesn't rain though. My teammate Dexter he's doing the literal rain dance at the moment. As you can see on your screen there, all the results, folks. A big 15-second gap for Neon de Toy there, and a big gap towards third place. There's top 3 definitely in a class of their own, with Marco Retta, again, someone that has been developing himself and his car over time. It just shows you what a lot of practice on the circuit does, and what lots of good car preparation does. Some of these guys with fantastic performances today, they should all be proud.
Class B goes to Mansour Parker. Class C going to Hintenhouse. He beat out Reinhard Miller. A good run there as well from Daniel Kutsia. He'll get third place in Class C. Class B, second place. Long way back. We've got to go to second place, Renier Smith. And then I think it's Niaz Modak, who unfortunately didn't make it.
Yeah, he was doing so well, eh?
He was doing well. There must have been some kind of issue on that car.
Yeah, they've had some issues with that car as well. I know those Terente and Niaz's car in the same stable. Terente's car's been running fine, no issues there. But Niaz's car, there was some small issues which they said they were hoping would be fixed. That obviously that was not the case. Maybe 100%. They'll be back for race 2.
Well, buddy, it was great to work with you, Ernest. Thank you so much, and good luck for the second one with a combined race. And hopefully we get to get on a microphone at some other point in our careers at some point.
That was fun.
It was really, really awesome to have you here.
That was fun.
And,
I look forward to hearing the chirps about my race later.
Before you go, it gives me an opportunity to sort of chat about what's happening with Ernest Page at the moment. What's the deal?
So I do a lot of production, TV production stuff, presenting. So I do work for Ignition. I'm on a show called All Things Motoring. We produce that show, Ignition GT. I present that, anchor that at the moment. So that's kind of been the main focus now. But I am slowly starting to get back into commentary as well now. So I'm looking forward to doing more of this. I really enjoy this. I've always said I'm a fan of motorsport. I love doing it, but I also love watching it, especially local motorsport specifically, because the guys. It's fun.
Exactly.
And this was just a cool opportunity. So if you guys want to follow me, check out Performance with Page or tune into Ignition GT and All Things Motoring. I'll see you guys there.
Dude, thank you so much. Really awesome to have you. Ernest Page joining me here for commentary. And of course, we stand by to see whether or not the V8 supercars are going to roll back out again. If they do, we'll be back shortly with action here from the Extreme Festival of Motorsports Regional Championships at Killarney International Raceway. Followed there by Darby Olivier on his inside. Olivier going to try and hang on for second place. The rest of the pack coming through there. Rob Clark in the Honda. You can see in that mid-pack about 10 or 12 cars back overall. PMD Transport Machine looking for a way through early on is Miguel Diaz. Looks like he's trying to find a way through, and looks like he may have just done that to get ahead of Lindsay Kleur as well. Oh, problems. Michael Krobler spinning out. And is that Vota who spun with him? Yes, Vota and Michael Krobler have spun out at turn 2. Oh, and Darby spun out as well. Darby Olivier having a big moment coming out of the kink. I wonder if there might be some water or something down there on the circuit. Certainly not what you expect to see from Darby Olivier that early on in the International Race Supplies BMW. It means out front is that Kleur leading. It looks like Lindsay Kleur might be leading. I don't think we picked up on Philip Mayer though. Philip Mayer will probably be leading overall. He wasn't involved in the incident, I don't think. But, no, that's the People Group Porsche. No, there we go. Let's get everything sorted out. There goes Philip Mayer, there goes George Economides. They stayed out of harm's way. Lindsay Kleur just avoided the action. And Mal Spurs now up into what is second place in Class A and fourth place on the road. Nice start there as well, coming out of a couple of the contenders. And oh, the Bat Lady spins out down in turn 5. Is there some rain? Because I'm looking on my windscreen. I don't see any wetness on the windscreen of our commentary booth here, so I don't think it's rain. I think maybe just cold tyres. They're going to just battle to get some heat into the rubber when there's not any heat in the tarmac. And maybe a couple of these front-wheel drive cars not quite up to pace just yet. Eco Simply Solar Polo going up the inside of the Nathan's Motorsport Polo of a hard charger. Oh, well, I stand to be corrected. Maybe there's some kind of liquid on the circuit, because that's the leader who's gone off. George Economides now takes the lead of the race. And Philip Mayer drops to second place. So we got Wealth Avenue Golf and Martini Racing Colours leading things out. There's some rain. There's definitely some rain on track. Yeah, camera lens, you can see the wetness coming down here. So this is going to catch a couple of these cars out there on semi-slick Dunlops out there, which means they're going to have to just putter around. They're not going to be able to come in to change tyres. That's not going to be a case here when you've only got an 8-lap race to do. And, already some serious race action happening out there with changeable conditions as the cars went out. So People Group Porsche, who's leading comfortably, spins out at turn 2 and gives the lead to George Economides. Lindsay Kleur hangs on for third. Fourth is Mal Spur. Fifth is Pete Potgieter, by the looks of things, the second of the Nathan's Motorsport Polos. Yes, they're into what is second of the Nathan's Motorsport Volkswagens, because the first one is Mal Spur in the Car Care Clinic Golf. Then it's Polo coming across the line. Ford ST Focus slowly but surely making its way to the front end. I said Wayne Robb will be a man to watch out for coming from the back of that pack. In that ST Focus will have the straight line speed over a couple of these cars, including Louis Scholz in the Class X Honda. Mighty Mfana on the inside of him. Darby Olivier making up some ground now as well after spinning out earlier on, trying to close that gap down on Mfana and on Scholz. Not sure what he's running on top of his car there. Paulie, I don't know if you got any information on that. Oh, the air vents just popped open, so it's probably popped open bigger than what he wanted, so it'll be a small hindrance. It'll probably be a bit of noise in the background, which may concern the driver, but I don't think he'll be too worried about it right now. So we kind of got Polos, Golfs, and BMWs fighting in this front end pack with a Ford Focus ST chucked in for good measure as well. The Porsche in second hasn't quite been able to bridge that gap now on the lead car, but there's definitely a bridge being gapped by Mal. Mal Spur, birthday girl for the month, looking for a way through there on Lindsay Kleur. Can't find it just yet. So it's Golf 7 versus the Polo GTI in front. Both of them GTI powered machines. This, of course, is a spectacular Golf 1 that Mr. Economides owns and pilots on various occasions in different circuits around the country. Economides leads out with the fastest lap time of a 23.7. One thing I do need to do is go to my notes now quickly that Voti sent me yesterday and have a quick squiz at some of the notes that he did send me. Most important one, of course, is what I want to see is what the breakout times are. There we go. Breakout times for Class GT are 1 minute 20.2. In the conditions today, they're not going to even get close to that 1 minute 20 bracket. So not to worry there, I don't think, for any of these classes in terms of breaking out of their allotted lap times. Class A is a 23.8, they're doing 27s at the moment. Class B are doing 28.2s, and they're able to do 26.1s. Class C, if I look at things a bit further back there, I don't think anybody's going to be in the breakout time, so we don't have to worry too much about anybody going into the breakout times for the allotted classes here today. It's a big field of cars that are fighting on track at the moment for the Ferro Energia 111 Sports and Saloons, which is always good to see. In terms of the classes, Economides is the champion in the GT category at the moment. He leads this championship battle. In Class A, Mel Spur is the lady to catch. Michael Krobler, the man we're watching right now, fighting for honours on track and trying to come back after that spin at turn 2, is the leader of Class B. Class C is Vota. He's comfortable at the moment, although he's also had a spin, so maybe not as comfortable as what he'd like to be. And then in the Class D, Rob Clark leads out that battle. So those are the championship conditions that are out there at the moment. Lindsay Kleur, if I look at the way things go at the moment, is down in 7th place overall in Class B's championship, and leading Class A's championship, and leading Class A's champion Mal Spur at this point on track. But as I can see, other than Darby, everybody, and maybe Wayne Roberts, probably another man to watch out for in terms of pace right now, everybody seems to be sort of settling down now. The rain has stopped, but that little bit of drizzle caught a couple of cars out big time. And Dunlops probably didn't like the fact that there was changeable road surface. And with that, a couple of cars have spun. One of them very badly damaged. That's Michael Krobler with another big one. Has that happened down that back straightaway, Paulie? I think it is. Down the back straight, Michael Krobler's had a big crash. And that Golf is pretty second-hand by the looks of things. Down towards turn 5. Wayne Robb dives up the inside, gets through on Luigi. But that's Class A versus Class B at that point. So not too worried. Luigi won't be too worried about Wayne Robb getting through on him. Might use him to try and close the gap down on the front end here. Mel has got to the front of this battle and leads out over Lindsay Kleur now, who also loses out to... Oh, Economides is spinning! The leader spun as well, so George Economides has spun too. Cars being caught out now with some very tricky conditions out on track. Philip Matt retakes the lead. So the People Group Porsche now retakes the lead, and Philip will know just what the conditions are like, where he can push, where he can't push, and he's going to try and stay within those limits if he can. Mel looks like she's up to 2nd overall. Yes, she is. Mel is up to 2nd place overall, with Darby Ulifi going around the outside to go to 2nd place and just squeeze her out onto the Jabez Straight up towards Sorrel Sweep and past the Car Care Clinic Boma. So Mel is now 3rd overall, Lindsay Kleur 4th overall. We've got GT cars 1 and 2. We've got Class A cars 3 and 4. Michael Krobler must have had some massive moment down that back straightaway, Paulie, if you look at that car stuck on the sideline. Now, if you see just behind his car there's a whole bunch of dirt. So did he spin out going down the straight with a possible puncture that threw him into the inside wall where that marshal's standing? I'll kind of gesticulate when we go down that back straightaway on the next shot where that car's parked. It's double wave yellows down into turn 5, so no overtaking into turn 5 because of Michael Krobler's car stuck on the inside line. So here they come, down towards turn 1. Lindsay Kleur putting the pressure onto Mal. Mal soaks it up. It's Polo GTR versus Golf GTR there into turn 1. Behind that, it's another GTR in the form of Pete Porchita. This car's having a fantastic battle here, that is for sure. And it's Nathan's Motorsports, basically 1, 2, and 3 in the class there at the moment for Class A. So Graham will be pretty happy with that, I can tell you. That's pretty impressive stuff. I did see one shot of Keegan Nathan earlier on. It was a little bit earlier on in the race, but he was at the front end of Class C at this point in time and actually closing on the back end of a couple of Class B competitors as we saw him. So I'll try and keep an eye on, maybe we can pick up on him a bit later on. But as they go down that back straightaway again, hopefully the long shot we've got down that back straightaway, just behind Michael's car there, Paul, look at the rubble on the track there. There's a bit of dirt. Yeah, I think he hit that inside barrier where those yellow flags are being waved. I think he might have had a puncture of some nature or something went wrong, and he literally hit that inside barrier and destroyed that car. I mean, it's pretty second-hand, that Golf 1. Speaking of second-hand, second place now for Mal as they start the final lap. And Mal Spur into second behind Lindsay Kleur. Potgieter, Wayne Robb, Luigi Ferro. Ferro at this stage I think is leading Class B. Yes, he is. Miguel Diaz behind that. So Lindsay Kleur's got through there on Mal. It looks like got a little bit of a loose window. Front driver's side windows come loose there on Lindsay's car. Unless he rolled it down himself to get a bit of air into the car to get stop the windscreen from misting up when it did start to rain. And Wayne Robb now closing onto the back end of Potgieter. Mal's got a problem. Mal Spur's got a problem. She pulls to the inside of turn 2, Castral Corner. Mal Spur's out. The birthday girl is not going to have birthday luck go her way. She goes onto the rallycross track. It's not this weekend, Mal. It's a couple of weekends' time. If they ever come back into Cape Town. Hopefully they do. So a little bit of bad luck there for Mal Spur on the last lap. So Lindsay Kleur has now been promoted up into what is going to be 4th overall and lead of Class A. There goes Aldrich. That's the class coming here. People Group Porsche is what we're watching for. There it comes to the line and just hangs on. Philip Mayer just hangs on to win the GT class and beat out George Economides by 0.2 of a second across the line there. That's how close it was. The Bat Lady. Oh, there we go. Looks like we've got some action back on track now. So I shouldn't be too far away from getting into the second half of the day's racing. Some treacherous conditions earlier on have caused us a bit of not a bit of a delay, it's a bit of a big delay right now. But the Lauda Cars Classics are back on circuit for their second heat of the day and making their way around now. Hope you enjoyed a little bit of the replay action we just gave you there from the Ferro Energia 111 Sports and Saloons from earlier on in the race day. I had to cut that short slightly, and that's due to the fact that the big field of classics is now back on track for their second heat of the day's racing. Franco Donadio was the man to beat in race 1, and he certainly showed us the way around his home circuit. James Temple tried to stay with him early on, unfortunately didn't have quite the same kind of pace as that little Chevy Can-Am has got in the Daytona Coupe from Lindenberg Racing. He finished up in second place, and Mark Ayton-Bogard finished up in third place for the Superior Elevators machine. He's in a Ford, of course the Ford, I think it's a Ford Fairlane, but it's a slightly different version of that Ford Fairlane. It could actually be a Ford Cortina if I'm not mistaken as well. Not quite a fay with the Cape Town cars, so apologies if I got that right. Good to see that Malcolm's on track again. That's Mark's family member in the Ford Fairlane. That's definitely a Fairlane further back there, the number 68 car, or 63 car, just on the right-hand side of shot. He'll be looking forward to a battle now to try and get through on the two Porsches just up the road from him. One piloted by Ferdy Finnick Jr., one by Charlie Arton. And now looking forward to a rolling start for our Lauda Cars, Classics and Super Sport cars. Another big fight expected between the two Lindenberg Racing stablemates there, I'm sure. Dirk Venter and Paige Lindenberg. We'll be looking forward to that. They were just tucked in behind Aldorf and Avon Taplin in the Toyota Corolla and 325i Shadowline. Nice little fight between sort of some classic cars and some Group N style cars that were involved in that mid-pack battle. Watching to see Kopka come through there as well. I don't see him on the start list again, but the second of the number 23 cars there is Dave Kopka in that Mazda R100. It's the red car with white stripes, sitting in what is fourth place on the grid, ahead of Avin Tappen there in the Toyota Corolla. He's alongside Vainant Nell in the second of the Donadio cars. Then see there's 3 BMWs out there, 2 Porsches, a couple of Ford Fairlanes. Hopefully this time Malcolm gets it all the way around and gets to complete the second race, because he didn't even make it to turn 2 in race number 1. He had problems there on the warm-up lap, had to pull to the sideline, but whatever they got issues with seems to have got sorted out. Through that as well, watch out for Rob Rowe coming through there too. Had a fantastic first heat as well in his BMW. And then we'll keep an eye out on the likes of Arton and Finnick Jr. in the Porsches just behind them. They come out of Cape Town corner. Looks like a little bit of drizzle starting to come down again. Might just be a bit of mist, but there seems to be a little bit of wetness on the lens of that camera. So it's tricky conditions for the rest of the day, no doubt about it. No matter what class you're going to be in, you're going to be in iffy conditions, whether you go for full slicks or no slicks or wet weather tyres. Not quite wet weather tyres just yet, because it's not that hard, but definitely going to have your hands full, particularly if you've got big V8s like these guys are piloting, or even rotary powered engines heading towards turn 1 in Kopka's Mazda. As they head down there towards turn 1, it's Donadio who gets the drop, and Aiton Bogard follows him down into turn 1. And it's, Cape Town 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're all involved there, and it's a fantastic class of racing here that's sponsored by Lauda Cars this weekend. And of course, are the sponsors of this category for 2024, and they prove to be some spectacular little race cars out there. A couple of former production cars, a couple of former Group N cars, as you can see there. Very similar colours there, which used to run, of course, in the old days with the late great Tony Viana. Robbie Smith, of course, here from Cape Town, also ran one of those cars in Firestone colours. But we're talking about that Winfield BMW-styled race 325i Shadowline. It's now trying to get up the inside of Kopka in the Mazda R100. Avin Tappen, I think he's basically in a former, I want to say Class B or Class C Group N car, but with the pace it's got there running with Class A BMWs, maybe that might be a former Westbank modified saloon car that he's in. Could possibly be one of those cars. Don't know the history of these cars, unfortunately. We didn't get any information on them, so I'm just surmising as to where that car possibly raced in the past, but now joining the classic cars here from Lauda Cars. Further back, that Porsche 912, Charlie Arton at the wheel of that. And he seems to have pulled a bit of a big margin in that first lap over the 356A Porsche of Ferdy Finnick Jr. Gaps opening up here for race 2. Kind of expected it, because there are a few cars that will sort of be on the same kind of pace, same kind of level, same kind of expertise behind the wheel in these tricky conditions. And those are the guys we're going to sort of concentrate on. I think this is the battle that we're probably going to be looking at for the majority of the race here, as that R100 dives on the inside of Avin Tappen, finding a way through there on the Toyota as the rotary powered Mazda. Watching in the background as well, I saw Malcolm Aiton Bogard coming out of turn 2 there. He comes out of turn 1, I should say, heading towards turn 2, and he's made his way just up the road ahead of the fight there for the latter part of the top 10. Behind him, Malcolm Pfeiffer, James Temple and Dirk Venter. I'm quite sure what happened there with James Temple, why he's dropped so far back, but certainly didn't have the first lap that he wanted. He's fallen by the wayside somewhere. Maybe he ran off and had a bit of a problem somewhere on track. I say Dirk Venter, but he's just walked past my commentary booth, so I don't think he's out there at all, to be very honest with you. I think that's James Temple, who's there with his sister-in-law, Paige Lindenberg, because Dirk definitely just walked past my commentary booth. So I don't think Big moment there for Mark. Aiton Bogard getting Aiton out of shape there, properly onto the main straightaway through the kink. So Aiton Bogard just getting the back end of that Superior Elevators machine lit up onto the main straightaway. Donadio Plant Hire with Franco at the wheel, and this little Chevy Can-Am, known as the Little Chev, of course, its nickname. Doing a superb job for a possible double victory here. Van Nell, his teammate, in third in the very fast Ford Escort Mark 1. I'm not quite sure, as I said, but certainly Ford-powered machine here from Aiton Bogard's point of view, and doing a magic job to hold that beast on the track in some tricky conditions. BMW, Toyota, Mazda, BMW, that's how it lines up here for what is now sitting down in, what is it now? 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10th place. That's how it stands right now. BMW's all having their own little fight there. Malcolm Pfeiffer, Bruce Evan Taplin, James Temple. It says James Temple, but I don't know if that's James Temple that far back, but I think if he is that far back, then there's some problems. Maybe they've gone into pit lane, because Fenter is off track, Paige Lindenberg's off track, Ferdy Fidikuk Jr. is off track, Arnie Neuveling didn't make it out, Marius Faree didn't make it out, Pierre Lowe and Leon Van Linden didn't make it out. So yeah, I think we're down to James Temple as the last man off the track in 11th, so it's only the top 10 that are fighting here now for honours. And this is the top 10 with Malcolm Pfeiffer at the back end of the field. So there's Van Nell third in the Mark 1 Escort from Donadio Plant Hire. He'll be coming out of turn 1 and heading towards turn 2. Big gap between himself and Mark Aiton Bogard. Same thing between Aiton Bogard and the leader, Franco Donadio. You can see actually Donadio going up the Jabir straight there, up towards Sorrel Sweep, as his teammate comes out of turn 2 Castrol corner. Italian colours here and the Donadio Plant Hire team cars. Taplin drops behind Kopka. Kopka and the Mazda R100 now putting the pressure onto the BMW. Not sure why we're not picking up on that car, because it's not coming up on the timing monitor at all. So the 23 car there of Dave Kopka, you can see it on track behind Evan Taplin. Not coming up as a transponder pickup on the timing. Down towards turn 5, BMW leads out at this stage, 3 to 5 shadow line, putting it in the middle of the track so that there's no room to go for Kopka or for Evan Taplin. He's giving himself a bit of space there and positioning his car perfectly right now. Oh, Mark Aiton Bogard off the track. That's heading up towards turn 2. Oh, looks like turn 2 is going to be the sort of demise of both of the Fords from the Aiton Bogard stable. Malcolm in the first heat, he ended up just a little bit further around the corner than Mark has. Speaking of corners, into turn 1, there's a move from Kopka to take the lead of this little fight. .195 out there is Malcolm Pfeiffer. He's in the Alfa Romeo GT Junior. And he crosses the line to complete another lap. There's 2.5 to go for the leader. 2 and a bit more for these three. Nice move here. This is Malcolm Aiton Bogard. He'll be looking on the sideline going, oh no. My car ended up just left where he is right now in race 1, as he gets caught by the leader and passed relatively easily by Franco Donadio. Donadio able to get the, I think he runs on slicks if I'm not mistaken on that car. So he's got the heat into that rubber big time, and it's allowing him to still lap almost at similar lap times to what he gets in full dry conditions. Not in full dry conditions right now, I can tell you. It's not been an easy day in the saddle for any of the racing drivers out on the Killarney International Raceway today for round 5 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Certainly a welcome class here, and falling into what the regional Extreme Festival does when it goes up north into Gauteng's region. Getting a couple of times that the Marlboro Crane Hire legends of the 9-hour class have joined the regionals as well on a few occasions in the past. Get to see them, of course, in a couple of weeks' time at Swartkops on the 24th of August. If you're up in Johannesburg area or in the Pretoria West area. Oh, the wheels have literally come off that car. There you go, wheel rolling down in towards turn 5 as Malcolm Bogart's back left is now, I think that back left's moved into about 10th place overall. So if there's a transponder on that wheel, he's possibly going to get 10th place overall. No, it's off the track, fortunately, and out of harm's way, heading towards a marshal point. I'm sure one of the marshals is going to run out there and grab that wheel, but there was also a bit of the wheel hub that went flying off that car as well. So that wasn't quite what we expected to see there from them. So both Eighton Bogarts out of race 2. Bit of a tough weekend there for the two cars there in the Lauda Cars Classics. Coming up on the back end of Arton in the Porsche. No worries at all, just powers through, gets the little Chevy in full flight down towards turn 5. Look at the wind still pumping in those trees. So that's kind of what we've dealt with all race weekend long. Literally since Thursday afternoon, it's been wet and iffy. Yesterday we had wet and dry all day long. This morning woke up with overcast conditions and a big strong wind that kept the rain away for a while. But the rain unfortunately is now here and it's sort of turning on and off sporadically over the last hour and a half. Causing a bit of chaos for our drivers and for the race control as well. But needless to say, as always, Killarney International Raceway working with the race directorship from Extreme Festival and getting us through the day's racing. So the little Chev on its way to another victory. Exactly what Franco Donadio would have had in his plans this morning, having jumped into that race cockpit earlier on in the day just to be the second race on track behind Formula V. And remember, DOE Formula V have still got one more heat to come this afternoon. So still another 8 laps of action coming from our single-seater category on the regional class. So we're sitting with 8 cars on track of the 15 that started. There was a couple more than 15 that started, a whole bunch of them just pulling into pit lane. I think Lindenberg Racing made the call there that the conditions were a little bit too iffy, and they don't particularly feel like fixing broken cars or going to have to retrieve cars that have slipped off because of the rain and the tricky conditions. They're not really involved in the championship full time. We're down here as an invitational, and invitational category for the day as well sees Franco Donadio take a double victory for the Donadio Plant Hire little Chev Can-Am. Good run from Arton. He's going to finish up in 7th overall, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, it'll probably be second in the 6-cylinder class there for him in the Porsche. I've called it a 912 all day. It could be a 914 as well, but it's either one of those two derivatives of the Porsche brand. Kopka still fighting hard here, as you can see, with the 95 of Aldorf. And it says Paige Lindenberg in 4th place, but it's because Paige's number is also number 23 if you're watching the live timing. Lindenberg pulled into pit lane literally after race, lap 1, so she was decided along with James Temple and her teammate Dirk Venter that they were not going to be participating in these tricky conditions and decided to rather park the cars. Kopka down towards 5 for the last time. And I think Oladev is going to hang in for 2nd in the 6-cylinder class as they come through there. Because Lindenberg's car, it's a rotary car, so I don't know how that falls into. Oh no, well, you see they're picking up on Paige Lindenberg as an 8-cylinder. I think that's a 6-cylinder in the rotary. So that will probably be the win for the 6-cylinder category. Avon Taplin has already gone through and finished up in the Toyota for 3rd overall. And Vaynant now makes it a 1-2 there for Donadio Plantire in the Mark 1 Escort. So there's unofficial results there. Donadio and Nell 1 and 2 for Donadio Plantire, and also wins in class 8-cylinder and the 4-cylinder 2-litre class. Avon Taplin in the 4-cylinder 2-litre class comes through for 2nd, but 3rd overall on the track. And I think it'll be a 6-cylinder win, not to Bay Zinenberg in 23, but to Dave Kopka, beating out Dave Aldorf and Rob Rowe as the 3 category contenders there. 6-cylinder class also had Charles Arton, and finally it was Malcolm Pfeiffer who finished up in 8th place as our only finishes out of the 2nd heat of Lauda Cars Classics. Great to have them on as an invitational category here, and some international, not international, some local support, of course, for all of the race action so far. Looking at some comments coming through there. It's is it Denise? I think Denise Wellman or Desiree Wellman. Beg your pardon. Mobile 1 V8 supercars haven't had their 2nd heat yet, Pop, so we're hanging in for that one. And getting information through to me, it's an 8-lap race between 2 of the races coming up there, Volkswagen Challenge and BMWs. That'll be the first race of V8s, and I think they'll probably then have to go to the last race of the day, if I'm not mistaken, so that they can complete their day's race action. The first race, of course, was when the rain started, and it caused absolute chaos on lap 1, taking about 8 or 9 cars off the track. So that's why they called a red flag. Pulled them in, and they've waited for conditions to change slightly, and hopefully they can get an 8-lap race in between those 2 heats of racing. So that's what's going to happen with the 2nd heat there, Pops. I see Motormouth's also giving me something. They're going to be coming down for Ford and Friends. That's nice to see. So there we go. The Lauda cars will be at Ford and Friends on the 14th of September. And that will be at Aldo Scribanti. So we've got lots of race action coming away pretty shortly. We've got the 24th of August. It's Inland and Historics at Swartkops. 14 September, head down to Aldo Scribanti for Ford and Friends. And, of course, we're back here on the 21st of September for National Extreme Festival race action. But up next, we've got Volkswagen Challenge, by the looks of things, classes A and C. Is that correct, Paul? I think that's what you put up there. Yeah, Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Classes A and C up next on the board. There it is, coming across your screens right now. So stand by for action there from classes A and C from Paybar. out on track now for their second heat. It's Payball Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C. And of course another epic battle expected between the front end, which is literally scattered with Cape Town locals coming from the GTI Challenge and other categories that race down here. But Wayne Masters and Bevan Masters will certainly be looking to try and get up into the mix a bit closer to those top contenders from Cape Town here in race number 2. Luigi Ferro will be looking to possibly take Class X again if he can. He had a good battle with Bjorn Berthold, and we'll be looking to hopefully go at it again there because Class A and X are combined. Then we've got Class C further back, where there were some really great battles with the Volkswagen Challenge competitors in Class C. Class C battle, of course, wrapping things up at the end of race number 1, seeing the win go to Christopher Tate, beating Andy Gossman to the line with Philip Cruiser in 3rd. But Mitch Kutsia, Carl Peterson and Demi Severio definitely looking to maybe change things up a little bit there for race 2. Great to have a quick chat as well with Michael Safiro, the man who had the big crash at Killarney at the bumper day that we had there earlier on in the year, where we ran regionals and nationals on the same weekend. Remember the massive crash that saw Michael go into the not even a tyre barrier, into the concrete barrier that was on the inside of turn 13 at Killarney. And of course, if you watched on social media, you would have seen the incredible recovery that Michael's had. Chatting to him just after race number 1 there, telling us all about that recovery process. Broken back, broken leg, broken ankle, bits and pieces still healing up. His knees now almost 100%, and he'll be looking forward to getting back into a race car, is what he told us here in studio earlier on. So we wish him all the very best, and of course the family have been incredible in their support of getting Michael back up and back to fitness, and hopefully back in a race car to go and fight it out with his brother Dimitri, who will be looking to maybe just change up his luck ever so slightly from race number 1 there in Class C. Couple of practice starts there for the guys just to get some heat into the rubber as well. They run on Dunlop rubber in this category. There's not many categories in this country that run on anything else. I've got to tell you, the ATS and Dunlop guys and girls have done an amazing job, and they are a big supporter of this category as well, and it's a big supporter of most of the Volkswagen categories, including what we'll see later on with Class B and the mix-up with Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Extreme Festival is in the mother city. The rain has joined us. It's on and off at the moment, so you can't even tell what things are happening. As I speak, a rain drops right into the center of our camera looking at the start line. So just shows you that these are changeable and very tricky conditions to go racing in. Windscreen wipers are going flat out on those front cars, so the rain is definitely still coming down outside. And to try and get heat into the Dunlop rubber is not an easy thing to do. Eight laps coming away now of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. The 5-second board man moves off the circuit. Lights about to go on. When they go off, we go racing, and dropping the hammer is Yuri Swart. Humpy getting the start that he wants and gets away nicely. Trying to see where Nathan Victor ended up. He's down in 3rd place at the moment, and it's Yuri Swart trying to drive around the outside of turn 1 into holes to try and keep out the charge coming through there. Just behind that, we pick up on the Class C battle that's just gone through as well. Remember, look at Skalk Kaldenace trying to find a way through, but he just didn't squeeze up the inside of Yuri Swart. Yuri Swart hung on and just managed to keep Skalk out for turn 1's exit. They're now into turn 2. The no-brake car there. Dean Ross looking for a way past. Can he find a way through? Another man who's a usual contender. Miguel Diaz goes off track out of turn 2 into Castro Corner, but it's Umpy out front. So Yuri Swart leads out over the G&A Motorsport machine of Skalk Kaldenace. Then it's Cape Town 1, 2, 3 and 4 as it was in race 1. It's Nathan Victor though down in 3rd place. He was in the lead initially in race 1. He's now in third, just ahead there of Clinton Mercedes. And then just behind that, it's Bevan Masters who leads out at the moment for Class A's usual contenders. Class C led out by Gossman. Gossman's got Tate on his tail, looking for a way through. Christopher Tate looking pretty dangerous as they go on there. The Sportex machine going to try and find a way through there on that car. Not there just yet. Summit Racing Forster on Trent machine. Oh, and a little squeeze from Mercedes. There you go. Clinton Mercedes coming back for a big fight here in race 2. And not going to give Nathan Victor any room to play. He tucks in behind Victor as they go down the main straightaway, trying to use the slipstream for turn 1. Maybe try and find a way past. But what a start to this one. It's 8 laps and we've completed 1. 7 still to go. Mercedes had a big look, but wasn't able to make it stick there on Nathan Victor. It's Masters and Masters 5 and 6 on track at the moment. Bevan ahead of Wayne, then Dean Ross tucked in behind, and then it's Ollie Hintenhouse. He's at a busy day in the saddle in the coastal cars, driving not only in Volkswagen Challenge but also in the BMW M Performance Racing Series. So Ollie will literally, I think, jump straight out of one and into another car here. That's how busy a day he's had. Bjorn Berthold leading Class X ahead of Luigi Ferro there. You can see it just in the background there, the second of the no, it's not the bigger pardon. This is now going to Class C. There's so many classes to watch out for here, and similar looking cars in those classes sometimes catches you out. Bevan, Wayne, Dean Ross just being outgunned there. Hintenhouse has just squeezed through on him. Tucked in behind that is Berthold leading Class X. Yeah, it is Berthold leading Class X over Luigi Ferro. So Ferro in that Alpha ESS, the hard charging Polo from Eco Simply Solar. Ferro Energia. Oh, no, we saw that from Ollie Hintenhouse in the BMW earlier on, but he was getting the back end of the BMW stepped out coming out of Malmesbury with the rear wheel drive. Now he's getting the back end of that Polo stepped out of Cape Town corner. Ollie loving life in these cars today. These conditions are right up his alley. He's having an absolute blast out there. Change up for the lead possibly of the usual contenders, yes. Wayne Masters getting through there on his brother Bevan. And the Performance Masters car moves up ahead of that CPS warehouse machine. So that's how the things have changed up there. The first 4 all from Cape Town. And then it's 1, 2, 3 with Dean Ross there in third place. The usual Class A front end. And they're down in 5, 6 and 7th place today with the Cape Town boys showing them the way around. Nice run here from Dean Ross. Dean Ross now got ahead of Ollie Hintenhouse due to that fact that he stepped out and got out of shape out of turn 5. Class X leader there is Berthold. Berthold in the Caesarnini Plastics machine. He's ahead of Luigi Ferro for Class X honours. Further down from that, we've got Mighty Mfana. He's just in the background there. As we see a possible change up here for Class C. No, Gossman hangs on to it. And of course, Tate the long way around that tricky damp stip corner. Will Tate try and go the long way around and around the outside of Sorrel Sweep? You pull that one off, it's pretty impressive. He does. How's that for a bit of driving there? Chris Tate using the outside line of Sorrel Sweep. Old Malmesbury corner, double right-hander. Gets to the front of Class C and gets away. Look at the drive he got from that outside line. Impressive stuff. Speaking of drive and impressive stuff, Nathan Victor up to second. That means we're seeing the GNA Motorsport machine drop back down to 4th place there of Skalki. Killarney down into 4th place behind Clinton Mercedes. Mercedes now joins the party, trying to find a way through there on Victor and Yuri Swart. This would have been Polo Cup 3 years ago. Those 3 competitors fighting for the lead of the race here at Killarney International Raceway, but it would have been in the official, at that stage, I think it was Universal Motorsport or Universal Healthcare that were the sponsors of Polo Cup at that stage, when Clinton Mercedes won his championship, beat out Yuri Swart, and Nathan Victor joined Polo Cup for the first time. Now they're into Paybar Volkswagen Challenge, and they are having as much fun, probably more, than what they would have under national championship stresses and pressure. A run there from that 4th car though. Killarney having an absolute ball out here and looking for a chance now to spoil the day for Mercedes, who goes high and around the outside and gets ahead of Nathan Victor. Gets a little tag from Victor. Oh, a little bit of bumping and rubbing there. And some more as they go 3 by 3, touching onto the wall. A huge moment there. Yo, that's going to be massive. A huge moment as Besaidnout comes together with Nathan Victor and hits the inside wall coming through the kink. Cars taking evasive action as they came through there, yellow flags waving to warn the drivers that there is a car stricken literally at the drag strip. But there was a touch there between Nathan Victor and Killarney Besaidnout as they came out of turn 5, and then eventually a big touch that ended up with Victor going straight into the side barrier. There's damage on the left-hand side of that car of Killarney Besaidnout. He's in second place. Skull Golden Aces drop back into the clutches of Wayne Masters. Masters now possibly going to try and jump and pounce on these cars out front as the red flag comes out. Kind of expected that. I was just waiting to see if it was going to come out or whether they're going to deploy the safety car, but I think that car is too badly damaged and it'll take too much of an effort to try and clear that car out of harm's way. There you can see, are there 2 cars involved there? Or is there one just in the pit lane? Looks like they had to put fire extinguisher onto that car as well of Nathan Victor's. So Victor, is there a second car there? I can't really see because it's a long way down the track, but it certainly looks like there's a second Polo there. Is it maybe Dean Ross? Well, we'll wait and see as they come through there. Just want to double check to see if anybody else fell by the wayside. Alright, so Dean Ross has crossed the line, so it wasn't Dean Ross. It just looks like there's another Polo just to the left of Nathan Victor's car. Whether that's in the Park for May area or not, I can't tell right now. I want to say Ollie Hintonhouse, but he's also crossed the line. No, I think that car is behind the wall and behind the barrier. That's another car from another class. So it is Nathan Victor, this time not surviving a potential big crash. I spoke about it in race 1. Nathan Victor able to catch his car on the outside of Potter's Pass 2 weekends ago after he had to take evasive action with Carl Fisser spinning right in front of him in the middle of Potter's Pass at the East London Grand Prix circuit. And he went onto the left-hand side onto the grass, and if anybody's ever watched motorsport in this country in the past or currently, if you go left-hand side of Potter's onto the grass, it usually ends up with your car being thrown in the bin and a little trip to see one of the doctors up the road at the East London hospital. But he was able to catch it, keep it on the grass, get back on track and still finish up the race in the Astron Energy Polo Cup second heat at the Extreme Festival of National Motorsport there a couple of weekends ago. So they're rolling to the line as per standard procedure here, which they're going to then get a chance to reshuffle. I think we completed 4. Yeah, 4 of the 8 was completed, so we got 4 still to go. So it'll be a 4-lap sprint race now if they restart this one once they've cleared all the debris and Nathan Victor's car there from the exit, or just the entrance to the kink that brings them onto the main straightaway here at Killarney International Raceway. Unfortunately, with these kind of weather conditions, it usually ends up in the kind of chaos we're seeing, because you've got to change your whole race strategy, you've got to change your whole driving strategy as well to ensure that you don't go and do things like you just saw there with Killarney Besaidnout. I think he's out the car there and having a quick chat with Yuri. And a couple of guys now saying, these conditions are difficult. Our COC's had a bit of a tough time of it today as Eric Schultz, but he's done an amazing job. I'm seeing on the group a couple of guys who've been reprimanded from a couple of the classes earlier on. Let's have a look at the replay, though, of that incident. They were coming into turn 5. Besaidnout is around the outside of Nathan Victor. He makes the move stick. Victor gives him a little touch, which puts the car slightly sideways. Victor then goes inside and breaks a bit of his own bodywork. As they come out, they're side by side. There's no room to go there for Skulk Calderes. He's going to try and squeeze them both out. Clinton sees him coming, has to move across, but doesn't realize that Victor is there. Nathan Victor then gets sent. Oh, that's a huge one. And you see the big ball of flame there as the car hits the wall. It was Skulk Calderes who spun out in on the inside of the kink. And then coming around in the background, we just saw Bevan Masters and Wayne Masters just avoiding that action. So yeah, there was some big incidents there, and it ended up with Nathan Victor being the worst off out of that incident, having been stuck on the sideline now and out of this race, which is a big pity to lose him. So we'll wait to see what happens here with 4 laps done and 4 laps still to go. Are they going to give us a 5-lap race or a 4-lap sprint race? We'll have to wait and see what the call is. Yuri Swart calling the COC over there to have a chat to him about something on the front end of his car. He just ripped it off, whatever it was, and just making sure that he's able to do. I think he was asking permission to do that, because normally in these kind of situations, when you come and roll up to the grid for a restart, you go under park for May conditions. So you're not really allowed to do anything to your cars unless you get permission from the COC. And I think that's why Yuri called Eric over to say, listen, can I do that? Whatever's on the front of my car, I just need to remove, and can I do that without being penalized in any way? And that was a good call there from MP using his experience. Dean Ross reversing back down into the new pits in the Norbrake car. So I wonder if there's a problem here on Dean's car. Certainly looks like there must be, because he's rolling himself backwards out of this race. So if you've just joined us from all around the world watching us on the live stream, a big welcome to Killarney International Raceway. We're here for round 5 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsports Regional Championships. And all of our inland championship categories are down here in full force, joined by a couple of local wildcards for the weekend. And one of those wildcards for the weekend is a seasoned campaigner in the national side of Extreme Festival under the Astron Energy Polo Cup. And Nathan Victor and Clinton Besaidenow, the former champion in that class, came together coming out of Cape Town corner. A touch between those two cars sent Nathan Victor's car into the wall of the drag strip, and it burst into flame. The flame immediately went out. It was just the impact that caused a big ball of flame out of the car. But we've now got a slightly second-hand Nathan Victor Summit Racing Polo that needs to be extricated out of harm's way before we can get back up and racing. Couple of shuffling maneuvers happening on the grid there as well, just trying to get the guys back into what is now the revised grid for the restart, and it looks like it's going to be a 5-lapper, because up on the board you can see there 5 laps being put out to tell the drivers that they're going to do the restart and 5 laps of action. With that restart, they should possibly give them, I stand to be corrected, yeah, but they should give them a warm-up lap. But will that actually make any difference to the tyres because of the current conditions we're in? Probably highly unlikely. So they may go straight to race start. Remember that Class C have got to be moved back as well. So any of the Class C competitors will have to go one grid position or one row of the grid back. And they'll get those guys all sorted out further back down the grid as well. At the close of play there for the first part of the race, it was Gossman and Tate who were fighting for Class C honours. And in Class X, it was a big fight between Bjorn Berthold and Luigi Ferro. Just a reminder that we've got some race action coming your way here at Cape Town in the space of less than a month from now, or just over a month from now, I should say. The 21st of September, we'll be back down here at Killarney International Raceway with our live stream team to bring you all the action from the penultimate round of the national side of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. That will include the South African Touring Cars and South African Touring Car Super Cup category, Astron Energy Polo Cup, Investchem Formula 1600s, the Sunbed ZX10R Masters Cup, and of course the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup powered by Netstar. So those categories all making their way down here for the penultimate round of that championship. That's on the 21st of September. If you're in the Mother City, make sure you get yourself some tickets and get to Killarney, or just pick up on our live stream action. We'll be going live from, it's normally around 10:30 we go live from on a national day here. We were slightly out this morning. That was due to weather, not anything that any of us could do about the late start there because of the inclement weather that was coming in. It looked like it was going to clear. It did stay clear for the first couple of heats, and then when the V8 Supercars and V8 Masters made their way onto the track, the rain came down and caused some chaos there. There will be two more races of V8 Supercars and V8 Masters. In a few moments' time, we'll actually get to see the Mobile 1 V8 Supercars back out for an 8-lapper, and then a second 8-lapper later on in the afternoon, if we've got time, because we're running exceptionally late on the day now at 3:30 in the afternoon, with still a huge amount of race action to come your way. They have combined the BMW M Performance Racing Series into one final heat. Classes A, B, C, D, and E will be all together for that one. We've still got Class B of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge and Volkswagen Rookie Cup to complete. The second heat of the Ferro Energia 111 Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch category. And then, as I said, it's the final heat of V8 Supercars still to come your way as well. Don't forget, if you're up in the Gauteng region, in 2 weeks' time, the 24th of August, we got Historic and Inland Championship at the Swartkops International World of Motoring. And just hearing on our comments there from our good friends down in the friendly city of Kwabecha, Ford and Friends make their way as part of a regional day for... Oh, as I say that, I see a change on the lap board. It looks like they're going to a 3-lap race here. So 3-lap race just being put up onto that lap board on the right-hand side of the track. It's on the drag strip, of course, monitor there. When they run drags here and they run a robot racing here on I think it's on a Wednesday night. Those two big boards either side give you the times and the speeds of the cars that go through the beam at the end of the straightaway. So 3 laps about to go away. We've got a red flag at the front. We've got our COC just going over to one of the drivers for a final chat. I think it's there to... Was that to the Seasonini car? Yeah, Seasonini plastic car, Bertolt. I think he's just telling the drivers that it's changed from 5 to 3 in case they didn't look up. I'm just making sure everybody knows that it's a 3-lap race and not a 5-lapper that was originally up on that board. That was because they finished 4. And they've given leeway for the one possible warm-up lap that they're going to probably go to here. I say probably, I'm not quite sure. With these conditions, things change up so rapidly. And we'll have to keep an eye and see what they decide. Yuri Swart will be on the front row alongside Clinton Mercedes. He's a former arch rival in Polo Cup. And of course arch rivals down here in the GTI Challenge and various categories they've raced against each other in. But I think we're still a small way from having a complete clear race circuit there. Both the recovery vehicles and the tow truck have now been able to get Nathan Victor's second-hand Polo from Summit Racing and Floorstall on trend off the track. A little bit of sweeping and some dries and environmental being thrown down to ensure that there's no unnecessary lubricants or change of surface materials that have fallen out of that car after a big incident like that. When I see an incident like that, of course, I mentioned the fact that we chatted to Michael Zafiro earlier on today, but it's on a similar vein that Nathan Victor will certainly feel the effects of that crash. You're going through the kink in a Polo at probably about 120 odd k's an hour, and if you get a tag and it sends you right without you knowing, the impact could be close to about 140 into that wall. And he's certainly going to feel that later on, and definitely by tomorrow. It was a big moment and very lucky to walk away from that one. It shows you how well built these cars are and all the safety devices that are in these cars that are mandatory. They are not. Safety is never ever taken as a factor or a non-factor here when it comes to the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Just waiting to clear our course cars and recovery vehicles so we can get a clear racetrack and an all clear from the race team and race control. That'll allow us to go back into the final part of the day's proceedings. A little chuckle to myself there as I wait for this race to get going again. A good friend of mine there, of course, is the COC and Eric Schultz, and of course we always refer to him from his karting clerk of the course duties as Mitch Buchanan, because he used to run around in some red coloured kit, very similar to the Baywatch kit that was made famous by David Hasselhoff. But today looks like he's gone with a good option there. His earmuffs and his communication ear cans and his tackies matching. Bright yellow for these kind of conditions, probably the ideal thing. So he's not missed on track at all. Love your work there, Mitchie the Kid. So here's some revs picking up on the start line there, so can't be too far away from us going to restart. The green flag will give them the warm-up lap. It's not the lights, so they are going to get a warm-up lap here. That's why they went to 3 laps, I think, as opposed to 4. A lot of these cars will have put in enough fuel to compensate for the 8 laps that were there, plus a little bit extra in case of emergencies. But in order for them to complete the race and not be maybe found with not enough fuel at the end of the race day or the end of the second heat, they've decided on a 3-lap sprint race for the final part of Paybar Volkswagen Challenges Class A, X and C. If you look around as well, I know they're a bit sporadic at the moment, but there is still a pretty decent crowd here, and some of them have all sort of jumped into their vehicles now to watch from that Magoo grass banking from the World Rallycross Championship on the right-hand side. There's a couple still up in the grandstands as well. A couple of guys have gone to grab umbrellas to still ensure that they've got a good vantage point to watch from those grandstands. But as always, the Cape Town crowd are hardcore. They're not going to go home and not be entertained when there's rainy conditions. They're going to stick around to enjoy potentially what we've seen so far in what rain and these kind of conditions can bring in terms of action on track and off it. We're looking for a clean start from our Paybar Volkswagen Challenge Class A, X and C. Hopefully that will be the case, and we can then go into the final parts of the day's racing with the other categories that have still got to finish up. Remember, V8 Supercars and V8 Masters have still got to do 2 heats each, as opposed to everybody else who's onto their final heat right now in these very hard conditions. I've been down here on a few occasions where it's rained. You have to change up your whole race strategy. And speaking of race strategy, is that the PMD machine of Miguel Diaz saying, no, I'm done? It is. Diaz has pulled into the Park for May area. He'll go and weigh his car, and he said, no, I've had enough. I ain't going to play in this anymore. Something must have gone wrong in the car, which you won't get Miguel Diaz pulling out without an issue. So that PMD logistics machine pulls into Park for May area and out of race 2's restart. A couple of guys trying to get some heat in the rubber with some practice starts up to the line, just so that those front wheel drive cars can get off the line without too much of a slip and slide. That unfortunately comes with the territory in some wet weather conditions like we've got today. So Yuri and Clinton on the front row. We've got Scott Geldenace and Clinton Sadenote. No, it would be Scott Geldenace and Masters in the second row. It's a CPS warehouse car, I think. Or have they left a gap there? Can't really see. Doesn't matter, we'll wait and see when they get going again. Christopher Tate comes up to take up his position on pole for Class C, and we are now under starters' orders. Final cars just taking up the positions for Class C. 5-second board goes up for Classes A and X to do the restart for the 3 laps. That will bring us to the end of Paybar Volkswagen Challenges Classes A and X heading down towards turn 1. As soon as those cars clear the lights, the second set of lights will go on for Class C to start, and Tate gets a good drop. He gets a great start off the line there. Look in the background as Dimitri Savira comes through as well. Already got sliding into turn 1. Bevan Masters out of shape. Berthold gets out of shape as well. Berthold wins out, and that Seasonini machine goes through on the CPS warehouse car of Bevan Masters. But it's Cape Town 1, 2 and 3, and into turn number 1 for Class C as well. Action at the back. The 24 car, I think of that is, well, Zafiro coming together there with the 117 of Cody Peterson. Those two cars unfortunately tagging each other in turn 1 and ending up the wrong way around. They've got to get back on track as quickly as possible. Christopher Tate runs wide, opens up the door. Gossman says, I'll have that all day. Philip Cruiser gets it sideways. He goes onto the inside, onto the dirt, and almost onto the World Rallycross Championship circuit, and drops down to about 5th place in Class C. So Berthold, the spinner, earlier on, trying to now recover. Out front, super start from Yuri. He is disappearing at the front end of this race, away from Skalk Caldenace and 3rd place Clinton Besaidnout. It's Wayne Masters, followed there by the looks of things from Ollie Hintenhuis. Yeah, Oliver Hintenhuis down into the 5 spot at the moment in the Coastal car, as he comes into turn 5 onto the back end of the Performance Masters machine of Wayne Masters, trying to find a way through there on Caldenace and Besaidnout. Wayne Masters now is in ideal position because he has probably got a little bit more experience than the drivers behind him, and he'll try and use that, or sorry, in front of him, and he'll try and use that experience to get himself through. Gossman, Tate, as they come through there. Tate applying the pressure onto Andy Gossman as they go onto the main straightaway. They're going to try and come around. He's outside and take the lead as they cross the line. It looks like he might have got that done to perfection, and he has. So they go down in towards turn 1, up towards turn 2, lights on for Yuri. Now we're getting into some really hard conditions out there. The lights becoming a big factor. You can see with those lights on. Our cameras are certainly giving you a lot more lighted conditions than what's actually on track at the moment with this mist and rain that have now come in over the circuit here at Killarney International Raceway. Caldenace up to 2nd ahead of Besaidnout. Inside once again from the Coastal car. Hintenhuis returns the favour, gets back ahead of Wayne Masters. Mitch Kutsia up in the 3rd place there in the JRT Racing Experience car. Much better run there from him in the 2nd heat as we watch them head down towards turn 3, Damstip. That's a treacherous corner in the rain. Very difficult to get that one right, and if you go anywhere near the inside line there, it's just a puddle and a slush that comes off that inside track that forms part of the Joker lap that would run here at World Rallycross. Change of surface flag being shown literally, I think, all around the circuit. There's no worries at all about that. We all know the surface has changed, but they're putting them out anyway as per the rules. I think they may also be because of something that happened at turn 5, because I don't see them anywhere else around the track. But Yuri Swart heads onto the final lap in the lead of this one. Skalk Caldenace in 2nd place and Besaidnout in 3rd. I think Besaidnout and Victor might be headed to the COC's office just after this to have a little chat about that incident. I don't think there was any malice in it at all. It's just a race incident that could have happened here in these treacherous conditions. Running wide was the CPS warehouse car, Bevan Masters. He's got back on track, but he's lost some ground to Wayne, and not too far behind that is Mighty Mfana. So Ollie Hintenhuis and Wayne Masters fighting for 4th place on track. Bevan was about to join them and then just got a little bit high and wide into turn 1. So the Alpine Autohaus and Umpi Motors machine out in front. GNA Motorsport in 2nd place at the hands of Skalk Caldenace. He's had a fantastic run here today, has Skalk Caldenace. It's a big pity we can't get these 3 and possibly Nathan to be full-time competitors in this Payball Volkswagen Challenge, but I know that their main focus is down here in Cape Town in the GTI Challenge in these cars. But it is great to see that GTI Challenge, Payball are kind of coming together for some kind of synergy between the classes, so that when drivers from Cape Town make their way up to the Gauteng-based circuits or even other circuits around the country, there is a class that they can race their particular race cars in, and they don't have to do too many changes to make them legal for those classes. Checkered flags on standby. Yuri Swart's going to get it. Second win for Paybar Volkswagen Challenge Class A goes to Swart, beating out Caldenace and Besaidon at your top three. So Cape Town 1, 2, 3. Hinton House makes it Cape Town 1, 2, 3, 4 again. And Performance Masters with Wayne Masters at the wheel wins out in the usual contenders class of Class A. Luigi Ferro, he's there possibly in second place for, or is he? No, he's in first place. Class X for Luigi. We've lost Bevan Berthold somewhere on track. So Luigi Ferro for the Eco Simply Solar, and Ferro Energia car comes through for the win in Class X for second race. And a nice run there from him. He'll finish up in 7th place overall as well, ahead of Mighty Mfana. Behind Mighty Mfana, we have got the dice to the line there for Class C honours, and that goes to Christopher Tate, ahead of Andy Gossman, Mitch Kutsia, and then Philip Cruiser coming across the line just ahead there of the 49 car. And a nice run there from the Class C competitors as well. 49, of course, being, or 43 car, beg your pardon, of Carl Peterson. So there you go, unofficial results. It's Swart from Caldenace, Besaidon, Hinton House, and Wayne Masters, your top 5 in Class A. But Masters, of course, the winner of the usual competitors in Class A for Volkswagen Challenge. And then further down there, Luigi Ferro taking 7th overall and the win in Class X. 9th overall for Chris Tate and the win in Class C. Up next, it sounds like Mobile 1 V8 Supercars. I heard them fire up in my ears. We'll be back shortly with action here from the regional side of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. All right, can we get V8 Supercars and V8 Masters on track? That's exactly what we're going to try and do for you now, because the first time we attempted it, it turned into a bit of chaos. A couple of cars that have now been had a chance to have some repairs done. A couple of cars that were involved in incidents right from the word go are now into almost the same, if not trickier conditions than what they were in earlier on today, as they attempted to get race 1 sorted out. Julian Familiaris will be on the front row. It looks like he's going to be joined by Thomas Reeb. Franco Di Matteo has got his car sorted out. Warren Lombard also getting a chance to get his car fixed in time for the second attempt for race 1. It's an 8-lap race that is on the cards right now. And of course, looking at our revised program for the rest of the day, 8 laps of V8 Supercars and V8 Masters combined. It's a 10-lap BMW A, B, C, D and E combined race. Up after this, Volkswagen Challenge B and Rookie Cup will then have an 8-lap race. Formula V's will then finish up their days racing with their third and final heat of 8 laps. It'll then be Ferro Energia, 111 Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch for 8 laps. And the last race of the day will see these cars back on track again for another 8-lapper if everything goes according to plan. So that's how the revised program is going to go from here on out, with V8 Supercars and V8 Masters making their way around now for their second attempt. Two warm-up laps for the V8 Supercars and V8 Masters combined. It's V8 Supercars basically 1, 2, 3 and 4. Make that 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 actually. And then the first of the V8 Masters will be the Ziegler car of Sean Moore. He had problems going into turn 1 and actually got it out of shape. Ended up on the outside of turn 1. Oh, and he's got it out of shape right now. Can you believe that? I gave him the commentator's curse. Sean, I apologize for that, buddy. The Ziegler car there, out of shape again. Sean Moore with a bit of damage on that car as he comes back on track as well. He just caught the inside curbing there and it just ripped a piece of the bodywork off that car. If I'm not mistaken, I also saw at the back Jason Ibbotson. So as Ibbotson got into a spare car, maybe on Marcel Angel's car. He might be in Marcel Angel's car, possibly. But Ibbotson's front end was completely wrecked. I see Roy Campos has not joined us. So his car might have been damaged from the T-bone that he got from Ibbotson that caused the red flag in race 1. If you haven't seen it yet, remember on our live stream you can literally pause and go back and watch the first heat if you want. You can watch as many times as you want as well. That's the beauty of live stream. But we now come under starters' orders and it looks like they're going to go for a line astern start here. So everybody line astern for the restart, taking like restart situation that they would have done had it been a restart in race conditions earlier on. That's what they've decided to do. It'll be double yellows down into turn 1 to keep everybody out of harm's way just until they get at least around the first corner and then into race action. It's I think it's Ken who's up there into what is 5th place on track there, the first of the V8 Masters, and then the 17 car of Gary Thompson spins out. I was about to say Ken and Gary Thompson were the first 2 cars already looking to come through there, and that 44 machine of Finneran is up into 5th place overall. 00 comes through there of Larry Wolford, who's now joined in one of the, I think that's if I'm not mistaken, it's one of the Ziegler cars that Larry Wolford has jumped into. Remember, he had a big crash yesterday in one of the practice sessions where he lost brakes at the end of the back straightaway where they're heading to now. And in a V8 supercar, no brakes, is probably over the 280k an hour mark. Larry basically put it into a spin and just missed one of the big trees at the bottom end of the circuit on the other side of that banked corner at turn 5. So very lucky to survive a big moment there in his Fuchs Falcon. He was, of course, in the Fuchs Falcon. Terry Wolford was in the Fuchs Mustang. Doesn't look like Terry Wolford has rejoined the party here for race 1's restart. The second attempt at race 2. And I think he, hearing there, he's had a flat spot on his tyre, so I don't think he had any spare tyres that he could go out on, which is a pity to lose him. But Terry Wolford out of race 1's restart here. De Matteo hanging on for what is third place, but his teammate doing a superb job out front in the form of Julian Familiaris. The Lubnet and De Matteo racing Corvette, and of course last year's champion taking that number 1 plate away from a 6-time champion from Ran Francisco Fontaine in Mac Yadlam. That's quite a cool shot. That is a really nice shot actually. Around the outside is Sean Moore getting up ahead of Franco De Matteo, closing down here on Warren Lombard, trying to catch Ken Finneran out front, and Jason Ibbotson coming to join the party now. Just want to look on the side of Ibbotson's car if we see. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's Marcel Angel's car, number 46. Jason Ibbotson going into the Autohouse Angel stable, getting the spare car, and then spinning it out. Sorry about the commentator's curse there, Jay. So that was, I was looking to see what the number on that car was, because he normally runs 14, does Ibbotson, but he's in the 46 car there, and that was, as I said, will be Marcel Angel's car. So it's the spare car in the V8 Masters stable at Autohouse Angel. And these V8 Masters having a great battle here. Finneran ahead of Sean Moore, and in that one is Larry Wolford in the 00. So I'm not sure, is that a... Well, he's in the Fuchs Lubricant sponsored machine. That's what it tells me on the screen, but it's not his normal Fuchs Lubricant Ford Falcon he would have been in after that car was damaged. The chassis damaged quite badly on that car, so they've got some work to do before the next round of this Mobil 1 V8 Supercar Championship for Larry Wolford. Across the line goes second place Thomas Reed. Long way back, it's Chevy's 1 and 2. It's the Cafe 9 Automotive Chevy Lumina in second place. This man in shot right now with Mobil 1 sponsorship on the side of that car. Fastest lap coming out of Julian Familiaris. He's got down to 1:30.126. It's 7 seconds quicker than anybody else on track at the moment. Warren Lombard, the Pep Boys Automotive machine, trying to close things down there. I know Gavin Wilkins Racing and Warren's team have been working hard to try and find whatever issue he picked up. He picked up a little bit of a knock. They couldn't find it. They've changed the diff. They've changed the gearbox. They've changed the clutch. They've changed almost everything on that car that they could to try and see what the problem was on Lombard's car yesterday. Now it seems to give him a little bit of a gremlin in the first one because he went off at turn 1, but it seems to be firing pretty decently here in race 1's restart. Sitting in third place, but as I said, 8 seconds off the race pace that Familiaris is putting out there at the front end in the Corvette. So we got Chevy Corvette, Chevy Lumina, Ford Mustang. That's the first 3 cars on track, and they're all out of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Behind them, it's Finneran, Sean Moore, Larry Wolford in the V8 Masters Ford Mustangs. Oh, they're based on Ford Mustangs. Of course, locally built cars that have a fantastic following here in Cape Town as the V8 class for the Cape Town regional categories. Franco De Matteo has dropped down to 7th place overall for the De Matteo Racing and DM Bavander Group Jaguar XKR. Sam Dahl behind him in the Arc Pro Tech machine. And then Gary Thompson and Jason Emerson. I don't know if he got back on track again, but I hope he did, because he's still coming up on the timing monitor in 10th place at this stage in the Autohouse Angel spare car there of Marcel Angels. Fortunate that Marcel was not driving today, so Ibbotson was able to get into that spare car. Just put the transponder onto that car and climb back into it. Unfortunately, only to spin out here. Here he comes back into the fray, though. He's not going to give it up. Jason Ibbotson is flying around here. Looking at the lap times, what is Everton doing in terms of his lap times? He's doing 31s. The rest of that pack off doing 40s. Larry Wolf's doing 39s. Sean Moore's doing 37s. So yeah, Jason Everton certainly the fastest of the V8 Masters at this point in time. Moore leads out in the Masters category. Ahead now of Larry Wolford, Finneran, and about to be caught by Jason Everton. He's in 7th overall, but he's 4th overall in the Masters category. This V8 Masters class is a really great competitive and good rivalry amongst these drivers. It's one of the reasons why Roy Campos comes down here on a number of occasions throughout the year to race his Campos transported machine in this class. Fortunately, it had a big T-bone with Jason Everton's original car in turn 2 at the first start of the proceedings earlier on in the day, and I don't think they were able to get that car sorted in time to get Roy back on track. Across the line go the 4 V8 Masters. Sean Moore leading them out. Wolford in 2nd, Finneran ahead of Everton. Everton going to come through here on Ken Finneran, or is he? No, not yet. I'll wait a little bit longer now. Two Ziegler Class 1 and 2. One running in full Ziegler Racing colours, the Ziegler Logistics company that sponsor these cars. The other one running with dual sponsorship, of course, with Larry Wolford's Fuchs Lubricant sponsorship on the side too. Giving him a chance to get a little bit of race time in there after his big incident at the end of the straight yesterday. Ibbotson looking dangerous. I think also what Jay's looking at there is trying to survive and not finish up on the dirt or with another broken car. De Matteo is doing that, that's for sure. The Italian Stallion, he's down in 9th place overall. Just circulating, realizing that in these conditions, without full wets, and actually, I don't know if you go to full wets, you'd have to go to some intermediates if you had them. But these guys run on either full slicks or full wets. That's the only options they've got. So I'm sure all of these cars are going to be on their slick tires in these conditions, which means you've got to be very, very, very gentle and tender on the right foot to get the acceleration down on these lock diffs. Big flame, that's awesome to see under the gearing down. Not such a big flame out of Warren's car, but certainly out of that Chevy of Thomas Reeves as he came under braking for turn 1 Holes Hook. Familiaris has got about 2.5 laps to go. There's about 2 3/4 laps to go here for the second of the Chevys. And Thomas Reeb keeping Warren Lombard at bay, just maintaining that, what is it, about a 2 second or 3 second odd gap there between them. Gone up slightly, I think, on that last lap. Yeah, it has gone up a little bit there, but maybe 4.5, 5 seconds now between Reeb and Lombard. Remember what will happen though for race 2? It'll be an inverted grid, so Lombard might be playing the long game here and realizing that with the inversion he might get himself onto that front row and still put himself into contention for a win in the second heat, which will be the last race of the day if we've got enough light. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we are hoping that we get through these next 5 races in time. I think that's also what a lot of these guys are doing in terms of their strategy, realizing that in these conditions 2 race finishes and points in the bag, definitely a lot better than going home with a broken car. This is Familiaris coming up on his teammate. That'll be quite interesting to see because De Matteo won't give him too much issues on trying to get through there. But Franco at this point in time has also found a bit of a dry line and has upped his pace and done his personal best of a 41.6. But personal best for Julian Familiaris has been a 25.6. So that's, what is that? Almost 15 seconds faster from Julian Familiaris on the Italian Stallion there in the Jag. As I said, I'm not quite sure if that car is 100% right there for Franco De Matteo, because he should be able to lap a bit quicker than that. However, I think it's going to be discretion the better part of valor in terms of his race strategy to get him through the day's racing and to complete both heats of the newly revised program for this Extreme Festival of Regional Motorsport. We go on to, was that supposed to be the last lap? Or are we on the last lap now? I think we're on the last lap now. Now 1 to go for Julian Familiaris. He's completed lap 7 and He's on to the final lap right now. His last lap was a 29.7, but his fastest has been a 25.6. So he'll know that he's in control. Doesn't want to make any mistakes now. Just keep it all smooth, calm, cool and collected. Light on the brakes, light on the acceleration. Don't want to make any mistakes. That could cost you. Reeb is 41 seconds back, so even if he did make a mistake, he'd probably be able to recover and still maintain the lead. But he won't be doing that as a national champion in this class. The number 1 plate on that car is there for a reason. He knows how to be consistent in a race car. To beat out the eventual retirement of a 6-time back-to-back champion in Mackie Adlam took some doing, but Familiaris found it very, very tricky, tough, and he stuck it out to do it in the end and take the number 1 plate away from Mackie Adlam. He's going to take the number 1 plate to the top step of the podium now as he comes through to complete race 1's restart and take the victory in the Mobil 1 V8 supercar class. Happy supporters on the sideline there for him as he comes across the line with the checkered flag waving. It's going to be a long gap down to Thomas Reeb. It's about 40 odd seconds back was Reeb. Mateo will cross the line even before Thomas Reeb does, and so will is that Ken Finneran or Gary Thompson? Gary Thompson at the back there. Here comes Sam Dahl coming across the line as well there. And the big Ford Mustang. Just wait to see. Here they come. This is Reeb, and not too far behind him will be Warren Lombard for your top 3 in the Mobil 1 V8 supercar class. There's Lombard. I think he rolled out a little bit earlier on. Just decided, you know what? I don't have the pace of the Chevys. I'll still take the 3rd place points. But also I think conditions got a bit worse out there through the race. Can't really see it on this camera. But out of my door and on a couple of the other cameras, conditions I think worsened throughout the race there. So guys were just taking it very easy. Particularly the guys running on slick tyres in these conditions makes it very, very difficult to control those big, powerful 600 horsepower V8s with the lock diffs. It becomes a 600 horsepower cart basically. So unofficially, it's Julian Familiaris from Thomas Reeb, and 3rd place actually going to Larry Wolford, but 3rd place overall in the GT1 class of Mobil 1 V8 supercars went to Warren Lombard in 6th. Larry Wolford took the victory ahead of Sean Moore and Jason Ibbotson in the V8 Masters. Good run there from him, giving a chance to jump into that spare car from Sean Moore's stable. Kerry Thompson finishes up behind them, and then Di Matteo further back in that category as we stand by now for race action from a packed BMW M Performance Racing Series. Classes A, B, C, D and E, all combined, about to make their way out into the circuit for their 2nd race of the day. Well, V8's done and dusted, going straight into BMW M Performance Racing Series, all classes. This is going to be a tough one to call. Try and find all of the categories and all of the classes in this one. Classes A, B, C, D, and E. So it's a big field making their way out for the second heat of the combination race here. And the Extreme Festival of Motorsports Regional Championships. A big welcome there. I see a couple of people have joined us in the late afternoon, including my queen. How you doing? Yeah, it is awesome to hear those V8s, particularly when they're in full flight. And tricky conditions there for them, though. Even trickier conditions, I think, for the BMWs. These are all rear-wheel drive cars, as we've just seen from the V8s. And we saw how difficult it was to sort of kind of tiptoe around the wet conditions that are on track. There's certain parts of the track that are a little wetter than others. As we watch all of the cars coming onto the circuit there is a big field of them. If I run through the combination of the class, there's about 35 cars in total about to get onto the track now. That's not unusual for Cape Town. I know that with the GTI Challenge and with their other class that runs down here, they get up to 40 cars, up to maybe even 50 cars sometimes involved in those regional classes. A lot of those regional class drivers have joined either the BMW or the Volkswagen brands here today in their respective classes, or both, if you take into account the likes of Ollie and his BMW from the Coastal Racing team. So he's in the BM. He's also been involved in the Polo, and he'll be looking forward to more action, I'm sure. Guys that are in the usual front end of a race like this, Ryan Naka being one, Bob Neal being another, and Leon Loebscher. You can see they've taken it easy. They don't want to go home with broken cars or bent cars, and they realize that they've got tricky conditions to deal with. That man there had absolutely no issues whatsoever. As I said, the Coastal car coming through there, and he'll be fighting hard with Rainier in the Amtech car, I'm sure, for honours here as they come to the line. In Performance Racing Series being helped out there by Nias, supplying that M4 CS as the official safety car for BMW M Performance Racing Series today. It's good to see this pack go fighting, particularly when they hunt as a pack. All 5 classes combined. Leon Loebscher, the man with the number 1 plate, definitely got a bit of pressure on him to improve the performance of his first outing. He'll start in 7th place, just behind Anmar Kutsia. Bob Neal, though, his closest rival, is just up a road from him. Bob is in 5th place in the Dalmon Mining BMW, but battled yesterday with a misfire. So he'll start just ahead of Leon Loebscher there on the grid. 44, that man, of course, was the man on pole position for race 1 in classes D and E. So Claudio Jardim will be looking to sort of come through the field rapidly. He's got Matt Wadley right on his tail by the looks of it. As Matt rolls up in the track taxi. Retta and Renzo still making I think that's Renzo actually, yeah. Renzo making his way back down. That's Torrente. He should be right up front as well in terms of his class. But I'll be looking to now fight it out with a slightly bigger field of cars to play with here in race 2. Someone being pushed off the track there by the looks of it. Is that just picking up possibly who that? I think that might have been Reinhard Potkita. Reinhard Potkita being pushed off the circuit, so he had a problem coming out of turn 5. Final car rolls up into its position at the back of the pack. Can we get a green flag, and race conditions are now almost good to go. So Renzo takes up his place second on the grid. Marco Retta is on pole. Ryan Naka behind them. Alongside him will be Neon de Toy, race 1 winner from Class A. Remember, it's an inverted grid for the top cars in Class A, Class B, Class C. That's why there's a little bit of a change-up in terms of how they're going to line up there. Mansour Parker, Rainier Smith, Dean Ball. Top 3 in Class B. Reinhard Miller will be top 3 in Class C ahead of Ollie Hinternas and Anwar Levy. Class D will see Ibrahim Levy ahead of Shane Krobler and Dierwald Smith. And Class E will see Reynard Portkiet, who's pushed to the sideline, so he won't be there. Johan Miller and Maddie Wadley, front row of Class E in race 2. So Arlene Brown is our COC for this category. She sends the safety car on its way. It's a rolling start. That safety car will bring them under control at the end of the back straightaway. And then it'll hand the duties over to Marco Retta to dictate the pace for the second race of the day and the combination of all 5 classes for BMW M Performance Racing Series. Difficult to try and get heat into the Dunlop rubber that's provided for these cars. Try and get those rear wheels spinning up and lighting up to get a bit of heat into them if they can. We'll be watching as well, by the looks of it, for Reza Levy, the Razor, to come through there from 32nd place. He's just behind Ernest Page, who of course was in commentary with me for Class A, B and C earlier on. The two of them will look to come through the field pretty rapidly if they can. In Class E, we saw Ernest Page actually move himself up to the front end of the overall standings and take the win in the race itself in his Class E BMW. So he's definitely got pace to run amongst the usual contenders in both Cape Town and the M Performance Racing Series here. Dean Ball will resume the fight there with Reinhard Miller. You saw a great battle between the two of them in race number 1. Watch out for Ryan Naka and for Leon Lobscher, possibly to come through, get ahead there of the Delmon Mining Machine of Bob Neal. And Marco Tsia for MYH BMW Racing. It's going to be a car to watch as well as it makes its way through there, ahead possibly of both Bob Neal. I don't know if anybody's got a chance of beating Neon. So we saw how fast Neon was in race number 1 earlier on today. And if he can just get through on the 3 cars ahead of him, he could potentially be a threat for a double victory here. But it'll all depend on whether or not we see a change in the front end of this race coming into the start procedure now. Retta and Terence will decide what the pace looks like. More importantly, Retta as opposed to Terence, because he's on pole. So they come up to line up and take up the position now. As the hazard lights go off on that M4, it'll peel into pit lane. And now they'll slot into their grid positions. Not quite close in terms of the start positions they want to be in. And Retta looks like he might have caught them out ever so slightly here. He's slightly ahead. Everybody else just taking a little bit of distance there before they head down towards turn 1. But remember, as you heard, it's going to be possibilities of everybody following through there out of turn 1 and then into turn 2 is where we go green officially. Naka trying to come through there early on and holds on to that 3rd place ahead of Neon de Toy, but Neon de Toy will look to open up the floodgates on that BMW of his to try and get through, and pun intended in terms of the conditions we're in right now. Here we go. Oh, he's already up into 1st. Literally out of turn 1 towards turn 2, blasts past the 3 cars ahead of him and takes the lead into turn 2. So it's Neon de Toy who leads out of turn 2 as they head down towards Damstup for the first time. Retta in 2nd, Terentes in 3rd. So the top end of the overall standings right now literally being headed out by our Cape Town contingent. Ryan Naka just demotes Renzo down 1 position. So Terente drops down to 4th place as Naka goes through into 3rd and goes looking for Marco Retta up the road. Further back, nice little fight here as well. As you can see there, Kutsia just hanging on in the 127 car and coming onto his tailpiece looking for a way past. You can see a whole bunch of BMWs lining up and looking for opportunities as they open up here. Watching those windscreen wipers, there are still windscreen wipers working on some of the cars, so there is a bit of wetness on track and there is still some drizzle out here in the Mother City. Comes Renier Smith trying to dive on the inside, follow through on Ollie. As they go through there, you can see just the amount of work being done in these cars. Ollie Hinternas, he's in 12th place, possibly up into 11th as they cross the line this time out. Nice manoeuvre there from Leon Lopeshaw, slightly higher up. He's into the top 10. Or is he? No, he's dropping by the wayside. So Leon Lopeshaw was top 10. He's now dropped back slightly. Bob Neal is definitely there. He's in 6th place. So a much better run there from the Delman Mining car. And at this point in time, he's got Dean Ball hunting him down as Neal goes left to try and find a way through there on the 46 car of Mansour Parker. Here's Renier getting sideways. Ollie Hintenhouse again in the Coastal car. Just lights the back end up under braking. Catches it. Stays on track. Stays ahead of Renier Smith in the MTech car as they go out of turn 2. Through Castral Corner, they go through a little kink that takes them down to Damstip. This is where these 3 cars go through right at this stage. We stand by to see the Coastal car come through. MTech right on his tail. And behind that, it is Anmar Kutsia and Daniel Kutsia who are there as well, fighting hard for V-Test and MIH Motorsport. So this is a super little battle. Great to see this actually, how hard these guys are pushing it. They really are. A couple of guys I can see walking past my commentary booth here, looking for chances to see whether or not there's going to be a chance here for anybody to jump in and have a look and see whether there is a difference in the track conditions later on in the race. Not easy to do this, that is for sure, I can tell you. Track conditions are treacherous out there right now. Guys hanging on, slipping and sliding all over the place, and big fights in the mid-pack. Close-up battles, but then of course there's opportunities to open up and get away like Neon Dutoy is doing right now. So Neon Dutoy, oh, is that Levy? Yes, it is. A 45 car looping himself out at the back of the pack. And that's not what you want to be doing, that is for sure. Just want to double check that. Anmar Levy just getting it out of shape there, unfortunately. And now passed by Neon Dutoy as he goes down the hill. Look at that, as he goes down that back straightaway. Say the hill, that's the back straight, sorry. But down that back straight, he's already starting to close into the back end of classes E, D, and C tail enders. And we've only completed 2 laps of the allotted 10. 76 is out. That's not good for Ollie Hintenhouse. He's parked on the side here at the road. Well, it's the return road if you're going to go around the track. Getting back on track there. Is that my fellow competitor, my fellow commentator? I think it was. Yes, indeed. Ernest Page looping it out there, I think. Got to just double check on that one. I didn't quite get the number, but because I was trying to find another number out there. Varish Gunpath hanging on for now, looking for a chance to possibly be in the mix as well as he heads down that back straight too. There's just action everywhere. Unfortunately, we're not going to catch all of it. We're going to try and get as much as we can, but with this big field out there, it makes it very difficult for us to try and catch all the action. Another spinner at turn 2 again, as the rain is starting to fall even heavier now, so it's getting even more difficult for these guys. There is Smith in his car, making his way around and looking for a chance to finish up as high as possible in this class. Matt Wadley behind that in the track taxi. Mansour Parker, that'll be Dean Ball behind him. That's 5 and 6 on the circuit. And if we look at that, that is also the battle for Class B. Class C is Daniel Kutsia. He's currently in the top 10 as well. He's just inside the top 10 in 9th place overall at this point. So we'll keep an eye on his progress if he goes any higher than that. Pretty awesome stuff to see him get up into a little bit of a higher position, but he's also got to try and close down on Reinhard Miller. So apologies there. Reinhard Miller actually just up the road from him and still hanging on to the lead of Class C. That's Matty Wadley in the track taxi. It's a car that you get an opportunity to have a drive in if you do any of the BMW days. Oh, the boss man, the Gabay Accountants, not quite getting his figures right there in turn 2. And he's now going to have to wait for a couple of cars to go through before he gets back onto circuit safely as he spins out at turn 2. Closing him down, I think that was Trevor Long coming right behind him there, the roof surgeon car. What's happening with that 143 car of Ernest Page? It wasn't Ernest Page, I do apologize. I thought it was my fellow commentator who spun out. I think it was actually his teammate, Dexter. Dexter Bruce got it out of shape there when he spun out. They got similar colors on those cars, so apologies on that one, but I would have loved it to be Ernest Page actually. No, I'm only teasing. So this man has just been untouchable. How does he find the pace around here in these conditions? Only he can tell me. Neon Dutoy currently lapping in the 120.8s. The next fastest car is a 33.8. So he's, what's that? Almost 4 seconds quicker than the cars that he's racing against at this stage in these conditions. This is Trevor Long in the Roof Surgeon car. And at this point in time, Neon de Toy leads Class A. Mansour Parker leads Class B. Reinhard Miller leads Class C. Looking further down, Class E is Faisal Jacobs. And Class D is Trevor Long. Yes, Trevor Long leading Class D in the Roof Surgeon car as Ryan Naka closes in on him. That's the reason we're picking up on Trevor Long. He's the Class D leader there in that E36 of his. So we try and give you all of the action, as I said, but with 5 classes out there and different formats and types of BMWs. Some similar looking, some not so similar looking. We'll try and catch all the action. Neon de Toy starting to come up into the back markers, including Troy Cochrane. And the Arrow car, one of our associate sponsors there, being passed pretty rapidly by Neon. And with Troy, just picking up, I think it was on the 21 car that was there with Troy. Benny Late, yeah. Benny Late spinning out in the late stages. No pun intended there. Apologies there, Benny. But yeah, Benny spun out in the late stages of race number 1 earlier on in the day, where they were separated. Here's where you can see the difference. The track conditions here at turn 2 are horrible because the camera is just taking major strain. But it's because possibly the rain is, blowing straight into our cameraman's face at this point in time. And here's a chance for us to say, a hats off to all of our camera crew and to the Livestream team for bringing us this action, because they're out there in these conditions so that we can get all this live action coming to you guys all around the world. Dean Ball going through. That is a sight that you won't see often. Dean Ball currently in 6th place overall, 2nd in Class B, just behind Mansour Parker, 1st of Class Bs. Both of them going around the outside of the number 1 car of Leon Loebscher. And sad to say, Leon is literally just circulating for the points here. He doesn't want to go home with a broken car. In these conditions, he realizes that there's a longer and far more important races coming up, which will probably be in the dry, that he would rather fight for than risk damaging his car here in Cape Town in these conditions. The ball goes through. Here goes Smith. Reinhard Miller as well. That's the leader of Class C right there, the 46 car of Mansour Parker. The Armin Levy, Parker Parts and Jive Cool Drinks car. Just ahead of Reinhard Miller in the Amtech BMW there for 1 and 2 in Class B. Just behind them, well, it's 1 and 2 between Mansour Parker, of course, and Dean Ball. But just behind them is Mansour Parker leading Class C at this stage. And he's in the middle of that Class B battle. We've also got not too far behind there Daniel Kutsia, and he's ahead of Almar Kutsia too. Varish Gunpath is currently 3rd in Class C. As you can see, pretty difficult to pick up on 5 classes and who's who in the zoo in those 5 classes. That's Ryan Naka, currently 2nd on track overall and 2nd in Class A. And as we pick up on him heading towards turn 2, he goes through there on 2nd of the Levy cars there, the 45 machine. Benny Late, this time staying on track, hopefully all the way to the end, just staying ahead of Troy Cochrane in the Arrow BMW. And he comes through now to head down towards Damstip. 144 on the circuit at this point. We saw that bodywork flapping under Faisal Jacobs' car earlier on. And that's, there we go. Faisal Jacobs is Class E's leader, 144, with Ernest Page closing down on him, and Retta coming along as well. So Retta, I think 3rd overall at the moment, about to pass Faisal Jacobs for the lead of Class E, and he's got Ernest Page. Ernest Page looking quite dangerous, to be honest with you, as they head down towards turn 5. Pagey closing in on the back markers and also closing in on his rival for the win in this category for Class E. Cape Town-based cars there fighting for honours in Class E. And the next of the Class E competitors would be Stephen Okamp. And he's quite a long way back on the two of them. There's the Razor's dad on the wall there. And it's great to see Reza getting a chance to be part of this. Reza Levy currently down in 25th overall, and I think currently sitting in about 5th place in Class E for his debut in the BMW M Performance Racing Series. Young Carter, who's shown some serious prowess in racing, and given a chance now to fight it amongst some seasoned campaigners, including this man, who is looking to start his final lap now at the lead of the race for the Coastal BMW team. Ian de Toy, what have you had for breakfast, pal? And where did you find traction out of these Dunlops that these other cars couldn't find? He starts the final lap now, leading Class A, massive margin over Ryan Naka, and certainly a man who knows what to do in a rear-wheel drive BMW around this track to find pace. We saw it yesterday in practice as well. He was fastest in practice too in the dry conditions, so whether it was wet or dry, it was going to be no difference to the pace that Leon can find out of this Class A car of his. Coming up on Mansour Parker. Parker, of course, the leader of Class B, about to be lapped. That'll help him out because he'll basically finish Class A and B across the line almost simultaneously, one ahead of the other. He's already through on Dean Ball earlier on, and Dean Ball looking for second place in Class B. It's a long way down to the third spot. We'll get that at the end of the race as we concentrate our attention. Trevor Long still hanging on to the lead of Class D. He's about to be passed, so we're going to have literally Class A, Class B and Class D winners going across the line, almost line astern, as he comes up on the inside of Bernard de Gavea and finds his way through there. The other back markers in this pack, as you can see, yeah, that camera 5 is taking strain trying to pick up these cars in these conditions. So flag is out. Detroit takes the win in Class A. Not too far behind him is the 46 car there of Mansour Parker taking Class B. Right behind him we will see Class D, Trevor Long taking the win. Here comes Naka for second. Naka in second place. Big flame out of that exhaust that comes literally above the right-hand drive wheel, or the right-hand front wheel, I should say, of that car. So it's Ryan Naka for second. It's quite a long way back to Marco Retta for third. But that's Leon Lopesha that was passed by Ryan Naka on the closing stages. So Lopesha possibly down 2 laps there, I think, in this race. It's going to be correct. I just want to try and find Leon. He completed 8. No, he did complete 8, so apologies on that one. I thought Leon might be down a couple, but he has completed all of the 8 laps. He is 2 laps down. Correction. They finished 10, and Lopesha's only finished 8. So there's unofficial results so far as they all continue crossing the line in the background. Was it the 143 car that came through? It was. So Class E is going to go to my fellow commentator who was in studio with me earlier on today. We'll get to those, but have a look at that top 10 first of all. Class A 1, 2 and 3 is Detroit, Naka and Marco Retta. Mansour Parker takes Class B ahead of Dean Ball. And if I go further down in the pack, third place in Class B, if I can find it. It doesn't look like we've got a third place in Class B. No, we don't. Only 2 Class B competitors that finished that one. So Dean Ball finishes in second. Class C, though, that has gone to Reinhard Miller. He wins out over Daniel Kutsia and Varish Gunpath. And then Class E went to Ernest Page, ahead of Faisal Jacobs. And then it was Stephen Okamp. And Class D won out by Trevor Long, or was it Trevor Long? Let's just have a look and see. Did I get that one right? Just trying to pick them up here on my screen. Trevor Long ahead of Claudio Jardim, and then a long way back to Shane Krobler, who finished up in third place. Great to see all 35 cars on track in the second heat of BMW M Performance Racing Series. Love it when they do a full and hectic amount of racing. I just got a message in from Michael Krobler. Stiff and sore, but blessed to be okay. The Mark 1, not so lucky. Yeah, unfortunately, Mikey, we saw that big one. We actually put it up onto the live stream there. Voti sent it through to me, and I passed it on, and we actually put it up onto the live stream feed earlier on in the day, after that big incident that you had at the bottom end of the straight there. But most important thing there, Mike, is that you're okay and have survived that one, buddy, because that was a big crash. And we wish you a speedy recovery, and hopefully you can find some Golf 1 parts somewhere around South Africa to get that car fixed in time for the next round. But a speedy recovery from all of us here at our Two Wheels and Up to 60 Seconds live stream team, buddy. Right, so we've seen action there from the BMW M Performance Racing Series, and there's been some great action. Great to see the synergy, as I said, between the Cape Town BMW drivers and the Inland Championship drivers from our M Performance Racing Series. It has certainly been a superb effort to get them all together and to create the possibilities of the start of a BMW series down here. They've got enough of them, that is for sure, to run their own series, and then to combine with inland and coastal championship events like we did today. From here we move on to Volkswagen Challenge Class B and the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. They're already down waiting to come back onto circuit. We'll be back shortly with action from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport Regional Championships at the Killarney International Motorsport. Well, ladies and gents, if you just joined us from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport here at Killarney International Raceway in the mother city of Cape Town, you've joined us at the right time. Paybar Volkswagen Challenge are making their way out onto the track along with the Volkswagen Rookie Cup, and as they do, the heavens have just opened. We've had a bit of drizzle here and there, a little bit of wetness here and there, but it's a full-on rain that is now starting to drop from the skies and going to make it even more treacherous than what it has been so far for the last 4 races of the day. It's Paybar Volkswagen Challenge and Rookie Cup still to come your way. We've got one more race of the Formula V's, DOE Formula V's powered by CIM Lubrifuel. We've still got one more heat of the Ferro Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch, and we've got a final heat of V8 supercars that has to take place. And with the rain falling, it's going to be very interesting to see who has the ability to not only better their fellow competitors on track, but now also better the elements that are being thrown at them here. For the first time, it's full windscreen wipers on all the cars out there. And time to see what these Dunlops can do in these tricky conditions. If you do hear a bit of noise that sounds like thudding when we go to our locked off cameras, it's basically just the cameras are now picking up the rain, and the rain drops on the microphones of those cameras. So just a heads up for anybody that might be watching. If you're not watching now, this is probably the ideal time to be watching. Double yellows down into turn 5, just getting the cars to come to a slightly slower turn 5 entry and exit to bring them to the line for the standing start. Remember, it's a separate start for Class B and then a separate start for the Rookie Cup. A couple of seconds apart, but just giving them a bit of a break in proceedings. But fast Class B competitors will make their way to the front end pretty rapidly of this field. There is a major contingent, of course, coming from Cape Town who've also joined the Volkswagen Challenge category this weekend. Normally part and parcel of the local regional based category here. It's nice to see them now in the mix. And of course with the inverted grid, you'll see Noah Bus, our race 1 winner, at 4th place on the grid. Ahead of him will be Stuart Mack, Rasley Harris, and fastest driver in race 1, Mohammed Kalfi, will be on pole position. So we'll keep an eye on his progress. Sorry, yeah, not an inverted grid. It's based on lap times from race 1, not the inversion. So fastest man was Mo Kalfi, as I said. Rasley Harris was 2nd fastest. Stuart Mack was 3rd. Noah Bus, race winner, in 4th place, ahead of Ethan Kutsia, Carl Wiltshire, Shren Rush, Paul Diaval-Teron, Anthony Lessing, Mo Karodia, and then Stelio Nusios down there in 11th place. So Rookie Cup guys getting a little bit of help on the side there to bring them to the position that they need to be in for their start. Race 1 win there went to Judd Berthold ahead of Jaden Curson, and then first time onto the podium for Josh Moore. So we're almost under starters orders there, just waiting for the grid to clear of the entourage. Here we go. 1 minute board goes up. Well, Kalfi will be looking for the chance to get away ahead of Rasley Harris. Stuart Mack's going to try and go with him. Watch for that red lipstick and the Motul sponsorship on the front of that car for Stuart Mack as he heads towards turn number 1, right behind Kalfi if he can stay there with him. Try and use the Cape Town-based driver to get him at least to the front end of this fight. The 5-second board is up. We're about to go to lights on. As soon as those lights go out, you'll hear the revs pick up, and here we go. Oh, a couple of guys getting stuck on the line with some wheel spins. Kalfi's one of them. Mo Kalfi got a little bit of a wheel spin off the line there, but he still managed to get through And as they head down towards turn 1, here we go. Bit of chaos. Somebody on the way on the outside here. That's Ethan Katsia trying to drive around the outside of turn 1 with 4 cars on his inside. Katsia's used it to his advantage big time. He knows that outside line has got some traction on it, and he's now trying to come through here, possibly for the lead. He comes up on the inside of, what is that, Neo Bus? Yeah, Neo Bus into third place as Katsia slots up in a second. Great driving there from Ethan Katsia. Just in the background, you can see the Hermoinsa car there of Chris Davidson coming through. They all tried to stay out of harm's way. It looks like everybody has been able to stay on track at this point in time, but it's very tricky conditions that they're racing in right now, and Katsia has moved up into second place. He's got the 5-4 car there coming through rapidly, and you can see just how hard they're having to push to get to the front end, but Mohammed Kalfi got the whole shot, and he hangs on for now. Behind him, I think it's Carl Wiltshire. Yes, Wiltshire up into second place, ahead now of Ethan Katsia. Katsia has got Tehran behind that. So Dioval Tehran has moved up to fourth place. Stuart Mack, I think, is there in fifth as they head down towards turn 5 for the first time in anger in this 8-lapper. Wiltshire, inside line. Late on the brakes, just squeezes through and gets up ahead. Ethan Katsia goes high and wide in that JRT and Lee Thompson racing car as they come through turn 5. Dioval Tehran still hangs on to the 4 spot. I think it's Mack in 5th place there in the white car. Stand to be corrected, but I'll get corrected now as they come across to take the stripe. And no, in fact, it's Neo Bus. It's Neo Bus who's up there in the Rookie Cup. Jaden Hurson from Berthold. Berthold, by the looks of things, followed closely there, just in the background. And I think that might be Divian Naidu. So the top 3 there in the Rookie Cup about to cross the line. Stilio Nusios just ahead of Josh Wolford. First time we actually got to mention Josh. Didn't really see much of him in the first race, but he's there now and looking for a chance to squeeze through and get a little bit higher up than what he finished in that first one. So Wolford now making his way up into the top 10 in 10th place on track at the moment. Wiltshire now leading over Katsia. Katsia ahead of Kalfi. Kalfi's dropped back into the clutches of Tehran. Behind that is that Neo Bus? I think it is. In the 5th place. Yeah, it is. Okay, it's not a bus then. So who's that up into the top 5? Oh, it's Rasley Harris. Beg your pardon. My apologies to Rasley Harris there in 5th place. It's who's moved up into that 5 spot ahead of Mokarodia. Mokarodia will be in the Polo Classic as opposed to the Polo Hatch. And the Fast 5 Motorsport Lee Thompson racing car slowly but surely closing in. He hasn't got headlights on though. So no headlights on both Rasley Harris and Mokarodia's cars. And finding it maybe as we see Kalfi there under attack from Dioval Tehran. So it's Rasley Harris, Mokarodia, Stuart Mack behind them. There's Shrin Rajpal parked on the sideline. The Dub Call car has given up and decided to park it on the side of the exit of the new pit lane building. You see him just on the right hand side of that shot there. He's in the pit lane as we speak. Now breaking down into turn 1. Rasley Harris trying to close the gap down and get through there. Ethan Katsia fastest on that last pass, 43.3 from Ethan Katsia. Trying to get through here on Carl Wiltshire, looking for the win in the wet. Katsia taking a double victory in East London. Oh, and look at that understeer. Going into turn 2 there from Ethan Katsia. He had the wheels completely locked up. Oh, and there you go, sideways coming from the 14 car. So, and Games Kalfi gets it out of shape there big time. Has to try and come back onto track safely. On the outside, there's a car parked on the outside of that corner already. This is Dioval Tehran. And he now takes second place. So it's Carl Wiltshire who stayed out of harm's way, and he's now getting away from this battle. Tehran is second, Katsia is third, and Rasley Harris in 4th place. It's a pity. I just saw Ethan Katsia going into turn 2. He had the wheels turned and the car was just going straight. It was just massive understeer there from that front wheel drive JRT Racing Experience Polo. He now comes alongside, trying to get on the inside of turn 5. Got to be very ginger on the brakes. Just squeeze through, and he does that. So he gets up to second place, but Tehran comes straight back at him. Puts the pressure onto Ethan to try and get the acceleration right out of turn 5. He does it this time. Rasley Harris now closes in on Tehran. So Tehran, Harris all fighting here with Ethan Garcia for second on the road. A bit further back there we pick up on Mo Karodia. Karodia, you can't see him in the background really because of the having no headlights on that Polo Classic. But he's being closed down pretty rapidly as well by Waylon Volchek and Stuart Mack. They've just gone through there on Chris Davison in the Hermoinsa car. So it's taken 3 of the 8 laps to catch the back end of this field. I think Chris taking a bit of strain out there in that Hermoinsa car. He'll be looking for his sponsor to try and help him out. Give him some headlights and some floodlights around here. Ooh, Josh Moore inside of Judd Berthold. That's impressive driving from Josh. He's loving life in the rain. He's young Josh Moore in the Rookie Cup. And that's, yeah, there we go. Welcome to our world. Trying to focus in on cars in wet weather conditions is not an easy thing to do, particularly when they've got headlights on. But a valiant effort there from our camera crew to bring us all this action. As always, the 2 Wheels and Up to 60 Seconds team bringing you all the race action from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. 3 Rookie Cup cars going at it. Right now, that looks like Devian Naidu at the front. Naidu's at the front ahead of Jaden Goosen. No, it's Berthold. It's Berthold ahead of Goosen. And then, such great action there. Further back in the Rookie Cup as they head through there. Berthold trying to hang on for a possibility of a double victory here today. That's what he wants. And that'll be exactly where he'd like to finish up by the time the checkered flag comes out in a couple of laps' time. We're about to get to the halfway stage. The leaders have completed 4 and they're about to start the last 4. So Wiltshire, Kutsia, Tehran. Top 3 in Class B at this point. Rookie Cup makes their way down into turn 5. Jaden Goosen in behind Naidu. And is that Ozia Khan? I think he is there just behind them. In that battle, yes it is. Ozia Khan. And then Jonathan Machotsi and Daniel Rowe. Josh Moore must have made a mistake somewhere on track. He's dropped right to the back of the pack. And actually even behind some of the Class B back markers as well. So Moore, who was fighting for third initially, I can only assume made a mistake somewhere on track that he ran wide and has dropped to the tail end of the field. Top 3. I should say third place up for grabs there, but it's no longer with Ethan Garcia. He's pulled away slightly from Rasley Harris. Raz has got some intention being shown by, is it Waylon Volchek that's joined him? Volchek has found some serious pace here to close that gap down. No, Dierwold Tehran. Sorry, it is Dierwold. He's still there. So apologies. I'm looking at the timing monitor and Dierwold is actually ahead on the timing monitor, but on the road, Rasley's taken that position away from him. So Waylon's just in the background there. You can see the one headlight there of Waylon Volchek, not too far behind. So Harris comes out of turn 5. Yeah, we're all aware of that, pal. Change of surface is literally everywhere around the track. Everywhere you go, there's some change of surface. And it could possibly be that that flag is out for additional issues on circuit, where somebody's pulled some dirt or maybe dropped some lubricants onto the surface, which they will have to be well aware of. In these conditions, you won't even see it because the track is so wet. So yeah, I think just putting it out there as a caution to make sure that the drivers are aware, but I'm sure they're all very much aware of what the conditions are like. Rasley Harris quickest on that last pass, getting down to a 42.3 now. So Raz hangs on. That's a brave cameraman. Still photographer out there trying to catch some stills out there. I think that actually might be Dave Ledbetter's new rookie cameraman, who's found his way to the pit wall there to try and catch some of the action on that pit straight. MSA with Ledbetter are doing a job to bring in some new cameramen and ladies to the world of motorsport, to give them a chance to experience events like this. Onboard cameras on those cars literally duct taped to the windscreen to ensure that they don't come loose, and even that sometimes doesn't help depending on how wet it gets out there. But that's Rookie Cup closing in, I think, on Chris Davidson. The lead car has pulled away ever so slightly, so the battle's for second here. And it's a battle that is changing up here as the second place opens up ever so slightly. It's Kirsten for second at the moment. You can see Berthold has now pulled away. Divya Naidu is fighting for that third spot. Oh, someone running wide out of turn 5 there onto the dirty stuff and up onto the banking. It was the 8 car. So that's not what you want to be doing there. Race 1 winner. I think Neo Bus has taken a bit of strain here in the slightly trickier conditions that we had in race 2 compared to race 1, where he was literally unmatched. He got away at the front end and disappeared. Oh, Karodia into the fast-run corner. Kitty Litter as well. You can see Mo, that windscreen wiper's flat out, but look at the windscreen itself. The windscreen is completely fogged up, so maybe it was a case that he couldn't see anything going down towards turn 5. Couldn't find the brake marker, ran wide, and that Polo Classic is now in the kitty litter. Cars are slipping and sliding everywhere. Just saw a shot there. I think that was of Waylon Volchenk or possibly Carl Wiltshire, even our leader, getting it sideways through one of the turns. Kutsia for second. Fastest man on track, 42.2. So using the confidence he got out of that confidence building and restoring race in East London Grand Prix circuit a couple of weekends ago, he definitely has what it takes here to be at the front end of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge Class B. They close on to Nicole Lombard, one of our lady drivers here this weekend, as we celebrate Women's Day and a Women's Day weekend, the long weekend here in Cape Town. As I say that, I think Ethan Kutsia's made a mistake somewhere on track. Rasley Harris now leads out. Dierval Teron is second, and Ethan Kutsia is dropping by the wayside. He's dropping through the timing monitor. I think he's stuck at turn 5. He's made a mistake at turn 5 on a similar level to what his stablemate did from Lee Thompson Racing. The Fast 5 car of Mo Karodia ended up in the kitty litter, and there you can see him just in the background. So Rasley, no, in fact, it's not him. He's dropping further and further back. Ethan Kutsia has made a big mistake at turn 5 and is probably stuck there now because he's now dropped out of the top 10. So it's Raz who leads out. This car here we're following through Damstip, the new leader. Cool Touch Racing, Polo of Rasley Harris ahead of Dierval Teron, Carl Wiltshire, Waylon Volchenk, and Josh Wolford is up to top 5 overall. That's an incredible drive there from Joshy. It'll probably be his best finish ever in a Paybar Volkswagen Challenge car. It's also a confidence booster there, big time for Josh. And I know that Ray's dad is out here, and I'm sure Mom's watching on the live stream, enjoying the fact that her boy is up into top 5 ahead of Stuart Mack. Stuart Mack, remember, is a multiple race winner and season campaigner in this class, down in 6th place. But this is what these kind of conditions can do. It levels the playing field, gives chances to guys who are not usually at the front end, and in with a shot of a top 5 finisher. We start the final lap. That's Josh Moore about to be caught by the lead car of Paybar Volkswagen Challengers Class B. In fact, the flag is out. I beg your pardon. So I was watching Josh Moore come across the line. He still had 1 lap to go, but Rasley Harris caught the checkered flag, and the flag coming out pretty late there. I didn't see it myself until the second car passed the line of Dierval Teron. Did they actually give the flag to Rasley? I don't think they gave it. Yeah, I think Rasley is still on a hot lap there, so he hasn't seen the flag yet because they were a little bit late on giving it. There you saw, just on the left-hand side, Ethan Kutsia's car. So I was right. Kutsia stuck at turn 5. So Raz is probably going to still do 1 lap, although he doesn't need to. And hopefully something doesn't go wrong, but of course they will bring it back after the flag came out, just after he crossed the line. So unofficial results right now, of course, sees Rasley Harris, Dierval Teron, and Carl Wiltshire as your top 3. We watch the Rookie Cup cross the line, and we go all the way down to 10th place for Judd Berthold to come into the top 10 overall to win the Rookie Cup. in his Seasonani Plastics and Glass Partners machine, beating Divian Naidu and Jonathan Nokhotsi in third place. The coach just getting ahead there of Daniel Rowe. Azir Khan will come through officially for third place in the Tactical Security Services car there for the Rookie Cup. And Josh Moore will finish up in fourth. So that's the unofficial results there for our final heat of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge Class B and Volkswagen Rookie Cup combined here this weekend for our celebration of Women's Day weekend and the regional Extreme Festival here at the City of Cape Town's favourite circuit, Killarney International. Raz is coming through. There you go. Now he's celebrating. Although he's done an additional lap to do that celebration. So we might give him a bit of a mention at the prize giving later on and say, listen, you didn't have to do 11 laps, or you didn't have to do 9 laps. You could have just done 8. It's more than enough. It's just kind of showing off there, Razzie. But no, well done. Razzie Harris, Dioval Tehran, Carl Wiltshire, top 3 in your Class B. It's Bertold, Naidu, and Uzia Khan, your top 3 in the Rookie Cup. Great job there for Nicole Lombard as she rolls off unhurt. Shren Rajpal won't be too happy about where his car's parked right now. He would have liked to be in the mix there a little bit more, as we now wait to see the action coming from the next class. But there are a couple of cars that are stricken out on track that may possibly need to be recovered before we get into the closing stages here. And when I say the closing stages, there are 4 more classes still to go. We've got 3 more classes, I beg your pardon. Formula V, they'll be on standby, waiting to go. There's Ethan Goodsir climbing out of his race suit. Not quite sure what went wrong there, but he's okay. Car's just stuck in the kiddie litter and stuck in Fostron corner. We got Formula V, the DOE Formula V powered by CIM Lubrifuel. Up next, Ferro Energia 111 GT Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch. And the second and last race of the day will come from Mobil 1 V8 Supercars and the V8 Masters combined. So that's how we are going to finish up the race day. But as I said, there are a couple of cars stricken out on track right now that need to be recovered before we can send the Formula Vs on their way. We'll be back shortly with action here from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport Regional Championships at Killarney International Raceway. Yeah, on some race days you kind of contemplate whether or not changing from a saloon car to a single-seater or taking the direction of single-seater race action is a good choice. When I say that, I mean it tongue-in-cheek, of course, because these guys provide action like you cannot believe in the Formula Vs. DOE Formula V partnered with CIM Lubrifuel are back on track for their third and final heat of this weekend's race action. Theo Vermaak sent me the current standings in these championships after the first two races, and Lionel Janssen has hung on to the lead of his championship ahead of Peter Hills and Brandon Hills. Carl Watt has stayed in fourth place. Marcel Bluchnout has moved himself up, and so has Theo Vermaak in terms of the national side of the championship. In the association side, Bluchnout, of course, continues to lead out over Clinton Kane. Jaden Tromp, though, has moved up to third, and he is outgunned Yanni Geyser. Vaughan Hills ahead of Chloe Stewart in the association class. And in the rookie class, it is now Chloe Stewart who leads ahead of Reynard van der Linde and Jaden Tromp in the rookie category. So that's kind of how they're going to be fighting here for the last 8 laps of action from the DOE Formula V's partnered with CIM Lubrifuel. Dunlop, first race, and of course a whole bunch of their associate sponsors involved in this class as well. It's fantastic to see this Formula V field so strong, and heading into race number 3 now. Looking forward to all the action that could be provided here. As I said, this is the tough choice. When you go single-seater racing and you decide that's the route you want to go, it can be treacherous sometimes. And in these conditions, it makes it very hard to race in these conditions. But now you've got an open cockpit, so it makes it even harder. Tiny, you chickened out. I can't believe you left the circuit so early and got home. That's not right, buddy. The car's still got to race. You've still got a car that's racing at the end there. He's just joined us on the live stream from home. That's nice. Nice one. I'd like to be home as well, Tiny, but I've got work to do. We've got 3 more races coming your way. The first one's going to be our first race assisted, ATS Motorsport assisted. DOE Formula V's partnered with CIM Lubrifuel. Looks like a bit of assistance there for the drivers. They're not finding their correct grid positions, so just getting shuffled around there slightly to get them into the right starting order. Lionel Janssen having to come across to a slightly different grid position that he thought he was in. It's Hills and Hills on the front. Peter and Brandon 1 and 2. Theo Vermaak in third place ahead of Richard Carr. Josh Schmidt and Kelly Fletcher. Then it's Carl Watt and Lionel Janssen, Marcel Bluchnout, Vaughan Hills. And Sean van der Linde will definitely be looking to turn his luck around after he freewheeled across the line at the end of race 2. He's alongside Chloe Stewart, who now looks to try and extend the lead in the rookie championship. I love the fact they put the wet race board out. I think the single-seater guys and girls know that it's a wet race by now. 5-second board is up. Let's see who's going to get the drop off the line now. Peter Hills has done this on numerous occasions in the wet. Brandon Hills, though, gets stuck with massive wheel spin on the start line. There's cars wheel spinning down left, right, and center. And it's Peter Hills and Theo Vermaak who head down towards turn 1 and 2 on the road. Great start coming from, is that, yeah, that's Yako. I beg your pardon, Josh Schmidt diving through there. If you can't see it, you just see 4 wheels. It's because of the camouflage that he's got on that chassis of his and on the bodywork. So I think Josh might have moved up into either second or third place there, or third place or fourth place, with Richard Carr on his inside. Yeah, there you go. He's changed it up ever so slightly. They put a bright yellow strip down the front of that car. That's, I think, just purely on a safety factor. It wasn't there earlier on in the day. But Josh Schmidt in the camouflage car there is now down to fourth place, as Carl Watt, I think, has snuck up into fourth ahead of him. Yeah, Watt into fourth. Schmidt down into fifth place ahead But Lionel Janssen, who's taking it easy at this stage. He's got Brand. Whoa! There we go! Theo Vermaak gets a big puddle down that back straightaway and slides into the tyre barrier on the outside of the big grandstand. That back straight, you hit a puddle on there with some cold rubber. It's going to send you sliding, and Theo Vermaak will tell you all about that right now. So, Peter Hills all on his own. Look at the gap he's got there over Richard Carr in second. Richard Carr on his own in second place, also with a bit of breathing room there, ahead of Smith and Watt. Smith and Watt changed a couple of positions there throughout that last lap. Lionel Janssen moves up ahead of the 11 car, and Vaughan Hills gets the motor down one position there from the Mangaza Racing team. So there's been a little bit of a change-up in that front pack, literally on lap 1 of 8. They're about to finish that first one, and 7 more to go for Peter Hills. He is in control here. Hills across the line come the rest of the pack. Lionel Janssen ticking them off one by one. He gets through on Carl Watt. Len puts his attentions now on Josh Smith, who runs wide out of turn 1. Might open up a chance there for Lionel Janssen to squeeze through to third place, and I think that's exactly what he's done, heading towards turn 2 now. Richard Carr is in second. Smith going to keep him honest though. Yeah, he is. He's going to make sure he works for it. He's not going to give it up without a fight. And Josh Smith closes the door and runs a bit wide out of turn 2, which might give Lionel a chance. Battle of double figures just behind that. It's 11, 33 and 22 as they line up. The 11 car being Vaughan Hills, 33 being Brandon Hills, and 22 being Kelly Fletcher. Running wide out of Damstip. Try and stay out of the puddle. They all saw that puddle and what it did to the man in second place as he hit the puddle. That was Theo Vermaak, but he's unfortunately now spun out. I think he got going again, but he would have had to drop right to the back of the pack, which is not going to be good for his championship contention. How's that for a gap? After 2 laps, Peter Hills comfortably in the front, controlling things with his huge amount of experience, a 4-time champion in this class, and of course a multiple motocross champion, so treacherous conditions like this he'd be used to. He'll know what to do, he'll know how to get off the line, which is exactly what he did. Got off the line with very little trouble at all. Theo got a fantastic start, just couldn't keep it all together after hitting that big puddle on the back straightaway and spinning out. Richard Carr continues in second. Vaughan Hill pulls out of his spray into third place and puts a bit of spray straight into the face there of Josh Smith. Joshua Smith now being closed down by Carl Watt. Here comes the late charge into the second lap of the race there from Vaughan Hills. It's bringing Brandon along for the ride. They've pulled a bit of a margin now over the 22 car of Kelly Fletcher. Sean van Linde up into 9th, and Blichnout makes up the top 10. The Victron car of Chloe Stewart is 11th place, ahead of Ricky Anderson and Jaden Tromp. And then it's Trevor Hills and Reynard van der Linde in 14th and 15th respectively, as you look at that graphic on the left-hand side. But at this point in time, it could be anybody who can take the win, because it just takes one slight misjudgment of the conditions we're in right now to throw these cars into a big spin and out of contention. See the car still parked on the left hand side, so unfortunately Theo Vermaak was not able to get that car started again and back onto the track. So we've lost out Theo Vermaak there from this race. There the gap opens up even more between Peter Hills and Richard Carr. The last time they crossed the line, it was 10 seconds, the gap between Hills and Richard Carr. Here comes Lionel Janssen closing down on Carr for second. Janssen's got to try and stay there in second place to try and maintain what is the championship lead in the national side of this class. Big fight still on the cards here between 4th, 5th and 6th place, I would say. Maybe even 3, 4 and 5. If they can just get onto the back end there of Lionel Janssen. No, it's going to be 4, 5 and 6 that are up for grabs here. Smith is in 4 at the moment. He's got Carl Watt and the 2 Hills boys behind him, Vaughan and Brandon. Good run there. This is a much better run here from Sean van der Linde. Whatever that issue was, he seems to have got it sorted out. Blichnout's behind him, and then Chloe Stewart behind Marcel Blichnout, leading rookie at the moment in the Victron Energy and Pretoria Toyota Formula V. Smith from Carl Watt. And Gaza Racing are spread out big time there. We've got the lead car from their team. We've got the 5th place car from their team, 6th place, 7th place, all from that team at this point on track. But big gaps between those cars. Not too much between the 3 of them here, but of course big gap to the leader. On the brakes down towards turn 5, we go back to Vaughan Hills, who's coming along and heading through Sorrel Sweep. Trying to maintain a little bit of breathing room between himself and Richard Carr now that he's got through. But he looks up the road and he can't even see Peter Hills at this stage. 11-second gap there between Hills and Carr on the last pass. It might have come down slightly now that Lionel Janssen has moved up into 2nd place. We'll have to keep an eye on that as they cross the line. See whether that gap is coming down slightly. Richard Carr will try and stay with Vaughan Hill, with Lionel Janssen, I beg your pardon. And Lionel Janssen will try and close the gap down on Peter Hills, who's now already into the back markers. That's pretty impressive stuff in these wet conditions. Back markers, they'll know, just hold your line. Don't do any evasive maneuvering through the corners. The quicker cars will find their way past on you. And that's possibly, if I see correctly, going through there on Dave Austin and Donovan Ramsey. So the 2 cars that Peter's just gone past on. So Hills has got a 12-second gap, 12.5-second gap over Lionel Janssen. That's the difference there between those 2. Janssen's pulled slightly away again from Richard Carr. He's opened up about a 2.5-second gap there on Carr. Gaps come down here between Carl Watt and Joshua Smith. Watt closing the gap there rapidly onto the back end of Josh Smith. And possibly looking to try and steal that position away from him. Get up into the top 4. Smith's going to make it difficult for him. He's not going to give it up without a fight, that is for sure. That back straight away. In full flight, in dry conditions, these cars get just over the 200 km/h mark. It's pretty impressive stuff for a little Polo engine powered single seater. Really are great race cars and provide top class action, particularly in the dry. I find it a bit more difficult with the wet conditions. You need a couple of guys that have got similar abilities to each other to have a bit of a fight, which is what we're seeing, as I said, for that 5th, 6th and 7th place. Janssen, still ahead to... Oh, he's opened the margin up a bit now. So it's about 3 seconds now between Lionel Janssen and Richard Carr. So about half a second there on that last lap. But if Lionel looks up the road, all he sees is that car, which is not the one he wants to. And the one he wants to is the blue machine of Peter Hills from Mangaza Racing. You might see him through a couple of the corners. You can sort of look through the corner and spot the next corner, and that might give him a target to fight for. But if I know these guys at this stage of the day and in these conditions, it's going to certainly be a battle for survival more than a battle for a win. Get through, get as high as you can, get the points and try and stay in the lead of the championship. That's what Lionel Janssen is thinking about right now. Peter Hills is doing the same kind of thinking, but he's saying, well, if I can take 2 wins away from today, it's going to bridge that gap down pretty rapidly on Lionel Janssen for the overall championship. Back markers could play a role here. We've seen in the past when you get into rainy conditions, I'll go to a certain incident between Michael Schumacher and David Coulthard. That didn't end up in a nice way when you got rain and spray coming off a car that you can't see, or you don't see the car behind you and move across because of the spray. That's why it's so critical that the back markers and the rookies know the rules of just hold your line, don't change position through the corners, rather let the faster cars find a way through on you. Carl Watt quickest now, 1:43.6, followed very closely by a 42.5 from Vaughan Hills. Is there a bit of a dry line? I don't think there's a dry line forming anyway. I can't see a dry line at all. I think they're just finding that little extra somewhere on track that allows them to be the quickest car on the circuit, even though he's down in 7th place overall. What he is doing is closing on his family member, Brandon. The Hills boys have come down here fighting. Peter in 1st, Brandon and Vaughan 6 and 7, and Trevor down in 13th overall. Was that a quick glimpse of Chloe? I think that possibly might have been Chloe who spun out somewhere on track. Only got one shot of it, so I didn't quite get to see the end result there completely, but I think it could possibly... No, it's not. It's Donovan Ramsey, Donovan Ramsey there, who has spun out. So Donovan Ramsey spinning out on track. Vaughan Hills continues to be the fastest man on track as he tries to close down on Brandon. Lionel Janssen continues to maintain the gap between himself and Richard Carr. There goes the leader. Look in the background. You might... No, you're not even going to see him. So Peter's got the entire front straight, the main straight ahead of Lionel Janssen now. So that is a great position to be in with only a lap to go. We'll see if he can be able to maintain that, that's for sure. As he continues on his way now on the last lap. Peter Hills is certainly going to close the gap down on his arch rival Lionel Janssen in this championship with a good weekend's racing. And in fact, I saw Pete yesterday, last night in the evening, and he was complaining about a sore right arm. He actually fell over the pit barrier while they were trying to fix the car, and he did some damage to his wrist. So he's been driving all day long in what has now been 26 laps of race action here in Formula V's with a slightly injured wrist. Certainly not in full 100%, I would say, fitness with that injured wrist after he fell over the barrier, but didn't stop him from doing what he's done today. And in these conditions, just shows you that experience certainly outweighs youth, exuberance, and no fear. He's put that experience of the multiple championships he's won in Formula V to fine use today, and he's going to come across the line to take the third and final victory here for DOE Formula V's, partnered with CIM Ruby Fuel. There it is, Mangaza Racing for the win. Peter Hills with that injured right wrist out the car. He's going to put me to shame there. He's going to give me the commentator's curse. I've just mentioned the fact that he's got an injured wrist, and he takes it out and gives it the Shumi shuffle. Across the line for second is going to be Lionel Janssen. Richard Carr is going to hang on for third place. Great drive there from both of them. Josh Schmidt will finish up in fourth, and he's not too far behind actually. Coming through there with that yellow strip across the nose cone and the rear of the car, so it's a bit easier to spot in the rain. Carl Watt into 5. Brandon Hills is 6. Vaughan Hills is 7. Sean van der Linde this time finishes up in 8th place, with Kelly Fletcher coming through there, and a nice drive there from Marcel Blichnout making up the top 10, beating Trevor Hills to the line. Is that the 5-0? Yes, it is. Coming through there of Jaden Tromp. So it looks like Jaden Tromp might have just... No, he hasn't. He's just finished behind Chloe. Chloe just crossing the line ahead of her. Just missed her crossing the line there. So bit of a change up there. And Chloe Stewart wins out ahead of Jaden Tromp and Reynard van der Linde in the rookie class for Formula V's. That's our single seaters done and dusted. They're going to be very happy to get off this track and make their way back into pit lane to get dry and probably ready for all the race action that's going to happen for our final 2 heats of the day. One coming from the Ferro Energia 111 GT Sports and Saloons, and one from the Mobile One V8 Supercars and V8 Masters. Michael Krobler, thanks for that comment, buddy. Appreciate it, and hope you've got a speedy recovery, as I mentioned. Yeah, the track conditions are very poor out there at the moment, but there's nothing we can do about it. This is Mother Nature in the Mother City. We'll be back shortly with action from that 111 Sports and Saloons category. As the cars roll out now for the second and final heat of Ferro Energia 111 GT Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch. Also got to give a shout out there to Leonard Archer from ACD Velcom. Apparently Vota was saying to me that he was a big help in getting all these cars down here. A couple of guys that wouldn't have made it without the assistance there. So big shout out to him and thanks for all that help. Do appreciate that. And of course all our category sponsors that are involved here today for assisting in getting guys down to Cape Town to ensure we can go racing at the regional side of things. So yeah, thanks to everybody that was behind the scenes. We've spoken about them in the various classes, but didn't get quite a chance to do that in the first one. So in the second heat, there you go, Leonard. Thanks for your help, buddy. Michael Krobler, I just saw your final comment there. Yeah, poor conditions, be safe out there, everybody. It's a big pity we don't have your Golf 1 out there, buddy. We really enjoyed seeing you back in action, but I know that you'll be working frantically to try and find some Golf 1 parts somewhere to get your car sorted out for the next race in the regionals. If I'm not mistaken, I think we go to Red Star next for the regionals. So that's where Extreme Festival Regional Championships will be headed to. And if I quickly... Okay, I apologise. Oh, of course, yes, of course, still, my bad. The Regional Extreme Festival goes to Swartkops on 14th of September. That's the same day as we've got action down at the Aldo Scrimanti circuit that Motormouth was talking about earlier on. So yeah, it's the 14th of September, regionals at Swartkops, and then we go to Red Star Raceway. So yeah, thanks for that. Right, so coming around to take up the positions. I've said it all day since the rain's been falling, and it's continued to fall. It's a steady little, not a heavy rain, it's a steady rain, that's for sure. Here in Cape Town, the mother city. Windscreen wipers are certainly optional to be working right now. If you don't have them, you're going to find it very difficult. George Economides seems to be not working as well as what I'd like it to be. Porsche is definitely working well. This is young Nathan, Keegan Nathan, first time out. He got second place in that Nathan's Motorsport Polo test. And he'll be looking to try and get one step higher if he can. And in these conditions, I'm sure both Dad and Uncle Darren have said something to him about what he needs to do to work a car in rainy conditions, because I can tell you right now, the advice that Graham gave me once in my limited racing career have never ever left the memory banks when you get into conditions like this. It's so crucial that you don't go into the high gears, into the low gears I should say. You stay in the high gears and try and stay out of all the puddles that are out there on track. Try and stay out of harm's way as well if there's an incident. Not always easy to do to avoid those kind of incidents, but it's definitely vital that you do that to stay in contention for a win in your class. Remember, there are DT, Class A, Class B, Class C, and they're all fighting in their own right. And Class X, of course, with the Car Care Clinic Honda of Louis Scholz. I've been wanting to see what that car is all day long, and fortunately got to see exactly who's provided our safety car here this weekend. And it's a new brand that joins the Omoda brand. And I think if I get it right, it's called JQ, which is a subsidiary of the Omoda brand, and they've supplied the safety car today here at the Killarney International Raceway. We had the BMW, of course, provided by Niaz Modak for the BMW M Performance Racing Series, but nice to see some new brands getting involved in motorsport. It's always good to see any kind of brand getting involved in motorsport, particularly if it's a car brand, because it just bodes well for the future, and we need to have as many of them involved as possible. So that JQ makes its way around the track now. It will be taking these cars out onto their warm-up lap, and the rolling start will then be in the hands of Philip Meyer, who is on pole position ahead of George Economides. Davy Olivier and Lindsay Kleur are the second row, and apologies for earlier on. I was saying that Lindsay and Pete Portkito were in polos. Of course, they're in Golf 7s as well, similar to what Mal Spur is in. So yeah, apologies on that one. You got to try and remember all these things, you know, and sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong. So yeah, thanks for that, Dean. Appreciate it. But Dean Jeffries just correcting me there, saying that both Kleur and Pete Portkito are in Golfs, not in polos. One golf I'm concerned about right at the back of the pack is Mal Spur. Why she's so far back, I'm not quite sure. I didn't get any information from Vota on that. So, oh, of course, she didn't finish the first race. That's right. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. The information being passed through there. And coming through on my earpiece, telling me that Mal didn't finish the first race. That's why she has to start at the back. So those are the rules. If you ever wanted to go around Killarney International Raceway in a fast car, and I'm going to say this tongue-in-cheek because I love always making a comment about it. One of the fastest cars around this track ever has got to be that yellow Bucky at second last on track at the moment. If you watch the driver of that car get to incidents, it's a lap record pace they can set in that recovery vehicle. It really is awesome stuff. Right now, into Malmesbury, or past the car care clinic. Boma there, goes Votarus. Hopefully with a bit of aircon working or some airflow to the windscreen to keep it from fogging up. He lines up alongside his fellow Nathan's Motorsport stable car of Keegan Nathan. No lights on Economides, no lights on the BMW of Ulafir. So they are deciding not to run lights at the moment. Not quite sure why. Lights will probably be the best thing at this stage. But you can see one tail light on the Porsche. But certainly Philip Mayer has got some headlights on his Porsche as he looks to go there. That's a 924R. As he puts the power down and tries to maintain the lead as the GT class starts. Bit of a gap there to Class A, led out by Lindsay Kleur, Piet Potgieter, and watch out for Wayne Robb in the Ford Focus. Couple of cars peeling into pit lane. And a couple of guys saying that this is not for me. Maybe not the ideal conditions to go racing in, but to win championships you've got to be out there in all the conditions that are provided by Mother Nature here in the Mother City. Class X, it's Louis Scholz ahead of Keegan Nathan. Keegan Nathan leads Votarus into turn 1 in Class C. Around the outside comes the Honda, and that's the Class D leader. It'll be Rob Clark, and then Georgie Aldrich. I don't know if he pulled in. I didn't see who pulled in there, but if Aldrich has stayed out there, he's the only Super Hatch. No, he's there. Super Hatch competitor in the class, and looking to try and maintain his chances of winning Super Hatch category for 2024. Change up for the lead. It is Economides who hits the front and pulls away slightly there from that People Porsche. The People Group Porsche in second place now. Rob in the ST Focus onto the short straight up towards the double right-hander into Sorrel Sweep. Closing rapidly there on Piet Potgieter. Potgieter, of course, has got the Rocky-style livery on the side of his car. And how's this from Keegan Nathan? Closing in on Lindsay Kleur. That's a Class C car about to go around and pass a Class A car. I say that with a big smile on my face because I've seen that and I've done that in a 111 Sports and Saloon car race. I'm going to mention my good friend Tuka Mechanikos, as he was part and parcel of a very wet race at Swartkops once, where yours truly started in 17th place and finished 3rd overall because the Mini I drove didn't have as much power as all the bigger cars in front. And it's also a big factor that you've got to take into account here. Powerful cars are going to battle to get the power down in these wet conditions. So if you've got a less powerful car, you don't have to as much wheel spin, you can get more traction out of the car, and you can fight with Class A cars like Keegan's doing. Lindsay Kleur, though, has dropped back quite a bit. He's dropped back into the clutches there of Louis Scholz in the Car Care Clinic Honda. But Keegan is now starting to close in on the back end of Piet. Piet Potgieter is being closed in by a Class C competitor in Keegan Nathan, and he's got a comfortable lead over second place Votarus, who's a long way down. But of course Vota will be thinking about the overall championship more importantly, is to get the race finish, and second place will be good enough to maintain the lead of the championship, because Marius Malherbe in the Porsche is a long way back from where Vota sits in that Car Care Clinic Polo of his. Potgieter has now been passed by Nathan. Now I also said that with a big smile on my face. How many times has Piet Potgieter and Lindsay Kleur and Wayne Robb and everybody else in this field of cars been passed by a certain name on the side of the car? It would have been Graham Nathan, unbelievable as we like to call him, but this time out it's his youngster Keegan Nathan, who's now attacking and going for multiple race winner and, of course, championship contender in various forms of motorsport in Davy Olivier in that International Race Supplies BMW. We could potentially see Keegan Nathan overall top 3. As I say that, he moves into 3rd place and closes down on that People Group Porsche of Philip Mayer. Is he going to go to 2nd overall? I know Mom Debsy's here and Graham is watching possibly from somewhere around the track to see the progress of this youngster, but do we see Keegan Nathan taking an overall win here in a Class C car on debut? Well, he's gone past that Porsche relatively easily using the less powered Polo. And I say that with all due respect, but it's certainly the car to be in here today. A less powerful car in the wet conditions is a big factor, and he's gone quickest overall of everybody out there. 1:55.6. He's a second quicker than George Economides out front. Bit of a gap to make up on George though. 8.5 seconds, but there are 6 laps to go. And if he continues at about a second a lap, that might give him enough time to catch and pass George Economides. I don't want to give him the commentator's curse, so I'm going to keep quiet about this right now. That number 21 car of Keegan Nathan is going exceptionally well. People Group Porsche in 3rd place is Philip Mayer. Davy Olivier is in 4th place. People Group Porsche in 3rd place is Philip Mayer. 4th place is Davy Olivier. Potgieter hangs on to 5. Wayne Robb is still in 6th place. We go back to Lindsay Kleur. And dropping just outside of the top 10 is Kleur into the clutches of the battle for C, D and E. Malherbe still in 3rd place in Class C in the Porsche. As we see Lindsay Kleur under attack there from Rob Clark. Rob Clark, Class D Honda Ballard, about to find, or try and find a way through there on Lindsay Kleur. Lindsay Kleur being caught by a fellow stablemate out of Nathan's Motorsport and Car Care Clinic in the form of Wouter Rus. So Voti also using that lesser powered Polo. Got slightly bigger brakes on it right now. I believe they've done some modifications to give it a bit more braking oomph. But hasn't found a way through yet on Rob Clark. He's going to try and use those brakes down in towards turn 5, and he's been closed in by the Super Hatch leader, Georgie Aldrich. Just watching as we get the close-up shots of the cars, or the cars got windows open and trying to get some airflow to stop the windscreens from fogging up in these conditions. It's always a hard task to get that right. There's so many theories and so many maneuvers that you can do to a car to stop it from fogging up, but doesn't seem to be working for Wayne Robb. He's got a full windscreen of fog on that windscreen. Rob Clark's got his window open, so there's definitely going to be some airflow through that car. I think Vota's done the same thing. Yeah, he's got his windows open there to get some air into the car to stop it from fogging up there in the Car Care Clinic machine. This is Louis Scaltz just ahead of Wayne Robb. So Class X up ahead of Class A there. Kleur and Robb continue down into turn 2. Lindsay Kleur seems to have all the windows up on that car, so he's going to battle with a bit of a fogged up windscreen. Is this the People Group Porsche being caught here by Louis Scaltz? It is. Pete Potgieter has just been overtaken by the lesser powered Honda there as well. So you can see these conditions are certainly a leveler. They bring everybody onto the same level, and it's the people and drivers that have got the ability in the wet that find themselves in the pound seats in these kind of conditions. Rob Clark inside of Lindsay Kleur into the double right-hander. That is Sorrel Sweep. We might get a little bit of splash there from Clark as he goes through. No, he just finds that inside line, and about to follow on the back end of him is Wouter Rus. Wouter's stablemate and the youngest driver out there, if I'm not mistaken, in this class is this young man, Keegan Nathan. He's now found his way to within a second of the leader. George Economides will be looking in his rearview mirror going, who is this red polo on my tail? He's certainly not battled with a red polo anywhere in his life at this point in time, and you can see just how hard we're finding it, our camera crew battling to get the focus in there because of the dying light and the fog lights on the cars that are out there, or the lights that are on the cars that are out there. But we're about to see potentially the very first victory on debut for Keegan Nathan. He's less than half a second onto the back end there of the leader, George Economides. Unbelievable bit of driving here, and I say that with every pun intended, because we always used to call Graham Nathan Mr. Unbelievable, because when he joined me in commentary for a few occasions in the start of what was the 111 Sports and Saloons, and in a couple of other categories, Volkswagen Challenge being one of them, his favourite saying was unbelievable. Well, this is certainly, Graham, I've got to tell you, an unbelievable drive here from your youngster. Brilliant stuff here from Keegan Nathan. He still stays fastest, and he's currently about, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 3.5 seconds quicker than George Economides. But to get past Economides is going to be very difficult. Economides is a wily campaigner. He'll know exactly how to place that Golf 1 to avoid being overtaken. And is it going to be timing here from Keegan Nathan before he attempts to get past? Or is he just going to go for it? Looks like he might just be going for it. You see on the straight, the Golf has got the straight line speed, but he can't go too fast because he might lose the opportunity. And if you go down into turn 1, Nathan around the outside. Keegan Nathan hits the front. Can you believe this? This is the youngest competitor in this class here this weekend. He's come from about 10th place on the grid, and he's picked them off one by one to lead into turn 2 with 3 laps to go. Oh man, that is just a superb effort there from the youngster. He's having a ball. He's slipping and sliding. A bit of understeer from that car as he came out of turn 2. And Economides will see that. Might make him pay for it, because George Economides is not going to let him get away with it. He's going to continue the fight, I'm sure. He realizes that was a Class C car. Oh! Kings is sideways, and he loops it out. Oh, there you go. The youngster finding out how motorsport can be a cruel, cruel lady as he comes out of Damstip. He's kept it going, and he gets back on track, but he's lost the lead of the race there with a bit of unbelievable recovery coming from that car. Has he done some damage to it? Because he went straight across onto the dirty stuff, and he's going to now try and come back onto the track. Or is he staying on the grass? I'm not quite sure why he's staying on the grass. Maybe there's... Oh, that's what. There's a bit of undercarriage that had to be taken off there. I think he picked up something on the grass that he didn't like, and something's come off on the bottom of the car. So he'll wait to get onto that part of the track and then come back on circuit. He was such a big lead ahead of the rest of the pack. He could take his time, but there was certainly something damaged underneath the car, and he probably heard it scraping, and that's the reason why he stayed on the grass to get rid of it. It's allowed Louis Scholz to close in on him. So is Keegan going to go here? I might have given him the commentator's curse. I hope I haven't. Well, George Economides is on to his penultimate lap. He is now in control. Now that he's seen the youngster off, he put the pressure. Let's have a look at a replay of that incident. Keegs goes into Damps. He's pretty hot into Damps. Looks pretty good, but it just steps out on him. He tries to catch it, but he gets onto the even more slippier red and white rumble strip, which throws the car into a reverse spin. He hits the big puddle there, and another big one as he crosses over the road that goes between the exit points of the circuit, and I think that's where the damage happened. He then manages to come through the puddles, stays on the grass, comes across the track, gets onto the grass on the other side, and then unfortunately drops right back there. So unfortunately for Keegan Nathan, he's dropped down to 6th place overall at the moment after that incident. You can see, you can probably hear the rubber and something under the car scraping. So that's why he stayed on the dirty stuff to try and get whatever it was to break off the car, and it eventually did. He's now dropped right to the back, and I think he's pulled in a pit lane. So unfortunately, he's gone from hero to zero there. That's how cruel motorsport can be. Not the first time you're going to hear that name at the front end of a race, I can tell you that much. And Debs and Graham, phenomenal effort. No, unbelievable effort there from your youngster. Well done. But right, this sounds like the last race then. I've just got confirmation there from our studio saying that the V8s have decided not to run. They're going to make it a one race event here for them. It's a big pity to come all the way here just for one, but of course they did have 2 attempts at it. Action-packed first race. a pretty action-packed second one as well of the restart. And Economides comes through and got 1 lap to go. 1 to go for the Ferro Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons, with the Martini Racing and Wealth Avenue Golf of George Economides leading things out down into turn 1. A massive advantage over Louis Scholz, who's up into second overall, incredibly, in the Class X Honda for Car Care Clinic. Philip Meyer, the winner in race number 1, of course, is there in third place, and he'll maintain probably a good chance of the overall championship, fighting hard with George Economides all season long so far in the People Group Porsche. Piet Potgieter, he leads out Class A ahead of Wayne Robb, and a long way down to Lindsay Kleur for third there. Class B, I'm just waiting to see. Well, Class D, first of all, is Rob Clark. Class C is Vota. And I'm just seeing. Class B will be Jonathan Visser. But we watch that Martini Racing Wealth Avenue Golf 1 of George Economides through Sorrel Sweep for the last time. Heading down the back end of the straightaway and the back end of the circuit for the last time. No lights on that car, and of course I think one of the reasons the V8s have decided not to go out there is because of the fading light. They don't have headlights on those cars. The V8 Masters don't have headlights, so it'd probably be a little bit too dangerous to go out there. It's a good call, I think, from their side. But it does bring our race day to a close a little bit later than what was publicized, but needless to say, still some phenomenal action here in the closing stages, and particularly here from George Economides, who takes the second win in the Ferro Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons. Here is Jonathan Visser, Class B. He's just not been caught in time to not do an additional lap around the circuit to take his win in Class B, but he'll still have to do that if he wants the win in Class B. We're still waiting for Louis Scholz. He should be the next car in shot if he comes around. Lindsay Kleur, he will be third in Class A, although he started the race at the front of the pack of Class A competitors. Here's Golf 7, the People Group Porsche, coming out of turn number 5. There goes Louis in the Car Care Clinic Honda. He'll get the win in Class X, second overall. And then it's going to be Philip Meyer coming out of, there you go, out of the spray and across the line to win out or get second place in the GT class. Here comes third place in the GT class. That will be Davy Olivier, staying just ahead of Rob Clark. They come through, also see Piet Potgieter through there for the win in Class A. So we'll run through those official results once these cars have gone through. Well, unofficially, of course, the results as they stand for now. Maybe a couple of changes. I don't think there will be. There was no incidents that needed to be sorted out by any incident reports or after race reports that are going to be put in. There goes Malherbe. It's Kleur. With the lights on, not going to see those cars until they come just out of shot. Mel Spur coming through for the checkered flag. So the birthday girl didn't quite have it her own way this weekend in her birthday month, but Mel Spur still finishes up, I think, in 4th place in Class A for the end of the day's racing. So let's have a quick squiz at those results. George Economides wins out Class GT ahead of Philip Meyer and Davy Olivier, the top 3 there. Olivier eventually finishing down in 6th place overall. Class X goes to Louis Scholz. He was the only Class X competitor out there, so well done to him in the Car Care Clinic Honda. Class A goes to Wayne Robb, who beats out Piet Potgieter. Sorry, I forgot about Wayne Robb. He came through ahead of Piet Potgieter, so apologies on that one. Wayne Robb takes the victory in Class A over Potgieter, and then a long way down to Lindsay Kleur for 3rd. 4th place going to Mel. If we look at Class D, Rob Clark takes the win in Class D. Vota takes Class C. He wins out over Marius Malherbe and Keegan Nathan, who I think will still be classified even though he's down in 16th place overall. I'm not sure if... No, Luigi won't be classified because he didn't make it out for Class B. And then second in Class X will be Roland Hopkins. Super Hatch will go to Georgie Aldrich. He was the only one out there. And I think that's everybody that we've covered now in 111 GT Sports and Saloons, courtesy of Ferro Energia and their associate sponsors. Well, ladies and gents, from a very wet, cold, and kind of miserable Mother City, we bid you farewell from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport as we wrap things up. And a massive thanks to our live stream team out there. Treacherous conditions like this make it very difficult for our camera crew and for our equipment as well. So hats off to Dave and Paul in the studio and all our cameramen out on track for all the action brought to you today from the mother city of Cape Town, and Killarney International Raceway for round 5 action here from our incredible regional extreme festival. The next one is at Swartkops Raceway. As we said, it comes on the 14th of September. If you're up in Gauteng, that's the place to be for the next round of the Extreme Festival Regionals. And, of course, we've got the Extreme Festival Nationals coming back here to Killarney International Raceway on the 21st of September. So make sure you check out all those dates on your calendars. On behalf of Killarney International Raceway and their team, the medics, the marshals, race control, all of our COCs who had a tough job today, all the racers, and, of course, all the drivers out on track and their associate sponsors, we do appreciate the effort that was put in and the entertainment that was provided here at the Extreme Festival's celebration of Women's Day and Women's Month here in South Africa. From myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, take care then. Bye-bye now.